Good morning and welcome to round number 3 of the HKRC Championships here at Kimbolton on what is a very misty, murky morning, but we hope there'll be some brighter action on the track as we await the first race getting underway in just a few minutes' time. And at this part of the year where the motorsport season is slowly waking into life, we have, of course, had the first round of the Australian Formula One Grand Prix this morning for those who are up bright and early. For those who are not, we promise not to give you any spoilers on that one as well, in case you haven't seen the results yet. But we are already into the third round of the championships here at Kimbolton, starting off on the frosty mornings in January now. Spring, believe it or not, is slowly starting to spring here. Temperature's a little bit warmer. The track is dry this morning. There was a little bit of overnight rain, but nothing too much to affect the circuit. All of the karts this morning in the practice running on the slick tyres. My name is Chris Sora, delighted to take you through the action once again this afternoon, and joined by the expert on the Kimbolton circuit, Charlie Ellis. And Charlie, talking about the track conditions here, a little bit warmer than we saw in January and February. Quite a murky morning, but the track not looking too bad today.
Yeah, it's not too bad, of course. I mean, driving down this morning, there was a bit of rain, which definitely caught the eye when I woke up first thing in the morning. But yeah, it's still pretty damp, I have to say. It's going to be the first few races will be quite interesting, actually, to see how the drivers get on trying to tackle the circuit. They're going to be trying to search for the grip. Of course, they've had their 3-lap practice, so it gives them a couple laps to just get everything into line, try and see if they can work out where the grip is. But it's going to be changing every single lap, so there's going to be a lot of drivers who may have a bit of mishaps, but we are all ready to find out. Of course, as I said, third round of the championship, and what a year we've had so far. We've had plenty of action in the first couple of rounds. Drivers who we thought weren't going to be that high up, right up at the sharp end of the field. Some drivers who we thought were going to be at the sharp end of the field, struggling a little bit. And I think it's around this mark where drivers start to get into their rhythm. You know, people who are up at the front end of the championship start to think more about their title and just trying to put in them consistent results. But of course, weather like this will always mean action.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be an exciting day of racing. Every championship point vitally important, even at these early stages in the championships. And like Charlie said, this is the part of the season where especially some of the title favourites will be starting to know that good results are essential here to keep those title bids underway. It is a packed day of racing here, starting with the junior Rotax. As always, a packed grid of the junior Rotax, and they will be split into 4 heats across the race programme, culminating in the B final and the final race of the day later on this afternoon, the A final. 27 races in total, 2 blocks of heats plus the finals later on today. We'll be starting off with the junior Rotax. Miles Burton leading the way from Oscar Donacek in second position, kart number 161. Zach Turner, Sam Aston, Lucas Nibbs, Escalade Hewitt, Alex Shepherd, Peter Lee, Max Braskoff, Louis Bishop a little bit further back as well. But as you can see, a big grid of drivers. 4 heats in total, each of the karts having 1 heat starting towards the back of the grid. And likewise, the ones who are starting at the front this time will have a worse grid position in heat number 2. And like we saw in the February round, it's very easy to find yourself, even as a top driver, to get drawn into the B final with a bad heat. So even though this is only the first heat of the day, Charlie, already race number 1 is going to be vitally important for these drivers.
100%. We saw plenty of drivers who, had mechanical issues, may have been caught up in some incidents along the way, and we saw them straight in the B final, and some of them actually losing out in the B final, not even making it straight to the A final, which, I say, when it comes a bit later on in the season, does count towards your championship. So it's going to be interesting to see how they get on. Oh, there's a spinner already from one of the Pro Train drivers. I say cold conditions, so you'll see these karts and the drivers trying to work the tyres as hard as they possibly can, and hopefully we can get away for the first time asking. But
I think that was Dolnicek, number 161, that span out. It looks like he's trying to regain his position. There's the number 43 of Miles Burton, who sits on the pole position for heat number 1. They make their way. Let's hope for a clean start. Slippery conditions for this first heat, and away they go, Charlie.
Going round once again, full start for these drivers. And, when have we ever gone first time for these junior Rotaxes this year? A couple of drivers just falling behind near the back of the field, but I think they're all going to get another lap, another opportunity to get them tyres warmed up. As you say, it's another lap for these drivers to get into themselves from the circuit, try and learn where the grip is, and obviously, yes, so try and get them tyres warmed up. How are they going to do that? They're going to be slamming on the brakes, trying to power on as hard as they can to spin up them rear tyres. Of course, try and work the front end by jacking up the kart, throwing the steering wheel about, and it gives them another opportunity just to get that extra temperature. Of course, tyre pressures will come into effect as well, depending on what they've set it to, is how and when the tyres will come into effect and when they'll be at their optimal performance. Zach Turner then, who I think surprised a lot of us this year. He's been right up at that sharp end of the field. Of course, took victory in the first round. He is going to be someone to watch out for. And, looks like Aston is, I think he's trying to stipulate to Zach Turner to maybe move over to the other side of the road, but he's in this spot. He knows where he needs to be. And I think, have we got a problem for Oscar Dolescu? We haven't seen him around, but the lights down, away we go, down into turn 1. Round 3 of the Club Championship starts, and Miles Burton straight into a spin. Then rear tyres and the rear brakes locking up straight away. That rear axle went very solid, and that was him straight off. And I think he's got himself going, but he's going to have to go from straight at the back of the field as Conor Large finds himself into the lead of the race. Zach Turner drops down to 3rd place as they all come through into Dan Weldon's for the first time of asking. Let's see if they can all get through clean and safely. Big issues there for Miles Burton, though. You saw him as he went onto the brakes, locked up the rear axle, went straight off the circuit. There's a couple of drivers off at the bus stop.
That is the risk we were talking about at the start of the first heat. Slippery track, and Miles Burton, as Charlie said, the back end just locking up, and he is right at the back of the field. So bearing in mind this is his prime grid position in heat number 1, he's got a lot of work to do today to make sure he gets through into the A final. But already Conor Large with a brilliant start. He's got that kart dialed in good and proper at the start of this race, making his way through Derek's corner, halfway round the lap here. Zach Turner, good start from him. He's moved up very well. But Conor Large, there was that trouble on the first corner. He's made up 11 positions. Brilliant start for the number 59 as he leads his way back down the TKM straight, already starting to pull away. We're looking at Turner, Braskoff, Shepherd and John Richardson also in there. Oh, it's getting tight onto the grass. There's Richardson, who tries to make a move on the outside. So this is brilliant news, though, for Conor Large, who already is starting to pull away.
Yeah, these drivers are really struggling in these first couple of laps. Trying to get the kart stopped is one hard thing for, it looks like for Alex Shepherd as he went into the penultimate corner. But they come around to finish another lap. Plenty of time for these drivers in these heat races, and they've still got 6 minutes left to go. Conor Large had a brilliant start from 12th on the grid, straight up into the lead of the race. Great start. And he's going to try and work on the ground he's already made. He's already pulled a massive gap already. The gap's already up to 2.5 seconds. So, we've seen a lot of this, really, in the junior Rotax races, where the driver in front, once he's got that clear air, he just manages to pull away. And we've seen some big gaps in the past. So let's see what Conor Large can do. Conor, who stood out at the start of this year as well, put in some very solid, strong performances. As well as Alex Shepherd, who's there in 3rd place. He's racing for the Evolution team. He's been one to watch out for. John Richardson's there in 4th as well. Looking good for Mr. Richardson, the driver who usually joins us in the commentary box. He's doing good on the mic and good on circuit as well. Another driver who stood out is Maximilian Bravkos, who's up into the top 5. Currently in a battle with Noel Moulton, who's made his way up from 18th, I believe, to 6th. Bravkos was very strong in them first couple of laps. Started to drop back a little bit. Look at Richardson straight to the inside and gets straight by Alex Shepherd. And it's going to be interesting here to see how these drivers act on these first few laps. Of course, some drivers have different driving styles to each other. Some people like to be nice and smooth, but I think for the time being, you want to be nice and aggressive, really get the kart working. And so far, it's looking good for Conor Large.
Yeah, you can see Conor Large making his way through the corners and very aggressively kicking that back end of the kart out to get the grip into the corners. If you look closely at the side of the circuit, you can see the morning dew on the grass. Safe to say the drivers don't want to end up on there, but just gives you an indication that it is quite damp and the circuit conditions fairly cool at the moment, but the lap times are quick at the moment. Conor Large lapping with a 42.1 last time round. Zach Turner in 2nd, though, with the fastest lap of the race. And as I speak, John Richardson, the kart, in 3rd position, number 68 that we see now, has set the fastest lap, 41.75. So Richardson making his way through the willows, carrying a lot of speed. Alex Shepherd in there, still in 4th place. Max Braskoff just a little bit further behind in 5th. Great start for Noah Moulton, kart number 51, who has made up 12 positions. He's starting further back in heat number 1. And there you can see Zach Turner taking quite a conservative, grippy inside line to the double apex Dan Weldon corner. Making their way down towards the final Kim Bolton corner. It can carry a lot of speed through here. And at the moment, John Richardson looks very quick through there. He's gained on the second place setting, another fastest lap of the race, the number 68 in third position, looking a little bit further back into the top 10. There's Braskov and the advancing number 51 of Noah Moulton. He's had that brilliant start. And as they make their way through the willows, really putting some pressure on the number 75 down towards the Dan Weldon corner they go. There is a slow board out. You may see, we'll have a look at the Marshall points here. You'll see the wave yellows on the board. So
down at the last corner. Looks
like trouble there.
Could be a driver off, well, it's just on to the entry. I hope you won't be able to see it on the cameras, but the driver is out. That's a good thing. Kart now being retrieved by the Marshall crew. Might just see it in just a moment.
So this is new, of course, for this year, Charlie. This is the slow boards replacing what we call the Battenberg flags. There's a stricken driver. I'll confirm that in a few moments who that is. But wave yellow, slow boards out. This is tantamount to a safety car period, you might say. The race is neutralised. Everyone's slowing down. And bad news, of course, here for Connor Large, who had built up quite a nice gap at the start of this race. If you look at the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see the clock is still ticking. They are still racing here, but going at pretty much at walking pace here. Yeah. And Connor Large, he's doing this on purpose. He needs to wind that clock down as much as he can here.
100%. There's no point trying to rush his way around and end up having, 2 minutes to battle. He might as well just slow it down and give himself, 30 seconds to just try and get away from the rest of the pack. Because the more time he can waste here, the more time he has to get away without green flag racing. Just
to quickly interject here, Charlie, the driver out of the race is the 152 of Hayden Adams down at Kim Bolton corner, bringing out this slow board. Driver appears to be okay, though. He has walked off to the Marshall points for safety, where he's safely watching the remainder of this race. So here we go. We are still under race conditions, but under the slow board here. And the driver, like Charlie said at the front there, Connor Large, who built up that nice gap at the front, number 59, winding the clock down as much as he can. He's got just over 1 minute, so if he can just get, well, he might have to do 2 more laps here, I think. Look, he's going to be tight here on the clock, but basically here, Connor Large is the pace setter, the race leader, and as Charlie said, doing this on pretty much on purpose now, bringing the pace down as slow as he can. And when he comes out to Kim Bolton, it's fair to say we're going to be going racing next time round. It's going to be a very important corner here for the number 59.
Yeah, we're going to be going racing at the end of this lap. Of course, it is good that he's slowed it down. You can keep it nice and safe for the Martian crew and everyone else to obviously get their work done, see what they need to do. But you'll see Connor Large when he comes round the final corner. Can he get away from the Coles driver behind, Zach Turner, or will Zach Turner pounce? Look how close they are on each other's back bumpers. We're going to go back to green racing, or we're going to go around again. We're going to go around green racing now. 50 seconds left on the clock then. And look at Connor Large, straight to the inside line. And Zach Turner's going to look to the inside. Connor Large going deep. Turner to the inside and gets that one done. What's Richardson going to do now? Still in that third spot. He's got Alex Shepard behind him now. But they come through into bus stops once again. Turner gets it stopped, gets it turned. And Richardson is still there, looking for opportunity to get past Connor Large. But this is not what Connor Large would have wanted. He had that massive gap. The slowboard has ruined it for him, and he's got a charging Richardson from behind. He's in the worst situation, though, because he needs to find a way past Zach Turner before he loses out on his second spot. There's Richardson to the inside. Oh no, Large. He's kept it on the circuit. That's really messed up his momentum now. And look at him drop all the way down the field, even though Moulton's sneaking his way by. And all contact made between Moulton and Large, but they've all kept it together. The 185 is under investigation, or the 195, should I say. I think that might be for Archie Ray Watson. But as they come round to... come round, what's going on?
2 laps to go here. This could be great news for John Richardson, who was looking quick before the slowboards came out, but he had lost that gap with the previous race leader, Connor Large, but now up there with the leader, Zach Turner, with that brilliant move last time round to take the lead. They will go round one more time. They went through just before the clock went through to 0. So 1 more lap to go. Zach Turner, the new race leader. John Richardson looking to try and make that advantage count in second place. Alex Shepard could still be involved in this one as well. The 3 drivers at the front, not close enough, though, to race for the positions at the moment, but still closely poised. Brascoff 4th, Samuel Aston and Jacob Aston 5th and 6th, Noah Moulton 7th, and the unfortunate Connor Large down in 8th position.
Really unfortunate for Connor Large. What could have been for the Strawberry Racing Kart, but Zach Turner's made the most of that slowdown procedure, just kept his cool, made his move when he needed to, and he comes round the final corner. The third round of the Club Championship is going to start off well for the 99. As he comes across the line, he takes victory in fine fashion. John Richardson into second place. That's a good result for John Richardson, saying the troubles he's had at the start of the year, and Alex Shepard rounding out your top 3. It was Macmillan Brascoff from Jacob Aston, who started all the way down in 19th. He's up into the top 5. Then it was Sam Aston from Connor Large, Noel Moulton and Adam Clark. Of course, another driver who made up 14 positions. He got into 9th. And Devon Taylor, who ran out your top 10. It was Stanley Williams from Jack Beasley, Archie Ray Watson and Toby Wortley from Jack Robinson, who rounded out the top 15. And, of course, the only drivers we lost in that were Hayden Adams and Oscar Dunalek. Really unfortunate for Dunalek, who started up near the front end of the field. That was obviously his front start. So he's got a bit of work to do in his next race. But a great way to start off the third round of the Club Championship. And we're going to be going back to the cadet races. It's the Micromax coming up next.
Yeah, Micromax taking their positions on the dummy grid right now. They'll be out on the circuit very shortly indeed for their first of 2 heats, and they'll be having the first final later on this afternoon. Likewise, as with all the other heats, drivers starting towards the front of the grid in heat number 1 will start at the back for heat 2 and vice versa. And this is how they line up. Arshi Gupta from Logan Edwards in second place. Felix Tandy is in third from Lanny Eden. Then it's Lenny Barton, Jayan Prakash, Jensen Darlow and Ronnie Allen on row number 4. Row number 5 is Tommy Lovejoy from Buster Scott, Freddie Baker and Benjamin Schlever on row 6, Oakley Howlett and Arthur Rhodes on row number 7. Then it's Elliot Hitch and Teddy Shepherd on row number 8. Row 9 is the number 28 of Heath Smith from Kai Suri, Zach Andrew, Caden Hanley on row 10, Hugo Senna and Ethan Bainbridge on row 11, Alfie Mullet and Daniel Dabreo on row number 12. And looking a little bit further back on this Micromax grid, the final driver, 25 drivers taking to the grid right now, and Cooper Galloway in kart number 132, starting at the back in heat number 1. Suffice to say, of course, he'll have a better time of it in terms of the grid positions in heat number 2. But yet again, another great entry of the cadets here with the Micromax category. The Hondas will be following on a little bit later on as well, but out they go onto the circuit now for the Micromax heat number 1. And this is, of course, the third round of the championship. And much like round number 2, unfortunately, access to the track has been somewhat limited to purely to parents and people directly connected with the teams. Spectator car parking is quite limited. There is some new parking going up in the Willow section you can see behind there, but by and large, a lot of spectators not able to attend once again. We hope that will not be the case next time round when the conditions have dried up a little bit. But if you're watching on TNL Sports today, we hope you enjoy the broadcast here from Kimbolton for round number 3. It is still a bit boggy out in the spectator paddock area.
Yeah, it's probably a bit better to stay at home, to be honest. Get your radiators on, get your heating on as well. But hopefully we can get this one underway. For the first time of asking then, down the start-finish rate, and Micromaxes, and they go around once again. It's a full start for the Micromaxes. Good to see Lenny Barton, who starts from 5th. He was a driver who took the victory last time out, the second round of the championship. Felix Tandy finished up in second place. Felix had a good start to the season so far. You'll see Felix Tandy, not hard to spot, in the Wearer Tools sticker kit. He's also got the Napa Racing helmet. Very iconic helmet as well.
It's like a miniature British touring car, that one.
Exactly, yeah. Obviously his family, Nick Tandy, who was one of the most successful endurance racers. So of course he's taken it from the family. And hopefully he's the next one in the generations to come to be up in the endurance side of things, or wherever he wants to go. Let's see if we can get going then for the second time of asking. They'll come round the final corner and see if we can get going once again. Of course, it's Archie Gupta and Logan Edwards on your front row off the grid, and it's lights out. And away we go, and a move's already going on as we head down into turn 1. Gupta's going to try and go to the outside line, carry speed through. Look at Felix Tandy sliding his way through, but he's run a bit too wide, and he's going to start to drop down the field. There's a couple of drivers jumping over the curves. I think that might have been J.M. Prakash a bit further down the field, who was pretty much flying over the second corner curve there. But a great start from what looks to be like Gupta.
Logan Edwards looking good at the front on number 21. Very confident at the start of the race. He took a wide sweeping line into Stowe, the first corner, where he left himself open to be outbraked on the inside. We had the confidence to make it work, taking some very fast lines on the opening half lap and already starting to pull away as the action starts to hot up for second position. Let's see how they line up at the end of the first lap. So over the line they go. Logan Edwards, brilliant start for number 21, and he charges away. Lenny Barton, Giant Prakash in third, Jensen Darlow, Tommy Lovejoy, Buster Scott all in there as well. Heath Smith's made a good start, making up 9 positions up to 8th place as they charge through the Willows on lap number 2. Logan Edwards trying to break away in these early stages, but Lenny Barton, Giant Prakash not too far away. Prakash, who has won here already this season, in 3rd place, just looking at the number 47 ahead of him. And some of the big names in this one starting to get through towards the front of the field here. Jensen Darlow also well placed, number 26. We saw a brief glimpse of him there just behind Prakash. And at the moment it looks like the slowboard coming out here. So there's a red flag. We're going to try and find out why. And no obvious reason at the moment from our vantage point here. So we'll try and get to the bottom of that as soon as we can. So red flag coming out here. The race has been stopped.
So it's quite confusing. Okay. I guess it'd be down at turn 1. I think there might be a driver off just on the entry to turn 1. We'll try and get an update on that, see if that is the case.
Yeah, there is the medical vehicle, I can tell you. It may sit on your screen, actually, just moving out onto the track. So there does appear to be some kind of an incident down on the first corner, Stowe. We're not too sure as to what has actually happened here from our vantage point, but the marshals and medical crews on the move down to the first corner. We can't see any carts on the track down there. The rest of the field has been gathered up by the starting grid, and we'll look to get things back underway just as soon as possible. But there is concern. There is tyre barriers on the first corner where they're looking down here at the moment as to what's happened.
Yeah,
we'll try and see what's happened.
Of course, it is always very hard into turn 1, trying to get that braking done right, and obviously start the race. Everyone is all over the place trying to pick their own line to try and sneak their way through. Unfortunately, that many carts go into one corner. Sometimes they all meet the same bit of tarmac. But we hope he's all right, whoever the driver is. We'll try and get an update on it when we can. Of course, he didn't complete the first lap of the race, so it'll be interesting to try and work out who it is. Of course, still got 6.5 minutes left on the clock.
We'll hold on that shortly and try and get an update on as to who we believe the driver is concerned. We can't actually see from where we are actually stationed on the finish line. It is a little bit tucked away into the first corner by some of the spectator grandstands here and the bleachers going down into the first corner. So there is a lot of activity down there by the first corner with marshals and medics treating what we believe is a driver who's gone into the tyre barriers, although we, like we say, we can't actually see who the driver is concerned. We won't try and identify that until we get any firm guidance. So the heat number 2 here today, the Micromax, has been stopped on the second lap when the red flag came out. Logan Edwards had a brilliant start, number 21, sweeping to the outside line and taking the lead in the early stages, and had about a 1 second gap from the number 47 of Lenny Barton in second, Giant Prakash in third, Jensen Darlow and Tommy Lovejoy rounding out the top 5 when the red flag came out. But as we say, there's a brief pause here at Kimbolton. As always, the medical crews are stationed by the finish line. We always hope that they are not needed. They had a fairly quiet day, fortunately, at the last round in February. But unfortunately, here in heat number 2, there has been an incident down by the first corner. And as always, the medical crews and the marshals are on the scene, safely dealing with the situation. They just looking at the moment, there's quite a few officials down by the first corner waiting to see if we can get the situation safely dealt with and get the racing back underway. But as always, of course, the driver safety is the priority, and we were assuming it's an injured driver down by the first corner. We hope that driver is okay. And it's an opportune moment, I would say, to give a shout-out to the marshals, of course. There is a cart, actually, I can tell you, on the first corner that's been pulled out from the barriers. So there is an injured driver receiving some medical attention. And it is an opportune moment, I would say, here, whilst the racing has been paused, to give a shout-out to, of course, what's always termed as the Orange Army, the marshals, who come to not just here at Kimbolton, but a wide variety of karting and wider motorsport meetings across the UK. And Charlie, off the track, I think a couple of weeks ago, there was actually a Marshals Forum, I believe, here at Kimbolton with some extra training for them.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, these marshals get trained every single year to obviously stay on top of what they need to know. Of course, these are volunteers. These are people who just want to, for these, most of them is a hobby, but obviously they want to keep these drivers safe as possible. So it's always good, and of course they need to have that training, because it's not just about the existing marshals, it's about bringing new marshals and new people into the team. And of course, if yourself are interested in becoming not just a marshal, but a scrutineer or anywhere within the motorsport industry, if you head over to the Motorsport UK website, there's all the information there possible for you to work out how
so it is worth saying, of course, Charlie, that marshalling is tantamount to a hobby in itself, really. A lot of these people take up marshalling as an activity that they enjoy as well, and not just the club meetings and the club championships, but they often go to wider meetings, of course, the headliners like the British Grand Prix, for example. And a popular haunt with the marshals is, of course, Le Mans, where it's widely said if you go to the marshal points, you'll more than likely hear English being spoken as well as French. It's I've heard some great stories about marshalling at Le Mans in the past.
I don't know if I'll be able to do it for the few hours you have to do it at, but the long hours, the 24 hours, I wouldn't stay awake.
No, they must do very well. I've raced there in karting before, and it does feel surreal getting up at 3 a.m. to go out karting. Worst part of it there is actually it's so warm at Le Mans, then it gets cold at night. It feels absolutely freezing when you get into the kart as well. So it's a real tough job as well.
Speaking of new tracks, the new Silverstone circuit has now come alive.
Oh yeah, that's on the way, isn't it?
I'm actually there next month.
Oh, that sounds good.
8-hour endurance race.
Oh, you'll get used to that one. I've been round the Silverstone karting track, but on 2 feet rather than 4 wheels. I'd say I did the Silverstone half marathon there in the autumn last year, and it was looking good, actually, down by the old bridge corner, if you may remember, at Silverstone, the part of the track that's no longer used since the reconfiguration. Part of that's incorporated into, got a little bit of gradient, actually, isn't it, for a karting track?
Yeah, it's quite banked for what it is. Going back to the Micromax then, Felix Tandy, who was our driver of the day from last month. For those who don't know, me and Chris pick a driver of the day and an overtake of the day as well. The overtake of the day went in the junior Rotax. That was Lucas Holm-Ballock in the first heat.
That was that first heat last time out, wasn't it? That was pretty impressive.
Last corner, last lap, picked his point, let the two in front squabble each other, and made his way through, and that just took the lead and took the win on that last one. But Felix Tandy was our driver of the day. He was calm and collected, which is what you want to be throughout the heats process, and of course when it mattered most in the final, he was up there at the sharp end. Just, I think a lot of drivers, when they get up to this top end of the field, they start to make mistakes because they get to, over adrenaline. They start to obviously get a bit excited about maybe going for that win, going for the podium. Felix was very cool and collected, which is what you want to be.
Seems a very cool character, doesn't he? And notably, of course, like you say, the son of Nick Tandy, a famous name. And we see that quite often in motorsport, where you see sons or daughters of famous racers making their own inroads into the sport. And that can be a double-edged sword sometimes. People sometimes think they've got it easy, they've got the name behind them, but it's not quite as easy as that. And little Felix, he has to work hard at this one.
Yeah, you wouldn't be surprised to say that he's probably got a few eyes on him already. Especially at the start of his career. This is when he's going to be noticed, I say. Try and see if he's actually capable of being up at the front end of the field. But we've got plenty of drivers in this Micromax field. I say James Prakash is up at the front end of the field as well. Currently in 6th at the moment. He was someone who was up at the front end, not just in Micromaxes, but in Honda Cadets. He was in the Ambition Motorsport team.
Prakash has had a pretty impressive start to Micromax in 26. He's always looked sharp at the right end of the field, you would say, in Micromax this year. And he's, you would say, one of the drivers perhaps who will be getting to this third round of the championship and perhaps thinking that there could be a title fight on the line here.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I mean, that's obviously most of these drivers can be thinking about that championship battle. Not just for the lead, but there's going to be... I mean, every driver has their own little championship battle. Maybe it's for 6th or 7th or trying to beat that one person. But great to see as well a bunch of the Richardson engineering karts are there, the RCEs. They took the British Championship crown last year with Dian Singh Pahal, who's the first Sikh driver to ever win a British Championship, which is very, very exciting. And, well, so the marshals are gridding up the karts. You'll just see it off the screen here. Obviously, we're just looking out from the commentary box. So hopefully, I mean, turn 1 does seem to be pretty clear now. I think the driver did get taken to the medical centre. Of course, all these circuits here do have their own medical centre, which is perfect. And it sounds like these karts are going to get started up in just a moment. And hopefully, we can get back to racing.
Yeah, it looks like we're doing another sighting lap, formation lap to get the karts back up to temperature. And then back to racing. The red flag came out on the second lap of the race. So would this be a full rerun?
Yeah, I'd say it'd be a full rerun, no restart. Which just help out some of these drivers, gives them an opportunity if they've made a bad start to try and clinch it back. So they'll go around once again. So it's going to be, of course, Edwards and Gupta who will be starting from the front row of the grid. Felix Tandy and Lanny Udden on your second row. I say, well, give you an update on who the driver was who went out at turn 1. Hopefully they are all okay. But I say, hopefully we can get this racing back underway. Hopefully go for the first time of asking. Looks like we're going to do a single file restart. So won't be drivers doing double duties, double line. So let's just hope we can get round and get going for the first time. Actually, looks like we are going to a rolling start procedure. So they will go side by side, 2 by 2. And they've got to try and keep in the tram lines as well. You'll see the long white lines when they come around the final corner. And they have to try and stick in them tram lines. If they move out of it, could lead to a penalty. Of course, that would mean that they're trying to make overtakes nice and early. Will we get going then? For the first time asking, yes we do, for the restart here in Micromax. And nearly 4 wide as they enter into turn 1. Tandy's got the inside line, but he can't get the kart stop. He runs off wide yet again. And the number 21, Logan Edwards, jumps back into the lead of the race as they head down into the bus stop. And Prakash, who had the momentum like hell to get to the inside, he's now into the lead of the race with great straight line speed. And as they come through the tight, twisty, downward and complex, drivers still struggling. Of course, the red flag procedure meant that their tyres started to cool down and the engine, so they're having to work as hard as they possibly can to get that back up. So there's a move for second place going on. Jensen, I think there might have been Lily Barton trying to get involved to come out to this first lap of the race. All the drivers are just about kept it going a bit further behind. But Prakash looks strong at the moment.
Yeah, Jan Prakash starting the restart very well indeed. Jensen Darlow on the charge up to second position. Now, much like we saw in the previous heat, the junior Rotax, the lead driver being caught out by bad luck, really, with an incident elsewhere on the track, costing them time as the brilliant starting Logan Edwards dropping down the pack a little bit there, but he's still well in contention here. But this could be Jan Prakash's moment here. The driver who would be one of the title favourites in the Micromax makes his way down the TKM straight down towards Kim Bolton and already just starting to pull away slowly from Jensen Darlow in second, who's coming under some pressure. And it looks like Logan Edwards has now recovered. He's still there in fourth place. He's still very well positioned in this first heat. Over the line they go. Prakash charging to the front then. Fastest lap of the race a little bit further down. Lenny Barton with a 48.44. Currently in sixth position. Prakash just trying to break away. Darlow keeping his eyes down the road here. He is coming under some pressure though from the number 92. Freddie Baker has a peek down the inside into Derek's corner, gets the front wheels in there. Very neat move from the number 92 to snatch that second position, and this could be the opportunity that the number 21 of Logan Edwards needs here. He goes a little bit wider on the entry into the Dan Weldon corner, trying to get the speed on the exit here as they make their way down the TKM straight. Through Kestrel they go, and Jan Prakash leading away, leaning through into these. We've got that very distinctive leaning style, hasn't he, Prakash, when you see him driving? Really trying to get the body weight over on the outside of the car to get that cornering speed. Looking very neat at the moment. And down into the first corner he goes there. He goes hanging out wide again. It's almost like a sidecar style on the motorbike, isn't it, when you look at him going through the corners? But seems to be working for him.
Yeah, it looks pretty good at the moment. Tell you what, Freddie Baker has drove superbly this restart. And so he's just turned on that go-kart. He's got the speed and momentum through the corners. Slowly starting to gain on J.M. Prakash. And with these cold, windy conditions, it's going to help this slipstream try and see if he can close in. But of course, he's still got to think about the drive behind. Jensen Darlow's still there, and he still wants a piece of that second place. Don't count out Logan Edwards. He's still down fourth place. Look at Darlow, very late to the inside, and I think he may have got that one done. They're going to be side by side now, down into turn one. You saw.
That was a bit naughty.
Too close between Edwards and Darlow. Darlow's still a stick on the inside. Baker does the cutback manoeuvre, gets that one done, and look at this. Who is that sneaking through? Number 47, Lenny Barton. And I think he's nipped himself up to third place. And
we're going to look for second as well. This is what happens in karting sometimes. The drivers start scrapping, and the drivers a little bit further back in the group get the opportunity. The door opens for them. So the opportunity presenting itself here to the number 47 of Lenny Barton, and he is charging now for that third position. And no real surprise here that the number 92, Freddie Baker, has got a warning flag. He was rather aggressively defending that position. Oh, down the inside, though, goes the number 47, although he outbrakes himself coming out of Kim Bolton. Loses momentum, and still holding on to that second place is number 92, Freddie Baker. Has picked up the warning flag, so obviously that does mean he's under investigation, actually. So I think the steward's having a little bit more of a look at that, because he was quite aggressive in defending that position.
Yeah, that might be something that might be taken into consideration after the race. Of course, these are the provisional results when they cross the line. That's what we'll be calling on. Of course, when we look at the final results, then over to motorsporttime.uk, and they will sort out all the final results with the penalties included, if there are any penalties. Of course, we've got the pushback nose cone penalties to take into effect as well. That will be taken after the race, all the post-race scrutineering, and anything that comes from that. And look at Darlow again, he's super late on the brakes, and he keeps it with momentum out of the corner as well. So I think for Darlow, he knows that the last corner is a great overtake opportunity for him as he head down to turn one. When it comes to the brakes, Darlow is super impressive. He's already got the move done. Superb stuff. Getting past Freddie Baker. How is Freddie going to fight this one back then? He knows he's under investigation, and he knows that he is being watched, so he needs to take his time with any overtakes that he does. But at the moment, J.M. Prakash, he's listening to all this behind him, and it's all sounding good for him. Yeah,
J.M. Prakash clear and away with the iconic number 44, and down in towards the Kestrel corner he goes. Well, out of camera shot already. He is well clear of the chasing pack. Jensen Darlow really coming in some pace here, though, towards the end of the race, although there's that fight for third as Baker fights back. Down the inside of number 47, here they come down towards the first corner at Stowe. And Darlow well clear. He's carrying a lot of speed into the corners and able to make the corner as well. So he's got his braking points absolutely dialed in on this tricky morning circuit here at Kim Bolton. The grip not quite there in places, so the driver's still learning the track somewhat, how it's driving today as well. But Darlow has got this well and truly dialed, but it's a bit too late, I fear, at this stage for him, because J.M. Prakash really making the advantage count in those early stages. He got the lead, and as they all scrap for second place, he's been able to put in some good consistent laps here, run his own race, and we'll have a look in a moment when he crosses the line. He was 2.1 seconds ahead. Looks like it's still about that, so Prakash over the line. The fight's still there for second place. Rest of the top 10 still scrapping. Lenny Barton, Logan Edwards, Felix Standy, Slivar, Andrew Lovejoy and Ronnie Allen a bit further behind, and the gap remaining around 2.2 seconds. So Prakash, at the moment at least, has got the race under control.
Yeah, it's battle third. It's brilliant at the moment. Lenny Barton there in the white helmet. He's in the Strawberry Racing team. Still trying to hold off Freddie Baker from behind for the final spot on the podium. I think Baker's going to have momentum. He's going to try and go round the outside, thinking that one, no, he's not. He's going to just sit back, wait for another opportunity. And he has got the effect of his teammate from behind as he comes through into Kestrel once again and into the final Kim Bolton corner, where a lot of drivers have been trying to work out what the best line round there is. You've got to really throw it in deep, keep the rear of the car planted to the front, trying not to lose the rear end of the car too much. As Lenny Barton still holds on to that third place, but look at this, teammates now together. Felix Handy sitting there as well. He could be one to watch out for in these final closing laps. But as a Prakash, we've seen this time and time again. When in these cold conditions, when the driver at the front manages to sneak through the pack and get that margin, it's very easy to not lose it. They just keep putting in the laps. Of course, battling's still going a bit further behind, but it's always that lead air where you're just putting in them consistent laps, and the gap is just always increasing. Yeah,
you can see that Prakash already well clear from the chasing pack. Jensen Darlow at the moment maintaining that second position, although Lenny Barton still looks threatening in third place. You can see at the back of the shot the 127 of Felix Tandy, very distinctive looking kart. There he is, just at the back of the group there, number 127. He's currently there in 6th place. Benjamin Slower in 7th position. Zach Andrew, we just saw the back of the number 27 kart there. He's made up quite a few positions here. He's having his lower grid position in this race. He's started making up 11 positions up to 8th place. Tommy Lovejoy and Ronnie Allen still running at the top 10. Caden Hamley, Heath Smith and Kai Suri started to make positions up in the midfield. So heading down towards the final corner, Giant Prakash looking in great form in heat number 1. Got the advantage early on in the heat and made it stick with some very consistent laps and takes a comprehensive victory in heat number 1. Charged to the line for 2nd place. Jensen Darlow, Lenny Barton, Logan Edwards, Felix Tandy, Zach Andrew in there as well. Freddie Baker finishing in 5th position from Tandy. Andrew Slivar, Tommy Lovejoy, Ronnie Allen running at the top 10. Buster Scott in 11th position. Caden Hamley making up those 8 positions up to 13th from Kai Suri. Arthur Rhodes, Teddy Shepherd, Elliot Hitch, Cooper Galloway, Lani Eden running up 19th position. And the final finishers were Ethan Bainbridge, Alfie Mullett, Oakley Howlett and Daniel Dabrow. Archie Gupta out of the race in the restart as well. So cadet action currently well and truly underway. Just to recap the race schedule, if you're looking for a particular driver, this is heat number 2 that's just drawn to a close. The Micro Max, who've got Hondas coming up next there in the waiting grid, ready to get underway. Mini Inters will be heat number 4. Then it's the KZ UK karts will be heat number 5. The second of our junior Rotax heats is heat number 6. Then it's senior Rotax, heat 7. Heat number 8 is the Rotax 177s. And our final heat in the first block will be senior X30. That is pretty much the running order for the second heats and the final later on today. But coming up next, Charlie, we've got Honda 200s getting ready to make their way out onto the track.
Some of our youngest drivers here this weekend, and it's going to be an exciting one. Nicholas York will start from the pole spot, and we'll go through the rest of the pack when they start to head out onto the circuit. The Honda Cadets have had a very exciting first couple of rounds, and of course they've always been battling down to the very end. Harry Grant, who took a victory and won the finals so far this year, he has been very impressive. Struggled up in the second round of the championship, but hopefully this can help him out, and hopefully it'll be a little bit of a reset and he can get back going. So I say Nicholas York will start from the pole spot. Alistair Sanders alongside. It's Keane Doherty from Harrison Maxwell, Keane Delaney from Mason Becker, Harry Grant from Marcus Cooper, George Pickett and James Murphy from Phoebe Shelton, who's had a great start to the year. She took a podium in one of the rounds. Mason Day from Dominic Kelly, Jacob Furlow and Alfie Stokes rounds out your field of drivers. So I wouldn't say a big grid for the Hondas, but a strong grid in performance. We've got plenty of drivers who've all had their bit of mishaps. They've been up at the front end of the field as well. All these drivers have the pace to win, and from hearing about yesterday, the times were very close between these drivers. Let's see how they can get on then. Will they go going for the first time of asking? I say you can start racing this and these when you're 8 years old. It's the perfect moving ground from the Bambinos. And as they come around the final corner, let's see if these guys can get underway for the first time asking. Watch out for Alistair Sanders starting from 2nd place. Phoebe Shelton trying to fight her way through from the back. And it's like it's out, and away we go down into turn 1, and New York will stick to the inside line. Can he get the kart stopped for turn 1 as drivers get into a bit of a spin? And that, like one of the Project 1 karts who had a bit of an issue, might have been Marcus Cooper, maybe Mason Becker as well. But they've all come through and into bus stops for the first time. Delaney's there in 2nd place. But up at the lead is Alistair Saunders, had a perfect start.
Yeah, Alistair Saunders getting away very well indeed. The unfortunate Nicholas York just losing the back end on the way into Stowe in that first corner. But brilliant start from Saunders here, trying to pull away from the chasing pack. They're already fighting for 2nd place, so this could work out very well here for the number 55 as he makes his way through towards Kimball for the first time.
Oh,
and trouble there. That was Doherty there, gets span out on Kestrel corner.
Oh!
And more trouble there further back. So one or two of the fancied names in this one hitting trouble on the first lap. So it's a bit of a change here at the front. Harry Grant into second place then now. James Murfitt, Marcus Cooper, Nicholas York, Dominic Kelly all making their way through. Mason Becker picking up a warning flag on the first lap. He's down in 7th place. Phoebe Shelton's had a good start. 3 positions up to 8th place. Harrison Maxwell and Mason Day. So a little bit further back, Keane Delaney span out on the Kestrel corner. He's down in 13th position. Keane Doherty getting underway. Doherty getting underway in 14th. And Jacob Thurlow rounding out the field. So as all the carnage takes place behind them, Alistair Saunders with a great start.
Yeah, that mean green race machine is off. And he's already got a bit of a gap so far. 1.7 seconds is the gap at the moment. But it's all about what this man in second place can do. Can Marcus Cooper look at closing this gap down as the 84 gets a warning flag? That's Phoebe Shelton, and she's currently in a battle with the Project 1 cars. That's using Harrison Maxwell, who's dropped down to 7th place at the start of this race. And unlucky for Nicholas York, as you said, who lost the rear end as they headed into Stowe. And the second you do that, especially in these Honda Cadet carts, these GX200 carts, really hard to get your momentum going again, trying to get that power back on. But hopefully he can have a little bit of a reset and try to close the one. And Harry Grant's having a good one. There he is on your screens at the moment. The orange suit, orange helmet, closing in on James Murphy, who's had a great start from 10th on the grid up to 3rd at the moment. But can he hold on to it? Obviously, 5.5 minutes left on the clock. So still got plenty of time. And watch out for the 2 Project 1 lads. Mason Becker trying to close in. Becker, another strong driver who's taken wins last year and is looking to bounce for the title this year as they come round once again. Number 12 getting a warning flag as well. That's a bit further down. Jacob Thurlow, who's currently last at the moment, so big issues for Mr. Thurlow. But the battle for 3rd, look who's closing in as well. Nicholas York is there as well. And if they start battling, it's going to bring in Becker, it's going to bring in Maxwell. We could have a pretty strong battle for 3rd coming up here. Yeah,
this battle of 3rd shaping up quite nicely at the moment. No one really going for positions right now. He's still got just under 5 minutes, plus the 1 lap remaining here, so plenty of time to go in this race. Great news so far, though, for Saunders. And at the moment, Marcus Cooper slowly closing up as the leaders make their way down to the first corner. Rest of the top 10 charging through. Marcus Cooper bringing the gap down to 0.8 of a second for first and second place. But the battle of 3rd here starting to hot up. And like Charlie said, look out for the 52 of Mason Becker. Harrison Maxwell as well, number 60, fastest lap of the race. All getting with tasty now for 3rd. As down the inside, neat little move there from Becker, getting past York. Looks like he's made the move stick. Yes, he has. The number 52, Mason Becker, now into that 4th position. As we look a little bit further back, or 5th I should say, because there's Grant still in 4th. 3rd is still James Murfitt, still fighting away as they make their way down towards Kimbolton corner. Number 88 there, James Murfitt still there in 3rd position. The leaders making their way over the line. Starting to get closer for the lead. Marcus Cooper just chipping away at that gap. You see the 2 leaders, but we're focusing on this battle for 3rd, which is still very close indeed, as Becker, who has slowly but surely picked his way through the field with a very neat move to the Willows, wheel to wheel, as they make their way through the Willows, and Becker had the line, holds on, takes position. Grant just going onto the grass momentarily there, but saves the cart and is able to move into another position there, number 45, looking quite good at the moment, but Mason Becker now clear and heading off after the leaders.
Yeah, and Becker's got to really just try and get his head down now, try and close up to the top 2. Speaking of the top 2, Cooper is right on the tail of Saunders, and you'll see it in just a moment as the battle still go on. Grant trying to hold off Maxwell from behind, and Murphy's in there. Nicholas York trying to rebound on what was a rough start to the race. Keane Delaney getting involved. He's still there in 9th at the moment. Bit of a gap from Phoebe Shelton, but soon enough we'll cut back to the top 2 because Cooper is right on the tail, and the battle's still going. There they are on your screen. Saunders having to defend now from Marcus Cooper, the Project 1 versus that green racing machine, and the battle for 4th still going on. Maxwell now trying to cover off from James Murfitt. Murfitt on the that black car with the red suit and the red helmet. And Maxwell throwing hands to him, saying, come on, let's work together now. We can pull away and try and catch up to Mason Becker, who's there in third place. Come round the last corner, down the start, finish straight once again. And at the moment, Cooper is the fastest man out on circuit. There on your screen, 47.95 is the fastest lap of the race, and he's gone for the move.
Off screen, he's taken the lead going through the Willows as they make their way through. So Marcus Cooper, the new race leader, and they're making a bit there. You can see the two leaders at the top of the screen making their way through Derek's corner up towards the double apex Dan Weldon corner at the top of the circuit. Still a very close battle for fourth position here. Leaders now going through the Dan Weldon corner back towards us, and we've still got the machine of James Murphy running very close. Here we are, the two leaders, and the new leader, of course, is the number 56 of Marcus Cooper. Just saw Saunders having a look on the inside, not committing to the move. He's just sticking in there at the moment. There are still 1.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap remaining, so there is still time here for Alistair Saunders to fight back. He's sticking on the back wheels here of Marcus Cooper, not letting him get away. Oh, Cooper just wide, and that's the opportunity that Saunders needs, although, no, look at that, Cooper fights back through the Willows. So Marcus Cooper a little bit deep there in towards Stowe Corner. And certainly Alistair Saunders, who has led most of the race in second position, is not giving this one up lightly. Sometimes this happens here. Driver catches up, but they're able to look at the lines here and match the leader for pace. And Saunders looking threatening here as they make their way down towards Kestrel Corner. Is he going to line something up on the classic overtaking opportunity? Down to, as Cooper goes off the track momentarily there. Keeps it together, but this could be the opportunity that Saunders needs. Here they come out of Kimbolton, but Cooper's got a better line. 40 seconds on the clock, so the next time round will be the last lap. And this is allowing Becker to close up, but not by very much in terms of the race here. And certainly seems to be a two-way fight here between Cooper and Saunders, but Alistair Saunders not giving this one up.
Cooper's really just got to put the laps in now. He's making too many mistakes. That's why Saunders is staying with him. He needs to realise that the only reason he's got to where he is now is because of his strong pace. And if he can just put the laps in, Saunders still staying there. Obviously the slipstream does come into effect, but when Cooper's making them mistakes, Saunders is using them as opportunities, and they're going to come round into the final corner. Look at Saunders try to have a look, but Cooper defends it off, but it's gone on the cut back. Can he get the momentum now? 1 lap left in this race, and it's a 1v1 down into turn 1. Cooper's going to go defensive. Saunders to the outside. Look at Cooper move over to defend it. Saunders has got the run. Can he get this one done? He's tried the lap before. It's going to be close. Side-by-side action. They made contact, but they're still side-by-side. Cooper's got it. Cooper stays in the lead. Can Saunders fight it one back? No, he's lost a bit of time. He's going to need to try and regain his focus, regain that momentum again. Cooper needs to put the rest of his lap together now, not make any mistakes. If he slides off wide one more time, it's going to open up Saunders many more opportunities. 2 corners to go. Can Saunders find a way through on the final lap? Will it be a cutback manoeuvre? Cooper goes in hard, he gets out the corner. Cooper takes victory then in the first heat for Honda 200s and just about holds on from Alistair Saunders. A great drive from Saunders. Mason Becker rounding out your top 3. Marison Maxwell's happy with his 4th place, and James Murphy rounding out your top 5.
Yeah, brilliant end to that Honda Cadet race between Marcus Cooper and Alistair Saunders. So further back in the top 10, Phoebe Shelton fighting through to 6th position. Nicholas York dropped to 7th from Harry Grant. Keane Delaney, who fought back through after that spin-off on the first lap. 9th position for the number 91. George Pickett rounding out the top 10. Dominic Kelly in 11th. Cian Doherty in 12th. Mason Day, Alfie Stokes and Jacob Thurlow just about stayed on the lead lap, I believe, will be the final finisher in 15th position, who has just crossed the line, incidentally. Phoebe Shelton under investigation, incidentally, from that race, so that is a provisional result so far. In association with our remote coach, Mini Inters are coming up next. This is heat number 4, and that'll be followed by the KZ UK's Junior Rotax heat number 2, Senior Rotax 177s and Senior X30 in this block of 9 heats. 2 heats plus the final, and of course the finals later on this afternoon. 27 races in total, incorporating both the Junior Rotax B final and the A final to round out the programme. But we're going to focus on the Mini Inters, and this is how they line up. Rio Paniutu on pole position from Dian Singh Bahal in 2nd, Edison Burrows in 3rd from Will Eden, Santiago Simeone and William Moore making up row 3, Elaine Bumford and Jess Kirby on row number 4. Row 5 is Finley Beals from William Davison. Lewis Herbertson and Rudra Gokulnath on row number 6. Hugo Torpy and Jake Hansford on row 7. Row number 8 is Byron Webb and Elliot Bork. And looking further back, number 81, Adam Corser on row number 9 from Flynn Grantham. Hayden Wardell and Ethan Lloyd on row 10. Leander Hewitt, Jensen Sale on row 11. Eddie Duncan and Otis Cleary on row number 12. And looking a little further back, we've got Jack Brown, Casper McAllister, Free Lally, Preston Howard and Archie Humphreys. One or two fancied names here, Charlie, starting a little bit further back.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to watch. The big mover of the 2026 season so far, Dean Singh Pahal, Micromax British champion for the RCE team, switching over to Dan Holland, taking over Everson McAndrew-Urin's seat. Can he make a great 2026 season? And it's like out, away we go. He's going to start from the outside of row 1, try and fight off to the inside line. He's got that one done, but look at the Pro Train driver on the inside, very close. All these drivers struggling to make it round turn 1, but I think all drivers have made it through, bar a couple who are struggling to get themselves going. But up at the front end of the field, that looks like might be Will Eden, who's into the lead of the race. And number 64 has had a great start, getting past Dean Singh Pahal. And of course, Pahal straight to the inside. Get out of my way, says Pahal, and he's got that move done. And the driver who started from pole, Rio Studio, he is trying to close this one back in. But look at Pahal, he's struggling on the first couple of laps just to try and get the cart around the corners. Of course, still very cold conditions, so he's having to work the front end of that cart as the rest of the pack is flying through to this first lap of the race.
Yeah, Dan Singh Pahal back in front and defending that first corner. Brilliant start from Will Eden. Oh, as Pahal just a little bit onto the apex there, and they both come together. Don't think it's enough to damage the nose cone of Eden. It was a brilliant start from the number 64 of Will Eden, very bravely taking that inside line, going to Stowe on the first corner. Oh, as Pahal makes a mistake onto Derek's corner, and again another shunt there from Will Eden. Not really Eden's fault, he was just a bit unfortunate, got caught up with Pahal, but Pahal had the racing line and he is able to hold on to the lead. So a messy couple of corners there from Dean Singh Pahal, but he's been able to recover and hold on. He just needs to regain his composure here as Eden shoots down the inside. Lovely move there from the number 64. Pahal trying to fight back on the cutback out of the corner, and right on the tail of the number 64, Will Eden goes through and to the outside. There is an investigation flag here for Dean Singh Pahal, as down the inside goes Rio Paniutu, who struggled on the first lap but keeps in contention back into second place. So Pahal picking up a investigate, a warning flag here. So would that be for the incident there when Will Eden got caught up with him?
I would assume so. I'd also say about the fact that he was pretty much stopping it on the apexes, causing Will to obviously drive into the back of him. So obviously the stewards will keep an eye on him, see how he does the rest of this race. If he carries on doing it, could lead to further issues. But Pahal, yeah, really struggling on those first couple of laps. Just couldn't get the tyres dialed in. He was just struggling on the entries to try and get the car in, having to stop it on the corner just to get the thing turned. But I think he's starting to life at the moment. I think all he needs to do is lock in for them 2 laps, get the cart around the circuit, and then obviously now he can try and put the laps in, try and regain that temperature. But Will Eden's not done yet. That Pro Train driver's right on his rear end, and he's not going to go down without a fight. Looking at for 4th place now, Herbertson, who moved over to the KR Sport team, another one to watch out for as he battles for the final spot on the podium, with the of course the 1-2-9. Otis Cleary, another driver who's made some strong ground as Lewis Herbertson makes his way into the top 3. But a great battle going on with the driver in 5th as well. That's Otis Cleary, who we were just talking about. He's now started all the way down in 24th. Now, I believe, is up to 4th.
Now, Otis Cleary, look out for the number 22. Been watching him over the previous lap or so. Has set the fastest lap of the race, 44.01. And Cleary making up all their positions. He's one of the drivers who was starting further back in heat number 1. There he is, number 22. Right on the tail of Rio Paniutu and Lewis Herbertson, the driver who's in front of him now. Herbertson there guarding the inside line. Oh, Otis Cleary finds half a gap down the inside, gets the front wheels in there, takes the line away from Herbertson. Very neat move from the number 22. He's making some very clinical overtakes here at the moment. He's not losing any time getting past drivers, which is why he has advanced so much in this race. There is still 4 more minutes to go here, plus the 1 lap, and Otis Cleary now clear in 3rd. And I would say here, if especially if Will Eden and Dian Singh Bahal, the race leader, start battling, then Otis Cleary could really be a factor in this race. You can see Herbertson now just trying to get dragged along here by the number 22 as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. Otis Cleary well and truly on a charge here. He has made up 21 positions in this first heat. Very quick through Kestrel corner, and now starts to really close up on second position, Will Eden. I'm not sure if Eden and Bahal know that Cleary is there at this stage. Here they come down towards Stowe corner, and certainly Otis Cleary looking very focused here as he puts the pressure on Will Eden as they make their way through the willows. Further back we've got Rio Paniutu, Elliot Bork, Eddie Duncan, Casper McAllister. 2 or 3 drivers on a charge there, but Duncan's made up 16 places up to 7. Casper McAllister starting pretty much at the back of the field now into 8th place. Gokilnath in 9th, Sale in 10th. But at the moment we are focusing on the 3rd place driver here, number 22, Otis Cleary, as he lines them up coming down towards Kestrel corner. Oh, look at that, half a move there from Otis Cleary. Snatches the 2nd place. Poor Will Eden didn't see that one coming, and Cleary now in 2nd place.
Strong move from Otis Cleary, and a great drive. Of course, he was on the front end. He was running at the front end of the field last year in this series. He's come back for more. And, well, it's teammates on teammates. What are they going to do? Of course, Otis Cleary's come from right at the back of the grid. Dian Singh Bahal just trying to cover off his lead so far. Otis Cleary's just going to take his time with this one, and he'll find a way through. That move's going to be, it nearly was now, as they head into Dan Weldon Complex. Otis has he's been very, very strong at the start of this race. He's obviously got his car and his tyres dialed up in his first open laps. Hopefully they won't close off in the closing lap. But as they head down into turn 1, Cleary just a bit too far back to make a move to the inside. Dian Singh Bahal is going to try and hold on, but he runs a bit wide, loses a bit of momentum. That helps up for Otis Cleary, gives him another opportunity. He's got the straight line speed as they head down into the bus stop section. He's going to go to the outside line. Dian Singh Bahal is going to cover it, but Cleary's going to try and get on the cut back. He just gets blocked off just a tiny bit. All this is going to help is Lewis Herbertson, and of course Will Eden, who's still there in 4th place. And I say Herbertson for the KR Sport team, who'll be trying to close in. Of course, he's back for the championship, and Cleary finds his way through, and from all the way down 23rd on the grid, he's into the lead of the race.
Yeah, brilliant driving there from Otis Cleary. Some brilliant racecraft from the number 22. He's taken his time with some of his overtakes, but as soon as half an opportunity presents itself, he is straight through. And Otis Cleary very clinically getting past his teammate Dian Singh Bahal, and having made up 23 positions, he is the new race leader. Lewis Herbertson still hanging on in there. He's another driver on the move as well. He's moved up 8 positions up to 3rd, the 153, and he has stayed with the leaders. Otis Cleary came through, but Herbertson getting tagged along a bit there. He's still there in 3rd. Will Eden now dropping to 4th, just a little bit further behind number 64. Rio Paniutu still there 5th. Eddie Duncan and Casper McAllister, 2 other drivers who have charged through the field. There they go. 57 there, Eddie Duncan. 155, Casper McAllister. Both drivers making a lot of position. Oh, as Bahal goes down the inside in towards Stowe corner, and very neatly, classic block pass there, takes the move and prevents Otis Cleary from finding a way back through. Lewis Herbertson is still involved in this one as well. So Otis Cleary, pretty much for the first time in this race, has been overtaken. What's he going to do about it now? Battle between teammates here down towards the Dan Weldon corner. Herbertson 153 in 3rd place, just looking for an opening. Will Eden 64 could still be a factor in this race as well. You see Rio Paniutu and Eddie Duncan still charging, and this is the position where Otis Cleary and Herbertson. Herbertson had a look there, didn't he? But Otis Cleary just about holds on to the lead, and the last lap board has just gone out, and Otis Cleary's got to go full defensive here. It gets tight, and Will Eden also had a look there, but look at that. After all that, Otis Cleary holds on to the lead.
Nearly 4 wide into the 2nd corner. This is amazing stuff in mini inters. What an amazing end to the race we're having. And Otis Cleary still in the lead of the race, but Dian Singh Bahal is not over. He's gone to the inside on the Dan Weldon Complex. Unbelievable. From the 1-2-3, can he hold on to this race victory? He's got 1 more corner left. What will Cleary do? He's gone to the inside. But look at Will Eden trying to find his way through. But Cleary, from 23rd on the grid, gets the victory. Unbelievable stuff. Second place will go to DNC Bahal. And a great drive from Lewis Herbison up into third. Will Eden will sit in fourth. Eddie Duncan will round out your top five. He made up 18 spots. And Casper McAllister into seventh. He made up 19 spots. But we're nearly 4 wide on the final lap of the race. It all came down to the very, very last corner. And a great move from Otis Cleary takes victory.
Yeah, fantastic end to that race. And a quarter of a second covering the top 4 drivers at the drop of the checkered flag. Fantastic stuff there then from Otis Cleary to take a very narrow victory from Dhyan Singh Bahal. Will Eden, who was unlucky, almost snatched the victory there. He settles for third place. Lewis Herbertson, another driver charging through into fourth place. Shout-outs there, though, for Eddie Duncan. Casper McAllister also, Rudra Gokulnath and Jensen Sale all making up some serious positions in heat number 1. So more from the Mini-Inters later on today. Heat number 5 is about to get underway. And for the first time today, it's the shifter karts. The KZ UKs are making their way out onto the circuit. The fastest karts here over the weekend. And they run the full length of the Amitsu Straight. They bypass Derek's corner. They're just being held in the waiting zone just for a few more moments here. There is one kart, I think, hit trouble on the final lap, still out on the circuit completing their race. So they're just a few moments here for the KZ UKs. A slightly smaller field here for KZ. We'll run through the grid in a few moments, but as always, plenty of great action here. And these karts carry some serious speed, and they make their way down towards the Dan Weldon corner. If they're running in prime conditions, they can top out towards 100 miles an hour, which is pretty feeling more like 200 miles an hour when you've only centimetres from the ground as well. KZ UK karts, and they're quite a popular kart. We do see guest drivers from car racing coming in here as well to the KZ UK. It's a good way to get some good racecraft and practice as well. Just the karts in the waiting zone right now. There is a little bit of track work taking place on the Willows, I can tell you at the moment. Marshall's just repairing, I think, whether somebody's gone into the barriers or just a little bit of track work to make sure the barriers are safe and ready to go racing once again. So the track crew's hard at work getting the circuit prep for us. That shouldn't be anything too serious, and we'll hopefully get racing back underway very shortly. But KZ UK's, Charlie, always a great formula to watch. Plenty of speed and action.
Yeah, 100%. These are a very hard car to drive. You've got to be very, very... Well, they're a lot different to your standard sort of Rotax or X30 car. And, of course, we've had some very, very strong drivers in this field. One who we're not going to be seeing for a while now is Ella Stevens, who has now graduated to the F1 Academy programme with the McLaren team. And, of course, due to that, she probably won't be allowed to do this sort of kart racing. This is the grid. Jonathan Ralton will start from pole from Leah Robertson, who is championship leader alongside George Robinson from James Beecroft, Bailey Rigglesford and James Pugh. There's Isaac Smith and Hannah Lang on your fourth row. And right at the back of the grid, Oliver Harrison. Lucas Blanford, who took victory last time out. Of course, another strong driver who will be one to watch out for, the number 67. And we'll try not to add the meme into there, the old 6-7 going around.
Oh, it's over my head, that one. But got some younger nephews who seem to be into all that sort of thing. But yeah, I wonder if Ella Stevens, perhaps in days that we used to get the likes of Nelson Piquet taking on aliases and maiden names and so forth when they go racing on the cover, but I don't think that'll be happening nowadays.
I think nowadays they tend to have, I mean, in the contracts, let's say, they have sort of strict agreements so you can't do certain things during the period, so it would make sense. It would make sense, but unfortunately, hopefully we'll see it back a bit end of the year.
There was the old story of one Pablo Montoya in brackets having a tennis accident, and then it transpired later on he was on a motocross bike, which Ron Dennis was too happy about, really, was he? So yeah, nowadays, of course, these drivers in the car racing formulae and all sorts of professional sport really have very strict contracts as to what they can and cannot do. Really, they don't want to be investing lots of money in drivers only for them to get injured doing something that the paymasters don't want them doing. So yeah, let's hope we see Ella Stevens later in the season, but certainly wish her the very best of luck in what is a great opportunity.
Yeah, 100%. And on top of that, of course, F1 Academy is International Women's Day. So a great day to celebrate all the women in motorsport, whether it's through drivers, mechanics, marshals, anywhere in the motorsport paddock. Always great to celebrate International Women's Day. For the KZs, though, it's going to be a standing start, a bit different to the rolling starts you'd probably used to see with the Rotax and X30 karts. So you'll see the drivers really slowing it down now as they come around these final couple of corners. They will have a couple of practice starts just to make sure they can get the biting point right. Of course, these guys have a clutch on the steering wheel and just behind the steering wheel, so they'll hold it in, and also when it's lights out and away to go, they release it nice and slowly, trying not to stall the kart. And the stick shift as well on the side of the steering wheel. That's always a cool aspect on these karts. We have to pull it towards you to go up the gears, push it down towards the ground to go down the gears. So it's going to be interesting to see how they get on. I say the big mover in this one will probably be Lucas Blanford, who starts from the back row of the grid, racing for the he's got the MS kart. The back of the grid is clear. The marshal's put his hand up saying he is all happy with the grid slots, which only means one thing: lights are on the board now. 4 lights are on, and it's lights out for the first heat in KZUK, and a great start from the outside row of the grid. James Beecroft straight to the lead of the race. Robinson into second place, and Robinson as well. George Robinson, shall we say, into third place, and Isaac Smith up into fourth. Robinson, though, Leah Robinson, shall we say, right on the back of James Beecroft as they head into Dan Weldon for the first time. Watch them all bunch up as they come through and down the back straight. Lucas Bamford's already in the lead battle, already up into 6th place at the moment, behind Bailey Rigglesford as they head into the final corner for the first time. A great first lap for Bamford. He's already trying to pick up ground.
Yeah, fantastic start there, though, for James Beecroft. 72 from third on the grid. Got that kart hooked up nicely when the lights went out, and charging through into the lead, although George Robinson still threatening in second place. Isaac Smith, Bailey Rigglesford and Lucas Blanford with a good start now up to 5th place. But Beecroft, after that brilliant start in the Birrell kart there, leading the way through the Dan Weldon corner, back down towards Kestrel they go, and Beecroft about half a second advantage at the end of the lap there, very quickly making his way through Kestrel. He can carry a lot of speed through that quick left-hander into Kim Bolton, and back charging. Over the line they go. So James Beecroft, 72, your race leader. The gap around about half a second. Fastest lap of the race currently, 36.62 from the race leader as Beecroft tries to pull away. Into second place, though, goes Isaac Smith. Very neat move going through towards the Willows. That's only going to benefit Beecroft down the full length of the Amatsu straight. They go in towards the Dan Weldon corner. And great move there then from Isaac Smith to take that second position. Beecroft trying to fight back. Look out for the 192 there. Bailey Rigglesford having a look at the rear of George Robinson's kart there, number 23, trying to find a way through. But James Beecroft, fantastic start to the race from third on the grid, charging away, still 6 minutes plus 1 lap to go in this race, and you can see how aggressively Isaac Smith gets that back end into the corner. Could that possibly be part of the cold temperatures? The driver's very aggressive on the entry into the corners. Yeah,
they've really got a lot of stopping power, and of course they go so quick into these corners, they really need to work not just the rear brakes, but the front brakes as well. These karts have front brakes, so as well as that, they've got to be nice and gentle with the brake, because they don't want to press it on too hard, and they lock up the front brakes and those front tyres. Another thing to mention, Ryan Green, who would have been racing today, we do wish him well. He had a massive accident yesterday, having a brake failure into the last corner, flipped over the barriers, and we do hope he does get well soon. Of course, he'll be probably watching from home, and hoping that he's been in this race. But hopefully he'll be out a bit later on in the season as they come into Dan Weldon once again. The Robinsons are at it, and George is trying to find a way through on Leah Robinson. This could be, this will be for the final spot on the podium. And I say the driving aspect of these karts are a lot different to your normal Rotax X30. You'll see him, especially into turn 1, they sort of have to drive into the corner, holding the brake on, get it turned at the apex, then power on, and obviously you have to try and work out what gear you need to be in. And so there's a lot of different things for these drivers to be getting up to whilst they're going around. Very, very physical, these cars as well, so these guys need to be not just physically fit, but mentally fit as well to conquer all the challenges with just doing a single lap in these cars. But they're all still very, very much close together. So one mistake can really cost you, especially for these top 5. But Lucas Blanford here, who you just saw going by on your screens, not making up much progress in the last couple of laps here. I think he's sort of waiting for something to happen up at the front. But Beecroft has got a great gap from Isaac Smith. They've all got their own little gaps, which obviously doesn't help out drivers like Lucas Blanford, but just means they can secure nice, safe points after the first heat, and obviously take it into the second heat, and hopefully have a good spot for the final.
Yeah, it's a very steady race so far, which means it's very difficult for the likes of Lucas Blanford to make any inroads through the field. He's just ahead of Hannah Lang, Jonathan Melton, Jensen Q and Oliver Harris. All of the 10 cars that started the race are still in it, and James Beecroft, I should say, setting the fastest lap of the race, 35.74. He's got that Birrell kart nicely dialed in as he makes his way down the Amitsu straight. The charging pack making their way just behind him, the gap around 1 second from him, and Isaac Smith in second there. We just saw Leah Robinson, 36, still in third place from Bailey Rigglesford and Lucas Blanford. Those drivers really charging at the moment, but the drivers very evenly matched for pace here as the leader makes his way out to the Kimbolton corner. The rest of the field go charging through. There we just saw Lucas Blanford going through. Hannah Lang, 91, just a little bit further behind. And the other drivers just starting to drop the rest of the pace here. We see Jonathan Relton, Jensen Pugh and Oliver Harris having their own battle just a little bit further behind. But down the Amitsu straight they go. There is the third place of Leah Robinson, still coming under pressure from the 23 of George Robinson, and 192 Bailey Rigglesford just a little bit further behind. The race just starting to tick down here. 2.5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap. The leaders make their way out of Kimbolton. We just saw them charging down the straight. James Beecroft with that brilliant start, grabbing the lead off the line, and has not been challenged so far, but Isaac Smith matching the leader for pace here. The gap just over 1 second right now. He's comfortably ahead of the third place number 36 Leah Robinson, the driver we're looking at right now, coming down towards the Dan Weldon corner. And we just saw George Robinson closing up under braking there. Number 23 Bailey Rigglesford, 192, still not too far behind. But Isaac Smith, we'll have a look at the gap in a moment actually when they cross the line. I think it is around 1 second. Remaining fairly even. Beecroft fastest lap of the race, 35.52. Just a little bit quicker than Smith, only a few tenths though. 1.2 is the gap between first and second place. So certainly Isaac Smith here, Charlie, is in no real position to challenge for the lead right now, but he's certainly keeping himself in contention. Yeah,
he's just in that perfect window really, where if James Beecroft does make a mistake, he's in that charging fight. But even if he sticks in second place, great points to have, not just for the final, but obviously for the championship as well. He's going to just take it nice and gently, really. Just don't need to put much work on the tyres, don't put much work on the engine. Just put in consistent laps. Just get your gears right. Just be nice and smooth. The only real battle going on is what you're looking at right now, really. Robertson slowly getting closed in now by Bailey Rigglesford for your P4 spot, and it had to be a mistake from Robinson. Could put Rigglesford in a great opportunity to fight his way through. Rigglesford has come on quite a lot in the past year or two. He's made a lot of ground. His pace has been amazing recently, and he's been up at the sharp end. But there is Beecroft on the screens, and a very quiet race he's had so far. Of course, we've seen a lot in these KZ races. It's all about the start, trying to get that at that biting point, trying to get off the line as best as you can without too much wheel spin. And of course, Beecroft did that best. So he came around the Dan Weldon complex, but off the line had a great launch and just nipped his way through. And I'd say he's just held the lead of the race from there as they come round 2 laps left of this race. So he's crossed the line with just 10 seconds to go, so very, very close on the times. But a 2-lap dash now for victory, and if Beecroft doesn't do anything silly, it pretty much should all be his.
Yeah, he's just got to keep it under control here with 2 laps to go. Isaac Smith, though, still the gap 1 second between first and second place. Here they come through the Dan Weldon corner, and Beecroft very neatly on the power, makes his way down the TKM straight in towards Kestrel, that quick left-hander. You can see how quickly the drivers carry a lot of speed through their deceptively quick corner as Beecroft out to the final corner goes. 1 lap to go for the number 72. Almost lights the flag as things stand at the moment. Started third. Fantastic start though from the number 72. Very quickly took the lead. He has pulled the gap up to 1.2 seconds here as they make their way down the Amitsu straight for the final time. That shot there really gives you an idea of the speed they carry down the straight. And Beecroft coming back towards us now. TKM straight, the chasing pack still there. Robinson, Leo Robinson, George Robinson and Bailey Wrigglesford, I should say. But the man of this race has been number 72, James Beecroft. Brilliant drive for him. He takes the checkered flag. Isaac Smith stays in contention. He finishes in second place, 1 second behind. Leo Robinson third, George Robinson from Bailey Wrigglesford. Lucas Blanford in sixth place. Hannah Lang goes over the line in seventh position. And the rest of the field just making their way around the final few corners now. Jonathan Railton, Jensen Pugh, and the 10th place finisher, Oliver Harris.
Great driving from these KZ, from the KZ drivers. Of course, Beecroft, who got that initial launch and just pulled away. It was a great start from Beecroft and a great victory. Just had to keep the laps in, just keep putting in the times. And Isaac Smith, a strong second place as well. Junior Rotax then, it's the second heat for these drivers. Over 62 drivers in this field. So we're going to have a very, very exciting B final and the A final. It's going to be Theo Hamilton who will start from the pole spot. Ben Morgan alongside. It's going to be Jack Robinson and Hayden Adams from Buenslade. Zoe Catet, Blake Southern and Harry Friel, who rounds out your fourth row of the grid. And it will go a bit further down into the top 10. Jack Beasley and Archie Buckingham from Carfeet Cometa. Jacob Aston from Joseph Berkery, Toby Wortley and Tom Reed, who moves up from the cadet categories from Stanley Williams in 16th. Let's move into the top 20. RJ Watson from Max Wheatley. Devin Taylor and Arthur Murphy from John Richardson and Noah Clare, should I say. Maximilian Braskoff from Samir Paul. He rounds out your 12th row of the grid. And then as we head down a bit further on, Alex Shepherd, who of course at the front end of the field, he'll be starting from 25th on the grid. And it was Christian Carroll from Sam Aston. Ryan Rapini in this race, starting a bit further down than where we would usually see him. Kevin Ivanov, Oscar Delenik, who's trying to bounce off what was a pretty rough first heat. Leah Basterfield, Lucky Yordanov, Tigran Grigorani, and Zane Perry rounding out your field of drivers. Plenty of drivers in this front end of the field, and Blake Southern, the one to watch out for, championship leader at the moment, with a pretty strong gap. Only 5 points separates Southern and Turner, so he's going to have to try and get a great result in this heat to match what Turner did. Of course, he took victory. Can Southern do the same? And it's a full start, and we'll go around once again in the fine style of these junior Rotaxes. As they still struggling going into turn one. Just shows how cold the track is. Needing to do all they can to get them tyres warmed up. Have a look a bit further down the field in the championship. Of course, third place goes to Connor Large at the moment, who is just 9 points off Zach Turner. And then just 10 points behind him is Luca Holmes-Ballock, who had a great second round. Adam Turek, who's been very consistent. He's in 5th at the moment. Charlie Wolfit, who has been up at the sharp end, but a few issues in some of the races. From Ryan Rapini, who's there in 7th. John Richardson, Alex Shepherd, and Jacob Aston ran at your top 10. And the points still very close after 2 rounds, even for the top 10. So still anyone's favour for the championship title. It's all about staying consistent and getting these good results. Can Theo Hamilton then, can he hold on to the pole spot after the first couple of laps? And how long can he hold on for it? Can he get it going? It's the second time they're going to go around once again. And it's the second full start of this heat. And the marshals and the race control will probably not be liking this at the moment. And they'll be trying to pick out who is ruining the start. Hopefully we can go in the third time of asking, as I think we want to get some racing underway.
Yeah, I think there's sometimes a little bit of gamesmanship here between the drivers and the officials with these full starts. Sometimes the drivers do like the opportunity for an extra lap just to get a bit more temperature into the tyres, and the pace already, well, even coming out of Derek's corner, very, very slow indeed. So it would appear that Theo Hamilton and Ben Morgan on the front row of the grid are very keen now to get this race underway. They bring the pace down very, very slowly indeed on this part of the track. Usually They don't really form up until they get down towards the next corner, down by Kestrel, but already the grid forming up nicely. And there we see little more than the jogging pace, you would say, here from the karts. Now it's very slowly making their way up to the grid. The driver on the inside there, the number 90, Theo Morgan, number 13 next to him there, Ben Morgan, Jack Robinson, Hayden Adams just behind. And they very slowly make their way down to Kim Bolton corner, the final corner of the lap, and we should see the drivers spring into action. Hopefully it's third time lucky here as we make their way out to the final corner. So Hamilton on the inside, he'll put the power down. Now here they come over the line. Kart in trouble in the midfield as they make their way through. But looks like the start is good, and down the inside. Oh, trouble there for number 13. Almost outbraked himself there. Ben Morgan keeps it on the track. Trouble in the midfield. Quite a few karts hitting trouble. And there was a kart that struggled for power on the start line as well. So a messy midfield there. But after all that, Theo Hamilton with a very good start.
Blake Summon now into second place then. He's going to try and chase down the leader nice and early. And a great start in third place as well. Try and have a look, see who that is. That might have been, I'll guess, Buell Winslade, who might be up there in the sharp end of the field as well. Ben Morgan's still there in fourth place as well. Lead change as someone goes to the inside and gets that move done. And Ben Morgan battles for third place. So one of the AJ Racing cars in there as well. The first and only female racing team to be created. So great to see that from the AJ Racing team. Fighting up at the front end of the field as they come through. Actually, I think that might be Archie Buckingham who's having the battle for the final spot on the podium, and a couple of drivers behind that as well. That's Hayden Adams and Jacob Aston. Jacob Aston's got a great start as well. He started down in 12th, up to 6th at the moment. As they all come through. Look at the gap so far. Southern taking full advantage of getting past Theo on the first lap. He's already brought the gap. And we'll see when he comes across the line what the gap is at the moment. As they all still trying to sneak their way through the final couple of corners. But at the front of the field, it's a 1.5 second gap between Southern and Hamilton. Yeah. Great start for Southern.
Blake Salmon with a brilliant start there. The number 100 getting the lead on the first lap and already putting the power down, making up 6 positions on that first lap after all the bit of a messy first corner with outbraking into the first corner. A few drivers hitting trouble. But Southern very quickly getting himself to the front, so the pole sitter Theo Hamilton still handily placed there in second place. The two front row drivers second and third respectively. We just saw Jacob Aston, who's made up a few places, up to fourth position. Car number 19 down the inside goes Ben Morgan very neatly into second place, covers the exits of the corner, and you'll see here as we go down towards Stowe, immediately blocking to defend that second position. Southern is gone and away at the moment. Oh, look down the inside there for number 19. Aston finds the opening and very neatly gets himself into third place there. So good racecraft from the number 19. A little bit further back, a few drivers on the move here. Archie Buchanan into the top 10. Archie Ray Watson, Samuel Aston making up 18 positions, up to 9th place right now. Max Braskoff as well, the number 75, also on the charge, just on the edge of the top 10. And John Richardson, who ran so well in the first heat race, where he started from the front of the grid, has made his way up to 12th position. As down the inside goes Jacob Aston, another neat move there from the 19.
Big contact from behind. That was so Cadet, and Archie Watson going straight over Cadet. Both drivers seemed okay, but I think Archie Ray stuck on more, as I think he was on top of her front bumper, which was pretty interesting. So yellow flags at the final corner. I don't think I'll bring into a slowdown board. I think it's just Watson down there. He is all okay, but the kart may be another question. And they'll come round the downward complex. They'll head down the straight, and they'll see in just a moment that the yellow flags will be out. The yellow flags are now clear. So great job from the marshalling crew to get that kart out of the way. Watson is out of the race, unfortunately. Zerkatet is still going, but I would assume has to come straight into the pit before she has no front bumper.
She's got a technical flag for number 67. The front bumper ripped off that kart, so she'll be out of the race. And there is another driver off the track in a separate incident. You may see the yellow flags just on your screen there, up at the Dan Weldon corner. Just going to see who that might be, but what that does mean, that trouble means that a few drivers have made up some serious ground here. We saw Jacob Aston, of course, up to second place already. John Richardson, who I mentioned a few moments ago, he's made up another few positions now to 6th place. and closely followed by Samuel Aston, who's made up 20 positions up to 7th. So that trouble there and the collision on the previous lap has really benefited some of those drivers starting further back in the field. There they go. We just saw Richardson 68, 21 Aston. Kahi Kamita making up 3 positions up to 8th place now, and Alex Shepherd on the edge of the top 10 as well. So certainly the drivers making the most of the heat where they have the higher grid positions, and seriously making up some positions through the field. Number 18 picking up a warning flag further down, and that's in the midfield, I believe. So yeah, Blake Southern though clear away, 4.7 seconds the gap at the front, which is quite a big gap by sprint karting standards. Jacob Aston holding on to that second place. There he is, number 19, and just about staying ahead here of Hayden Adams, keeping enough of a cushion. But look out here for John Richardson and Samuel Aston, who are making up some serious ground in this race.
Yeah, looking strong from Richardson and Aston, seeing what they can do in these final closing laps. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock, so they're still going to get a few laps left of this race. So I mean, by this point for most of these drivers, it's going to be just trying to settle into a nice rhythm, especially for someone here like Jacob Aston. Just get into a rhythm, get these some clean, consistent laps in, just trying to pull away. But big moment for Ben Morgan as he runs straight wide off the circuit onto the grass, and you saw how much condensation and how much water was getting kicked up from the rear of the car. It just shows how mitty the grass still is. And so that's something that the drivers have to watch out for if they do end up running a bit wide, because that will very much mess up their tyres and really ruin them for the next couple of laps. But actually Southern still at the front, still pulling away, and it's already, the gap has gone up a second from when you last spoke. 5.5 seconds now is the gap, which I say in sprint karting is a very nice situation to be in as they come round down road. And once again the battle for third. Hayden Adams is having a brilliant race at the moment, and this will be his first podium of the season if he can get this one done, as Archie Watson stands there a bit annoyed about. Great move from Richardson.
Yeah, John Richardson down the inside gets into 3rd position now. He's running very well today so far. There he is, and just coming through the corner now, number 68, John Richardson, who overtakes Hayden Adams. Samuel Aston not too far behind, making up those 22 positions, just getting past Theo Hamilton, the pole sitter, as they make their way through towards Derek's corner. There'll still be a couple more laps to go in this race. We'll see how quickly Blake Southern, the race leader, number 100, gets back towards us as the chasing pack make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. Number 100 though, Blake Southern, the race leader, comfortably ahead right now. The gap over 5 seconds as he makes his way down towards the final corner. Jacob Aston coming under some pressure from John Richardson, who has advanced very quickly through the field now, charging for that 3rd place. So 54 seconds on the clock. There'll be 2 more laps to go after this. Still time, as Richardson has a peak down the inside going in towards the Stowe corner. Opts against it. Sometimes it's better just to sit behind there, Charlie, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no point. If you know the gap's there, of course, go for it. But oh my word, John Richardson trying to go right outside. He's got the move done. Unbelievable from the number 60. How on earth has he got that move done? And that probably has to be the overtake of the day so far. Great stuff from John Richardson, who managed to sneak his way by on the outside line going into the bus stop.
Good racecraft there from Richardson. He saw that one coming because Jacob Aston was very defensive going into Derek's corner, so he just planted it to the outside. He knew that the right-hander was coming up after that one, so Richardson, a little bit of a disjointed nose cone there, but I don't think that's going to trouble the stewards so far. There's no technical flags there, so Richardson races on as they charge through the willows. Here's your race leader, who we've not really seen that much of in this race, Blake Southern, number 100. He's had the race all to himself as he makes his way down towards TKM, straight for the final time. Heading through Kestrel into Kimbolton. He leads by over 6 seconds on the previous lap. And out to the final corner he goes. 1 more lap to go for the number 100, who has got to the lead nice and early in this one, and he's had the luxury of being able to run his own race, use his own lines, and establish a gap at the front. The gap goes down slightly to 5.9 as Richardson still there in 2nd place, but Blake Southern leading the race quite comfortably, and from a racer's point of view, this is the perfect situation to be in.
Yeah, Southern had a really great end to the year and made a big decision. He left Jack Dex Racing, he joined the Dan Holland Racing crew. Didn't know much of what to expect, but so far championship leader, and he comes round the final corner, kicking off round 3 of the club championship. Fine start for him. He's going to finish up as victorious in the second heat. Just going to check the nose cone, make sure that's all clear. Looks pretty clear to me, so great victory for Blake Southern. And John Richardson into second place, and Jacob Aston rounding out your top three. Sam Aston, his brother, from all the way down in 27th, made it up to 4th. Great drive from Sam Aston. Hayden Hamilton, Peter Hamilton, Ben Morgan, Alex Shepherd up to 8th from 25th. Then there's Karthik Kometa, Jack Beasley, Stanley Williams, Ryan Rapini up to 12th. And it seems we lost a couple of drivers on that last lap as well, who had a few issues. Samir Paul, I see dropping way down the field. And I think as well Archie Buckingham, who didn't have the greatest of races. So only 28 drivers finished the race. Of course, we lost Samir Paul, Zoe Catet, Joseph Berkery, of course Archie Watson, and Oscar Dunalek, who we also lost in that race as well. Super unfortunate, as I say, a couple of drivers having a bit of mishaps on that last lap. But a great drive from Blake Southern at the front end of the field, kicking off 2026 in the right way. He's championship leader, and going into the third round, great points all once again.
Yeah, looking very good as he makes his way back towards the finals later on this afternoon. Exactly the result he would have wanted. We move on very shortly to the senior Rotax, who will be held in the waiting zone shortly while some of the carts are recovered. Let's have a look at how the seniors line up, though. Jason Duchitz from Jake Fisher on row 1, Callum Sims, Kieran Ives on row number 2, Angelica Kennard and Joshua Smith on row number 3, Daniel Kehov and James Perley on row number 4. Then it's Nathan Traverse from Victor Hansen, Hugh Moulton and Arminas Samara Ruskas on row number 6, Harvey Williams, Pearson Bullock Carter on row 7, Ross Tyler, Oliver Gibson on row number 8. Row number 9 is the number 42 of Ewan Charman from Albi Lapper, Bailey Waters and George Cole on row 10, Ethan Martin, Michael Morgan on row 11, Jacob Lee and Tom Pryor on row number 12. And looking a little bit further back in the senior Rotax lineup, I guess to see Lakar on row 13 from Jack Spencer, Mikey Walker and Emma Stoner on row number 14, Charlie Gromit and Eli Singh-Madden on row number 15, Harrison Crowther and Bailey Heath on row number 16, and 33 drivers, just like the Indy 500. Our Harry Lahua on cart number 177 is on row number 17. So a big entry of senior Rotax. One or two of the fancied names in this class starting further back in heat number 1. Don't forget, of course, in the heats, the drivers have a randomised grid, and the one starting further back in heat 1 will start further forward in heat 2 and vice versa. So certainly for the drivers at the front of the field here, Charlie, this is a very important race, and they really have got to try and make this advantage count.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be a defence masterclass from some of the drivers up at the front end of the field. Some great names a bit further down the field who have not seen for quite a while. Ewan Charman, known as Charmander, he's back in the kart, has his own coaching platform as well that he's been doing throughout the winter. But I mean, speaking to him a few months ago, he did have eyes going into the car racing scene, but obviously things just didn't fall together. So coming back to a car, we've got Harrison Crowther as well, who we've seen running up at the front end of the British Championships was with the Coles Racing squad. Be interested to see how Crowther gets on as well. So they'll start to slow it down. And I say Jason Dukis, the white helmet, black suit on your screens, he will start from pole position. It will be Jake Fisher alongside him. He's really got it slowed down. He's almost stopped on the circuit. And a great chance for the rest of the drivers to pile in. And I think maybe a few nose cone penalties already been given out to some of the drivers who weren't able to get it stopped. So he's really slowed this one down. And it might be Monday morning when we get this race underway. Joshua Smith on the third row of the grid, number one to watch out for. He's with the new Liam Aitken racing team. And, of course, some drivers, Pearson Bullock Carter, another one to watch out for. Plenty of action. Thomas Pryor in there as well. Will we get going then for the first time? Asking, yes we do, and a great start from the front row of the grid. Watch out as the leader heads into turn 1. Can get the breaker zone done right. Yes, he can. As the rest of the drivers come filing through. I think everyone made it through.
Oh, bar one. I think a driver at about the third row of the grid went off wide on the first corner, just on the edge of the group. That was looked like the number 74 that hit trouble. Was a little bit further back there. But everyone else seems to have got through okay. Jason Duchis, though, with a very slow start there. He really punched the field up. He was determined to try and break away at the last possible moment, and the tactics seems to have worked for him here as he got a decent lead at the front. Just one driver breaking away with him at the moment, which looks like the number 69 of Callum Sims. Over the line they go. So Duchess leads Sims into second place, and there's a bit of a gap then between them and the chasing pack. So Jason Duchess with a very slow start from the front row of the grid. He left his acceleration very late indeed. And yeah, well, certainly here, Charlie, looks like it's paid off for him so far.
Yeah, looking good so far. Of course, he's got Callum Sims behind him. Callum, who was very strong in the junior categories. Of course, we've seen him a lot in junior Rotax, up at the front end. Nearly won the championship, but got beaten by Blake Salvin. But he's obviously moved up into seniors, looking for a different story to tell. And Pearson Bullet Carter there in third place. Being closed down by Jamie Pirelli, who we haven't seen here for quite a while as well. He's with the Jack Motorsport squad as well, so PVC and Jamie Pirelli want to watch out for Sims to the inside. Can he get that one stopped? Look for the cutback move from Jason Dukis. That runs side by side. Brilliant stuff there. No contact made, which was superb. And Callum Sims back into the lead of the race. Can he hold on to this one for the next 6 minutes? That'll be another question to ask. But Joshua Smith there in the battle between the obviously the two Jack Motorsports drivers there in third and fourth. It's going to be interesting, this one. You don't want to battle too much because the rest of the pack will start to fly through. That's when you see some of your quick drivers, the more experienced drivers, trying to find their way through. Smith gets on the inside of Jamie Pirelli now. Victor Hansen's in there as well, Charles Gromit. So a real mix of different drivers in this field as they come round to finish another lap of the race. As they Callum Sims still leading the way. And Pearson Bullet Carter closing in for second place now.
Yeah, Pearson Bullet Carter, number 75 in third position, has had a good start to the race. 11 positions on the opening few laps. He's very quickly made his way up to third place and just sitting there in third, just looking to try and find an opening to get with the leader. Starting to put the early leader Duchess some pressure now as they make their way through towards Kimbolton Corner, the final corner of the track. Callum Sims still leading the way. Down the inside goes Pearson Bullet Carter. Saw half an opening there, went for it, and a very neat move into second place with number 75. Then look down the inside, there's Joshua Smith, and there he goes through Stowe. Oh, and look at that as well. The number 40, Jamie Pirelli, says thank you very much. He'll also nip through there as well. So a little bit of a change here in the top five, but it is still the number 69 of Callum Sims that leads the way through Derek's Corner. Pearson Bullet Carter, though, has started the race very quickly indeed. A little bit further down there, Ewan Charman, fastest lap of the race, 40.01. So the Rotax cart's running. Oh, small mistake there from Sims, gets a wheel on the grass, but doesn't seem to affect him too much. A bit further down there, Ewan Charman, fastest lap of the race in 12th position. And one or two other drivers starting to make their way through. George Cole in towards the top 10, Ewan Charman on the charge as well, and Harrison Crowther making up 15 positions up to the midfield right now into 15th place. But Callum Sims still leads the way. Bit of a defensive line there going into Derek's Corner, and that allows Pearson Bullet Carter to close up once again as they make their way up towards the Dan Weldon Corner. Double apex through here, and the number 75 keeping that pressure on in second place. Bullet Carter trying to line something up here, coming down towards the Kimbolton Corner. Can he find the opening down the inside? Yes, he can. Carrying a lot of speed into the final corner, and that part of the track seems to be very good for number 75. And he is now in the lead.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there. Look at Sims fighting this one back on the inside line, getting to them. Pearson Bullet Carter is going to go for the cutback again. Side by side, Josh Smith's now into the action as well. What can Josh Smith do? He's got to watch out. He's got Pirelli on his outside. Look, a great move for second place from Joshua Smith. Gets that one done. Callum Sims now. He's in the losing momentum. He doesn't want to lose too much out of this one. He wants to reset, refocus, get back onto the rear end of that number 15 car, see if he can find a way past. But look at what he's doing for Pearson Bullet Carter, starting to slowly pull away. He needs to put in a couple of good consistent laps now to really try and extend that lap. And we've seen obviously with these small margins they can just bring into bigger gaps once the battles keep on going, and Pirelli makes it on the inside for third place. But of course they've still got the driver behind. Jason Duke is still there, and Hugh Moulton in there as well. So interesting to see what goes on here in the next few minutes. But look at the front end. Pearson Bullet Carter, this is his opportunity, and he's taking it with both hands. Yeah,
he's putting in a very good couple of laps here to try and break away. Pearson Bullet Carter starting the race off very well, fighting for the lead now. He's there. And he's determined just to put a couple of quick laps in here. The scrap for second place just benefiting him slightly as well. If these drivers behind can continue to pull and fight for position, then that could really allow Bullock Carter to pull away. But Callum Sims just about staying ahead in second place, staying ahead of that group of drivers, and the gap only 0.4 of a second between the top two as they make their way through the willows down towards Derek's corner. And Bullock Carter continues to lead the way as they make their way through that bus stop style chicane here at Derek's corner into the Dan Weldon top of the circuit here. Callum Sims just falling back slightly from the race leader and coming under a bit of pressure now from number 15 Joshua Smith as Bullock Carter goes through. Let's see, coming into the final corner, Sims holds on to that second place. Final couple of minutes plus the one lap remaining here, and Pearson Bullock Carter, number 75, looking strong at the moment. Callum Sims keeping him honest in second place, just half a second down as they make their way through the willows. Still Joshua Smith, Hugh Moulton, Jamie Perrelly, Kieran Ives and Jason Duchess amongst the lead group of drivers. Ewan Charman fighting through into 8th place, Victor Hansen and Nathan Travers rounding out the top 10 as the leaders make their way through Derek's corner. Callum Sims just starting to pull away now from the 3rd place driver, trying to stay with Pearson Bullock Carter. We'll have a look in a moment when they cross the line as to what the gap is. We've got just over 1 minute remaining, so it'll be 2 more laps at the end of this one. Still a bit of time here for Callum Sims to do something in this race. We'll have a look at the gap as they go over the line, remaining around 0.4 of a second, so Callum Sims just closing up slightly. Crucially has pulled away now as Hugh Moulton, number 51, has very neatly made his way through the top 10 and now sits in 3rd place. But Callum Sims looks to me like he's closed up again on Pearson Bullock Carter. There will be 2 more laps to go at the end of this one, so still a bit of time here for the number 69 in 2nd place.
Yeah, this is going to be a close one. What can Callum Sims do? Can he try and chase down Pearson Bullock Carter? He's going to need a mistake or two from the driver in the lead of the race at the moment, but if there's an opportunity that opens up, he will be there to take it. But he's going to watch out for Victor Hansen to a spin, and look what it's done to the rest of the pack. They're trying to nip their way by, but this is at the front of the field. Hugh Moulton into 3rd, as I said, needs to try and chase down Callum Sims. If he can find a way by, that could help out Moulton's opportunities for the lead of the race. But Pearson is doing everything right so far. He's doing everything that he needs to do. And that what he can do is just keep putting in those laps, just staying consistent, and he'll come through the final couple of corners to then start the final lap of the race. Look at Moulton to 2nd place on the inside line and pushes Sims wide, and Sims drops back to what would be 5th or 6th at the moment. But the about 2nd now, raging on. Moulton's having to go defensive. Has got Pirelli, has got Smith there. Pirelli's going to go to 3rd, and he doesn't get that one done. Pirelli has dropped back down to 4th. Sims now back in the fight. He's going to try and have a look on the inside of Pirelli. Can't get that one done. It's helped out Hugh Moulton big time. He's managed to pull away. He's going to hold on to 2nd place. Battle for 3rd will still rage on. And Joshua Smith is there at the moment. Pirelli won't take this down without a fight. But at the front end of the field, Pearson Bullock Carter has done everything right in his final couple of laps. And round the final corner he comes to take victory in fight style. It was then Hugh Moulton who finished up in 2nd place and a drag race to 3rd, and it was Joshua Smith who took it by 7/100ths of a second from Jamie Pirelli in 4th. Then it was Callum Sims who ran at your top 5. Ewan Charman from 17th up the grid all the way up to 6th, and it was Kieran Ives and Harrison Crowther from all the way down behind the top 30. He got all the way up to 8th place. Then it was Jason Dukas and Albie Lapper who ran at your top 10 from George Cole and Mikey Walker, who finished up in 12th. Jake Fisher, Victor Hansen, Nathan Travers ran out your top 15. And the only drivers we lost in that one was Ross Tyler. Jacob Lee didn't start the race.
We're going to get underway with our penultimate race of the first block in association with TrueCut. It's the Rotax 177s about to go underway. They'll be followed by the senior X30s, but the 177s in the waiting area right now. I think there's just a stricken kart out on the circuit right now. They'll get that kart safely off the track into the infield very shortly. The marshals just towing the kart towards safety, and once the track is clear, we'll get the race underway. So the first block of heats coming to a close very shortly. Just 2 more races to go before we move on to our second block of heats, making our way through, starting with the Micromax, of course, a bit later on. But in the meantime, 177s are prepared and ready to go. We'll have a look at the lineups in a few moments' time. Quite a few fancy drivers in this race. Always a very competitive class as well here at Kimbolton on what's been quite a misty, murky day here. It was quite foggy this morning and still remains quite cloudy and quite cold here out on the circuit, but certainly cool temperatures presenting some great racing for us here as well. Let's have a look at the 177 lineup. Liam Ferguson from Mark Taylor, Scott Smith, Josh Bass, Matt Lear and Alex Jones, row 3. Colin Walker, Dan Wright on row number 4. Alan Sadler and Nick Wones on row 5. David German, Andy Chenery on row 6. Gary Bumford and Daniel Walker on row 7. Elliot Kennedy and Richard Ball on row number 8. Row number 9 is the 35 of Adriel Naguin and 116 of Scott Clee, Mark Cushley and Rob Church, row 10, Mark Gilly and Ben Hitch on row 11, Jake Davis and Steve Thompson on row number 12, and the remainder of the field made up of Louis Judd, John Davis and Johnny Kent in 27th position. So once again, a healthy entry of Rotax 177s, and with the randomised grids, we have got one or two drivers, the likes of Adriel Naguin and Scott Clee, a little bit further down the field. We'll look at to see how they get on in the first heat as they look to make some positions. But one of the fancied drivers there, Liam Ferguson, 165, who you'd put as one of the favourites in this class, is starting on pole position, and he will certainly be looking to try and make that advantage count. We've got the number 99 of Mark Taylor right alongside him, penultimate race of the block, the first Rotax 177 heat gets underway, power goes down, they charge down in towards the first corner. Ferguson guarding the inside line for as long as he can, very neatly makes his way through and holds on to the lead. They pile through in towards the Willows for the first time. Will they get through cleanly? Yes, indeed they do. It's a great start though from Liam Ferguson, who very dominantly took the lead on the first corner and holds on to the lead as he looks to try and make that one stick, but not too far behind. Is that Scott Smith, I believe, in second place? He started off very well indeed.
Yeah, Scott Smith's right on the tail now, Liam Ferguson. What a strong, aggressive lap from Scott Smith. What can he do, though, against the veteran, Liam Ferguson? Can he try and close one in as he head down and the cars are spinning a bit further back behind the field? We'll try and work out who that is as they head over to finish the first lap of the race. Josh Bash having a great drive so far. He's there in third place at the moment, trying to stay on the back of the top two. But opening laps of this race, Scott Smith seems to be quicker than Liam Ferguson. So we'll watch and see. Will he try and eye up a move to try and keep Liam in his eyes? Let's just wait and see as they come through. Dan Weldon once again heading down the back straight into Kestrel Corner. You've got to be nice and gentle around these couple of corners because you've got to keep the rear of the cart flowing with the front. You don't want to lose the rear end too much, as that will obviously force you out wide, make you lose the rear end of the cart. And you'll be sliding along, losing a lot of time. So it's all about saying nice and steady around those corners. A very smooth and flat track is Kimbolton, so you have to make sure you're nice and steady when you're going through the corners. Just being nice and steady with the brake, not trying to lock up the rear axle too much. And I say a very hard track to get right, but when you do get it right, it's a very nice lap. But Scott Smith at the moment doing everything he can, but at the moment, I mean, at first he was closing in, but it's starting to not match the veteran that is Liam Ferguson.
Yeah, Liam Ferguson settling in quite nicely here in the opening laps of the race. He set the fastest lap of the race last time round, 41.46. Josh Bass goes fastest though in third place, kart number 164, setting a 41.26. But the top three here all setting very competitive times here in the low 41s. The pace of the race very quick indeed at the start. The top three now just starting to break away, so we've got three very experienced drivers here at the front of the field, Liam Ferguson, Scott Smith and Josh Bass. And you may think here 5.5 minutes they would probably want to work together here, so whether they'll start scrapping for position I don't know, but it would certainly be well inclined for them just to try and pull away from that chasing pack. Nick Wones has made up 6 positions up to 4th place now, number 17. He's a little bit further back there. You see the number 17 just gives you an idea of the gap between the top three and the chasing field. Alex Jones into 5th, Mark Taylor, Matt Lear, Dan Wright, and Scott Clee has moved into 8th position now. He's gone past Matt Lear. So Scott Clee with what would be his poor grid position on this first heat. He'll start a bit higher up in heat number 2. Certainly trying to make the most of it. Liam Ferguson starting from pole position, so we'll expect to see him a little bit further down the field in heat number 2. And as we say, when the drivers have a good grid position in their heat, they really do need to make that advantage count. That was Liam Ferguson's ace card that he had to try and play at the start of this race. He really does need to win this race, just give himself a good bounding for the second heat later on, where he will doubtless have a bit more work to do charging through the field. But at the moment, just starting to pull away, 41.19, fastest lap of the race for 165. Liam Ferguson, a race leader, just starts to pull away from Scott Smith, and Josh Bass only by a tenth of a second. But it's that all-important half second that keeps him away from any outbraking manoeuvres from Scott Smith. Nick Won't hold on to that fourth place as Liam Ferguson makes his way back down the TKM straight, just again starting to pull away. We'll have a look at the gap when they come through. It was 0.6 of a second last time round, and here he comes round the final corner, very smooth from the 165, charging down the straight. Smith and Bass still charging in second and third, but the gap goes up to 40, goes to 0.7 of a second now, and Ferguson at the moment has the race under control.
There's another one to watch out for. I think it's Josh Bass closing in on Scott Smith here. I mean, looking at the times, they are completely identical fastest laps, but it seems to be Josh Bass a little bit more consistent than Scott Smith. So this could be one to watch out for. And you see Scott Smith trying to drop back a little bit, of course, from the lead amount at the moment. There he is on your screens, the 165. Who obviously took the championship last time out. A very strong driver in the 177 grid. Always great to see the 177. Massive grids for this year as well. A full grid of them as well, which is very, very nice for him. It's always great having a massive pack of drivers to battle against, especially with the strong performances and the amount of experience which covers this entire field. Let's have a look at Ungwada. Whereabouts on surface at the moment. Of course, he was one of the strong drivers at the front end of the field. He's currently in 13th. Hasn't had the start that we thought he would have had, and he's just trying to work his way through the pack. Well, Ben Hitch is one of the main movers, as well as Scott Clee. Scott Clee, who's in 6th at the moment, he started all the way down in 18th, and of course, just inside the top 10 now is Ben Hitch. He started from 22nd. But look here on your screens, look at Josh Bass, right on the tail now of Scott Smith. This could be a potential move for second place coming up, and he's got the time to do it. 2 minutes left to go, so at least I'd say about 4 or 5 laps left to go in this race. And Josh Bass, he's got plenty of time, so he's got to pick his points. But well, it's gonna be analysing here. Where is he quicker than Scott Smith? He'll use that to his full advantage, but he will not be wanting to do that as Josh Bass runs wide coming out of the Dan Weldon complex, and well, has lost just a little bit of ground, and of course got onto the grass. So that will spoil his tyres for a little bit, but hopefully he'll be able to close back in. But I think so. He's got this one at the lead at the moment, but the battle for second, if Scott Smith is careful, there could be a little bit of a change there.
Yeah, the race just starting to settle down momentarily as Liam Ferguson holds on to that lead. Scott Smith and Josh Bass recovering well from that mistake when he got a wheel on the grass coming out to the Dan Weldon corner. There's a tricky little pothole there just on the outside on that grass verge. It has been filled in a bit from the previous round, but it is quite undulating on the grass there where karts have got it wrong, so certainly not a mistake you'd want to make. But Bass seems to have recovered well here in third place. Now starting with Scott Smith back under pressure. Just over 1 minute remaining as Liam Ferguson is starting to close up on 1 or 2 of the back markers here as he makes his way through the willows. Not the best place to encounter a back marker, but he'll just keep his cool, look to pick them up, and he makes it. There he goes, down on the outside going in towards Derek's corner. Oh, as the back marker breaks himself there and goes in towards, that might be Johnny Kent possibly, or Gary Bumford a little bit further through the field, but they all get past the slow drivers okay. Ferguson has got another driver in front of him here who has seen the blue flags with that Ricardo Patrese style helmet there, the blue stripes. That's number 76, I think that's Johnny Kent, I believe, who again moves to one side, lets the leading group go through. Blue flags going up, so Ferguson leading now quite comfortably, 14 seconds on the clock. Next time round he'll get the last lap forward. Let's have a look at that gap. It's gone up to 0.9 of a second now as Liam Ferguson very neatly makes his way through. Further back, Scott Clee has moved into 6th position here, so the driver who Ferguson would perhaps one of his main rivals, making his way through the field here. And Adriel Maguire's on the move here, a driver who tends to go for a good overtake. The number 35 has started to make some inroads and now breaks into the top 10. So Liam Ferguson out of the final corner he goes, just adjusting the settings there as he makes his way down into the first corner for the final time, and Liam Ferguson leads by just over 1 second. Scott Smith seems to have maintained that gap now in second position. Josh Bass just falling back slightly. Nick Loans, Alex Jones, Scott Clee, Ben Hitch, Elliot Kennedy, Adriel Leguan up to 9th place from Dan Wright, Matt Lear a bit further back, Mark Taylor, David German, Daniel Walker and Steve Thompson moving up to 15th place, but Liam Ferguson looks set to take the first heat victory.
Oh, Ferguson hasn't put a foot wrong this entire race, and a very, very well-deserved victory. Just going to hold on for one more corner. Here he is, and the old veteran. He's had a great start to the season. It's going to be even better now for the 165. Takes victory in fine style from Scott Smith in second place. Josh Bass, who nearly had a chance and a look for second place, but made that little mistake. And I think after that, settled for his third spot. As Oscar Packman flying through, it was Nick Wones who finished up in 4th. From Alex Jones ran at your top 5. Scott Clee ended up in 6th. And Ben Hitch from 22nd on the grid up to 7th. Then it was Elliot Kennedy from Adriel Ungwar. Dan Wright ran at the top 10 from Matt Lear and Mark Taylor. Then it was David German, Daniel Walker, and Steve Thompson ran at the top 15. And the older driver finished the race, which is always great to see. And a great end to the 177 race, and of course going right to the wire. Nearly got close for second place, but this shows one mistake can cost you.
Here we go then for our final race of the first block of heats. Senior X30 is getting underway in just a few moments. Just to recap the running order for the next block, Micromax will be coming up next after the Junior Rotax Heat number 3. Hondas, Mini Inters, KZ UK, Senior Rotax. Our final Junior Rotax is a bit later on. And then the 177s and X30s rounding out the block. So Senior X30s taking to the track now for the first time today as our final opening heat gets underway. And this is how they'll line up. Peter Jurovic from Alex Wiley, Johan Kalichern from Tristan Powell, James Workman and Sean Abbott on row 3, Bailey Brooker and Jack Stewart on row number 4. Row number 5 is the number 84 of Josh Jones from Ilio D'Alessandro, Katie Ashman and Max Anderson row 6, William Amar, Jack Owen Drawbridge on row number 7, CJ Bennett and Alexander De Benedictis on row number 8. Row 9 is the number 93 of Reese Barber, Benjamin Cohn, Valentino Alessi and Bradley Heath rounding out the 20 driver field. So our final group getting underway onto the circuit now. The Senior X30s now onto their formation lap, making their way around, and Peter Jurovic, a driver who would be perhaps one of the fancied names in this heat, will certainly be looking to try and make that pole position count. Look out for the likes of Johan Kalichern in this one as well. Tristan Powell, James Workman a bit further back, and Alexander De Benedictis starting quite far down the field, cart number 46. Another driver to look out for here at Kimbolton. Yeah,
it's going to be an exciting one. Of course, Tristan Powell, who's back. He's going to be off racing the Civic Cup this year, but he's obviously going to try and see how much karting he can get in as well. Johan Kalichern moves over to the Senior X30 category, following a hard campaign in the TKM Extreme class. And of course, on your front row, Alex Wiley, who was, of course, Junior X30 champion. He is going to be another one to watch out for. Jurovic, who Jurovic always surprises us. Sometimes he also has a little bit of issue, but sometimes it's right on the pace. Are we going to go for the first time asking? No, we're not. And we're going to go around once again. And look at the old stream of carts trying to get through into that turn 1. To be honest, half the time, I don't know how they managed to keep it on all 4 wheels trying to get around that turn 1. With all them carts trying to get into one small bit of space, because especially when you do it on the circuit, it gets a lot tighter than what you think when you head down into turn 1. It's a very hard break zone to get right as well, so starts can always be important on this circuit. And I say Jurovic will be trying to make the best start he can, but of course gives himself another opportunity to get some heat into them tyres, and of course make sure that steering wheel is working. And they're going to come around the final couple of corners to get themselves going. Jack Stewart there as well. He's on the 4th row of the grid. Josh Jones, Katie Ashman, another one to watch out for. And another one, really, CJ Bennett. CJ Bennett was one of the quickest drivers in practice yesterday. CJ, who's had a really rough start to the year. It's been up the front end in sort of your British Championships, up at the European stage as well, up at the front end, but had loads and loads of issues. Also had a big accident in Marenburg A couple weeks to go. We're off and racing now and heading down into turn 1. What will Jurovic do? Can he get the breakers over sorted? You look over Johan Kelly-Churns had a bit of a spin, and I think maybe the only one who's had a bit of issues, William Omar, in there as well, who's been struggling to get going as well. And they all come through to finish the first sector. And Jurovic with a very strong lead so far. Stewart down into second place, and a driver off at the back of Shorts, and we'll try and work out who that is. It's one of the S8 racing cars. I can imagine the front bumper sticking off, but we'll try and get an update for you as they come round to finish the first lap of the race. But Jurovic up at the front end and about for second place, already heading on. CJ Bennett, who's having a look for second already.
Yeah, CJ Bennett with a fantastic start there, making up 12 positions on the first lap. Alexander De Benedictis also in there as well, the driver who looked very good at the previous round as well. So there is the technical flag a bit further down for James Workman, who I think was the driver that went off in the midfield at Derek's corner on the first lap. Lost the bumper there. You can see the marshal holding the remainder of the front end of the kart, so he will be I think he's got back on the track, but he is out of the race due to the technical infringement as they make their way down. So Peter Jurovic clear away at the front here, number 75, but some very quick drivers starting to make their way through nice and early here, and they'll be determined to try and get with the leader. CJ Bennett with a fantastic start now moves into second place. The Benedictis, Jacko and Drawbridge in there as well, kart number 72. Just starting to pull away now from Jack Stewart and Katie Ashburn right in there on the edge of the top 5 as well. Josh Jones, Max Anderson getting a good start, and Bradley Heath making up 11 positions up to 9th place now. So we did, of course, lose Johan Kalachurn on the first corner. The back end stepped out on him, and he wasn't able to save that one. So he's down in 14th place. Sean Abbott, Tristan Powell losing some positions as well on the first lap. But here we see the second place driver, number 9, CJ Bennett, making his way down towards Kimbolton Corner. The gap was 2.29 seconds last time round. Let's have a look when they go through. So Bennett sets the fastest lap of the race, 40.96. The pace of the race now really starting to pick up here. Jurovic holds on to the lead, but the gap 1.7 seconds. There we see De Benedictis in third place. Great start as well for the number 46, much like Bennett, really starting to make some inroads to the field in the early stages. Jacko and Drawbridge still there, 72, just ahead of the number 53 of Katie Ashburn. There you just saw Ashburn at the back of this little group of drivers. Jack Stewart and Josh Jones a little bit further behind here, but De Benedictis trying to keep up with CJ Bennett as they make their way down towards the final corner. Jacko and Drawbridge looks threatening, just like a little bit further behind. Just over 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Jurovic still holds on to the lead, but CJ Bennett is really starting to close up then in second place. They make their way through the willows, and Bennett charging after the leader here. There he goes down towards Derek's corner, and the number 9 here, CJ Bennett, really starting to try and make a fight of this one as they make their way towards the Dan Weldon corner. And there we see Alexander De Benedictis, number 46, still looking very threatening in third place. But CJ Bennett, here he is in second place, right up there with the leaders now as he makes his way down towards the final corner. Very aggressive under braking and really taking some more time out of Jurovic, the race leader. CJ Bennett looking very threatening here.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting stuff from CJ Bennett. What can he do as they head down into the first sector of the lap? CJ Bennett, who, as I said, had a rough 2026 season so far, suffered a massive crash at Marienburg a couple of weeks ago in slicks and the wet conditions. Ended up doing a full-on backflip over another kart, and great to see him back out. But he's for the MDL Motorsport team, of course, teammates with Tristan Powell. So it'll be interesting to see how them two come on in the heats and the final later on in today's action. But Jurovic now trying to get on the defensive line now, and he's going to need to, because on his inside comes CJ Bennett, and you'll see that in just a moment's time. And they've just made a move off camera shots. There is CJ Bennett, and staying side by side. Jurovic has stayed on the inside line and has made that move stick. Back into the lead of the race goes Jurovic, and CJ Bennett has got a lot up for his money. CJ Bennett is going to try and find another way through, but Jurovic is not letting this one go without a fight.
Yeah, Jurovic now starting to get a bit defensive here. This could allow De Benedictis and Jacko and Drawbridge into the fight here as well as they make their way down towards Kimbolton for the final time. The rest of the field go charging through. We'll look to pick up the drivers in just a few moments. So Peter Jurovic leading, but no, CJ Bennett taking the lead on the outside. Oh, very aggressive into the first corner, and look at that, Jurovic unable to cut through and retake the lead. So CJ Bennett getting his elbows out there, so to speak, and getting that kart into the inside of the apex, but this has allowed Alexander de Benedictis and Jack Owen Drawbridge into the mix as well. A bit further down, Elio Alessandro is under investigation, the 10th place driver, who's just ahead of Bradley Heath, who's made up 9 positions. But CJ Bennett, after that very strong start to the race, he took some catching with the race leader Jurovic, but he's now taken the lead. He's made it stick this time, and this could be a very crucial couple of laps for him here. He needs to try and pull away from the number 75 in third place, because De Benedictis in third position has made up 13 positions here, kart number 46, and he looks very threatening in that fight for second place. Katie Ashman, meanwhile, she's gone up to fourth position now, getting past Jack Owen Drawbridge, who you'll see just a little bit further behind there, that battle for fourth place. CJ Bennett, though, the race leader, just trying to break away. Jurovic holds on to second place. De Benedictis looking threatening in the fight for third. Here they come, down towards Kim Bolton once again. Bennett very neatly holding on to the lead. Let's have a look at the gap. It was 0.4 of a second, give or take, as they make their way over the line once again. And CJ Bennett charges through with the fastest lap of the race, 40.59 seconds. Jurovic pretty much matching the leader for pace meanwhile, and De Benedictis trying to find a way through in third as they make their way through the willows. Still charging Katie Ashburn and Jack Owen Drawbridge just a little bit further behind. But CJ Bennett, let's have a look at the clock here, just over 1.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, and he is looking very strong. Number 9, CJ Bennett, your race leader, recovering well from his crash a little earlier in the season. Certainly showing no ill effects here, as a little bit further back Jurovic holds on to that second place. And let's have a look, just over 1 minute plus the 1 lap remaining, so 2 laps to go at the end of this one, and CJ Bennett looking very strong so far.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the man in third place does here, Benedictis, who looked very strong at the end of the second round of the championship. I think something just sparked a light in him in that second round, and since then he's just been trying to consistently get those strong results. It's always that thing with a driver, when they get that first good result and they get that self-belief, that self-confidence that they can be at the front of the field, they do start to naturally become more consistent and become more throughout the season. But I say, CJ Bennett, great pace at the moment so far, and of course, the man who started all the way down in 14th, and he's put the laps in nice and early, got into the front end of the field, and since then has been extending that gap that just hasn't stopped growing. Second and a half at the moment, but I would assume would be a lot more at the end of this lap. Very interesting to see what's happened with Tristan Powell. He's now up to sixth place at the moment, but I say, what could have been for Tristan Powell if he didn't have the issues at the start of the race. But round the final corner will come CJ Bennett, start the final lap of the race, and he's just got to put in one consistent clean lap now, and he sets the fastest lap as well in that race as well, 40.45 at the moment, and he's lapping consistently about 100 below it, so 100 between 1/10 as well, so very, very good so far. And you come round to the Dan Weldon Complex for the final time of asking. The number 9, of course, number 9 meaning he secured 9th in the British Kart Championships, so we knew coming into this he'd be a front runner, but we did not know the gap that he was about to create. This is a great drive from CJ Bennett. Could this be victorious in the final soon later on? We'll find out soon, but a great way to start in the Senior X30 for CJ Bennett, who takes victory then from Peter Jurovic. It was Katie Ashman from 11th on the grid up to 3rd, and it was Jack Owen Drawbridge from 14th to 4th, Alexander Benedictis from 16th to 5th, Tristan Powell finished up in 6th from Josh Jones, Max Anderson, Jack Stewart and Elio D'Alessandro rounding out your top 10, Bradley Heath from 20th up to 8th, and a few issues a bit further down the field, drivers like Johan Cali-Churn, Alex Wiley, Jakes Workman and Bailey Brooker, all your retirees. So big issues on the first lap there, moved a few drivers around the field, and in that situation where all the drivers start to spread apart, and not much battling is going on, it's very hard to make up that lost ground. So it'll be interesting to see what Tristan Powell gets up to in this second heat, but a great start for CJ Bennett.
Yeah, CJ Bennett coming through the field very well indeed to take that senior X30 victory. We move back towards our Micromax. They were one of the first groups out earlier on this morning, and Micromax out now for their second and final heat. They will kick off the finals later on this afternoon, so this is a very important race coming up right now. Junior Rotax third heat of the day coming up after this one as well. So let's have a look at the Micromax second heat of the day. Caden Hanley from Zach Andrew, Kai Suri and Heath Smith on row 2, Teddy Shepherd and Elliot Hitch on row number 3, Arthur Rhodes and Oakley Howlett on row number 4, Benjamin Schliver and Freddie Baker on row 5, Buster Scott, Tommy Lovejoy on row number 6, Ronnie Allen and Jensen Darlow on row number 7, Jayan Prakash and Lenny Barton on row number 8. Further back on row number 9, we have the number 56 of Lani Eden from Felix Tandy, 127, Logan Edwards and Archie Gupta on row 10, Cooper Galloway, Daniel Debreu on row 11, Alfie Mulfit and Ethan Bainbridge on row number 12. And rounding out the field, I believe was supposed to have been Hugo Senna, who failed to start the first race, and I believe will not be taking the start on heat number 2. So a very important race here for the Micromax as they make their way out to the final corner to get their second heat underway. Crucially important for a good grid position in the final later on this afternoon. Over the line they go, and charging down into the first corner. Looks like the start is good. Here we go into the first corner. Micromax heat number 2 gets underway, and a good start there from Caden Hanley to guard that first corner and hold on to the lead as they go charging through the willows for the first time. Bit of trouble at the back of the field. You may see at the back of your screen there, but looks like everyone seems to have got away okay. And Caden Hanley very neatly makes his way through towards Derek's corner for the first time, pulling a small gap on the opening half lap as he makes his way to the Dan Weldon corner. Looks like Zach Andrew and Kai Suri may well have got away okay there. That's Andrew in third, and I think that may well be Suri into second position. No, 97 I think that will be actually. Let's have a look as they come out to the final corner though. Very close to the edge of the top 10. Teddy Shepherd, Elliot Hitch all in there. So the end of the first lap, Caden Hanley, and it is indeed Kai Suri in second place. Zach Andrew, Heath Smith, Jensen Darlow, one of the fancy drivers, making up 9 positions into 5th place. Lenny Barton, Felix Tandy, Tommy Lovejoy and Jayan Prakash all on the move as well. So some of the fancied names who are starting further back have also started off very well indeed.
Yeah, great start from the man who leads the way, Caden Hanley, who just manages to stay where he was. Very clean first lap. And of course, into second place was Kai Suri. Now Zach Andrew, as the battle still commenced, and Andrew throwing hands at Kai Suri, saying, "What are you doing?" As they come round the final couple of corners, as move a bit further on behind them start to happen. And look at Jensen Darlow finding his way through, and a great overtake. And I think that might have been on. Having a little look down. I think that might have been Heath Smith who made the move as Kai Suri tries to fight back for second place, but Zach Andrew is having none of it and is going to try and hold on to his spot as much as he can. Freddie Baker is about to start getting involved in this one as well. Looking to the inside was Freddie Baker for third place. He couldn't get that one done, but he will have to sit back and wait as the come round Dan Weldon's once again, and Baker just sitting there looking for second place now. He's obviously got past Kai Suri. Jensen Darlow's in there as well. Great move from Freddie Baker on the inside, but will Zach Andrew fight this one back? He's bumping bumpers. Oh, nearly into a spin through Zach Andrew, and still throwing hands at this time for Lenny Barton, who's trying to nip his way through as well. But great moves happening on the first couple of laps here. Darlow's trying to get by Lenny Barton, but Lenny Barton on the defensive line, and Kai Suri's had a rough couple of laps. He's starting to drop down the field. Yeah, Kai Suri losing some positions there in this gaggle of drivers behind the race leader. Freddie Baker now into second place. He's got a bit of the Dale Earnhardt about him here. He's picked up a warning flag, so didn't get the opportunity to check what was the outcome of his investigation. Heat number 1, he was some very aggressive defending of his position in heat number 1, which drew the attention of the stewards. So Baker still fighting back here and looking to try and put the leader under pressure. Caden Hanley with a good start and leads the way as he makes his way out to the final corner, but Baker looks threatening in second place.
Zach Andrew third, Lenny Barton, Jensen Darlow. So the likes of Barton and Darlow have both come through very well. There's a driver in trouble on Kestrel Corner. We'll see who that is in a few moments, whether they will be able to clear the cart before the leaders come around. I think they will. The marshals are on the scene right now. As down the inside goes Baker. Very late move there from the number 92. And Hanley is able to shut the door. But what this does is it backs the field up now, and this means that the likes of Lenny Barton, Jensen Darlow, Kai Suri, who I think may have gone back into third place actually, so Kai Suri now into the mix, as again you see Baker very aggressively making his way through in towards what's now a clear circuit. Down the final corner they go. Freddie Baker very quick on that final part of the lap and looking to go for the lead here, right on the rear bumper of the race leader, Caden Hanley. Is Baker going to do something here? No, he just follows into the inside line. But the opportunity presents itself for him here. Caden Hanley outbraked himself a bit there. This allows Freddie Baker in, and he's really trying to go for the pass it down the inside into Derek's corner. He's got the line and makes it stick, and the unfortunate Caden Hanley pushed out wide by the following train of drivers and goes down to about 5th position.
Oh, this is great racing in Micromatch. You're talking about the driver who broken now, and that was J.M. Prakash, who of course took victory in the first round of the championship, high up in the championship standings at the moment. And yeah, he's going to have some work to do in the final. But Barton goes down the inside of Baker, gets that move done. Andrew's going to have a try and have a look as well as they head down the start-finish straight once again. And a great battle going on. Lenny Barton, who started all the way down in 15th place, into the lead so far. And they're going nearly 2-3 wide as they head through the first couple of corners. Jensen Darlow, who's been nice and consistent and trying to find his way through. Barton still sticking to that defensive line. And we've seen this quite a lot actually from Barton. He's very good at defending his line, but Baker is not going to put this one down. At 6th place at the moment, but he's already got a gap now. Jensen Darlow's in there in 3rd, but the gap has increased. So just those couple of corners of battling has really thrown the pack around. And the top two have started to slowly pull away. Of course, Darlow's in there in 3rd, but this is the battle for 4th. Zach Andrew still has the rest of the pack behind him to try and hold on to what would be a 4th place. I think it might be the only best thing he can hold on to at the moment. But Lenny Barton trying to slowly pull away from Freddie Baker.
And a bit further back, you've just seen the back of the screen there. Look out for the 127 of Felix Tandy, one of the fancied names in the class, you would say, who started quite far back in heat number 2. He had the better grid position in heat 1. And now fighting for 5th place with the pole sitter, Caden Hanley. So a real good fight through the field for him as well. But Lenny Barton making up 15 positions to get into 1st place. He's got the hard-charging Freddie Baker, who's not giving up that lead lightly in 2nd place. The top two now starting to have a bit of a cushion between them and Jensen Darlow, who I don't think has given this one up yet. We'll have a look at the clock when they go through. 1:27 on the clock, so there still could be time here for Jensen Darlow, who's pulled just under half a second on the two leaders here. So 26, Jensen Darlow in 3rd position, is by no means out of contention for the win here. He's pulled away now from the number 17 of Kai Suri. And it looks like Felix Tandy just behind Suri, Ronnie Allen and Arthur Rhodes in there as well. Logan Edwards, another driver on the charge, a little bit further back, making up 10 positions to break into the top 10. Now sitting in 9th place from Heath Smith and Elliot Hitch. Meanwhile, the leaders making their way down towards Kim Bolton. Again, you see Baker with that early turn in, very aggressive into the Kestrel corner. Carries a lot of speed through that corner. That's quite a nice line there. Jensen Darlow still there, though, in 3rd place. Number 26, over the line they go. Let's have a look at the clock when they cross the line. I think it's just over 1 second covering the top 3 as they make their way through. But Freddie Baker again, quite aggressive on the inside line there. A bit of a different line from the number 92. And seems to have a very aggressive turn in towards the Kestrel corner. 20 seconds on the clock here. So next time round should be the last lap. And Lenny Barton, who has made up those 15 positions to get into the lead, looking to try and bring it home and get another heat win. Let's have a look at the number 92 into this corner once again. Into Kestrel corner again. Look at that though, Charlie. Very aggressively getting the back end of the cart kicked out there.
Yeah, it's all about pivoting the cart around, which obviously you try to lock up the rear axle, not too much so you go into a spin, but just so you can start to slide the rear of the cart around. And obviously you want to pick it up then with the power and bring it round. One last lap then of this race. And if Lenny Barton can just keep this lap clean, then he shouldn't have anything to worry about with Freddie Baker. But Freddie Baker just putting in that straight line speed as they head down into the bus stop section, very, very quick in a straight line. But can he hold it through the corners? I'd say otherwise, but Lenny Barton seems to be a lot quicker through the corners. So he's only got 2 corners left to go. Jensen Darlow is going to hold on to 3rd place, Tandy up to 4th. But can Baker do anything on this final corner? It's not going to be enough. And a great result for Lenny Barton. He'll come across the line now to take victory in fine fashion. A great start to the weekend for Lenny Barton. And Freddie Baker will round up in 2nd place. Jensen Darlow from Felix Tandy, who started all the way down in 18th up to 4th. Then it was Zach Andrew, Arthur Rhodes from Caelan Hanley and Logan Edwards. Ronnie Allen and Tommy Lovejoy up to your top 10. And in that race, of course, we had the retiree of Jay and Prakash, but we also lost Teddy Shepherd and Cooper Galloway in that as well. A great end to the Micromatch 2nd heat, and I think we've got plenty of drivers who are going to be in that lead battle when it comes to the final. Hopefully they'll be taking that right down to the wire. But coming up next is Junior Rotax. It's their 3rd heat of the day, and of course with the massive 62 driver lineup, it will be 4 heats, and of course you'll either race in, I think it's either 2 or 3 of the heats. So this will be the final opportunity for some of these drivers to clinch a good result. And of course, if you have any mishaps, you may see yourself in that B final.
Let's have a look at the Junior Rotax lineup then for this 3rd heat out of 4. It's Leo Basterfield from Adam Turacek on row number 1, Kevin Ivanoff and Ryan Rapini on row 2, George Fountain, Christian Kehoff on row 3, Zane Perry and Samir Paul on row number 4, Noah Clare and George Johnston on row 5, Oliver Barton, Arthur Murfitt on row number 6, Laurent McVeigh and Harry Search on row 7, Louis Marshall and Max Colbert making up row number 8. Row number 9 is the number 242 of Tom Reed from Joseph Berkery, Emily Johnson and Harry Holland on row 10, Jack Bowie and Archie Buchanan on row number 11, Edward Munns and Blake Southern on row number 12. And looking further down the field, it's Ewan House from Benjamin Lawn on row 13, Bo Winsley, Toby Farthing on row 14, Ben Morgan and Charlie Wolfett on row number 15, Tigran Gregorian and Eloise Sutton on row number 16, and that rounds out the 32 driver field. And certainly the likes of Charlie Wolfett, who was uncharacteristically in the B final last time out in February. Blake Southern, the heat winner earlier on today. They're both starting quite far down the field in this heat, so they'll have some work to do. Look out for Kevin Ivanoff, one of the former Honda drivers who seems to have acquitted himself very well into Rotax racing as well. He's got a good grid position here, number 265, 3rd on the grid, so he'll certainly be looking to try and make that advantage count here. So 1 or 2 of these drivers we're seeing for the first time today in this 3rd heat of the afternoon. And as we say before, the junior Rotax category, very competitive indeed, and the heats are vitally important to get a good grid position and progress into the A final. So here we go, charging over the line. They get underway. No, they don't. It's a bit of a messy start there, so we're going to go around once again. The drivers getting some heat into the tyres, and the start has been called off. Full start flag going out. One driver caught at the back there as well, number 137, Tigran Gregorian, hitting trouble on the sighting lap as well. So full start flag has gone out. Leo Basterfield, Adam Turacek leading the way from Kevin Ivanoff and Ryan Rapini. So all those drivers hoping to try and get a victory here. But a nice dynamic here, Charlie, because there's some top drivers at the front few rows of the grid here. And there's also quite a few fancied names starting well and truly near the back. Yeah, exactly. That's why we love these random grids. Of course, you know, when you have the qualifying format, it does try to get a little bit boring because obviously you're going to have the same people up at the front end. But this really, it plays some multiple effects because it also means we're going to see who's the great driver overall, who's got that pace, who's got that racecraft to not only just hold themselves at the front when they're at the front, but when they have to start at the back, work their way through the pack. How is this race going to go then? Will it go for the second time asking what happened to Ryan Rapini starting to burn on the grid? Nice down, away we go then. Down into turn 1. Ryan Rapini on the outside line, but the Kidex lead the way as Adam Turek takes the lead of the race, and a couple of drivers try to nip their way through.
And I think they've all managed to keep somewhat going. There's a couple of drivers having a little spin in the middle of the pack. Kevin Evan's got to have some issues. A couple of drivers cutting the grass as well. But up at the front end of the field, Adam Turex had a great start to the race, and his teammate Ryan Rapini is just behind for the Kidex UK squad. Looks like one of the zip carts now into third place as well. And I think that might be George Fountain, who's had a great start to the race as well. And into fourth place as well goes one of the Guy Cunnington racing cars. Great to see Guy Cunnington back with his race team as well. And they all head through to finish the third lap of the race. And Ryan Rapini is going to start to try and put the laps in now to try and chase down his teammate Adam Turek. But remember, Adam Turek, I think it was the first round of the championship, he had that heat win where he just got into the lead at the start of the race and just pulled away from there. So when he has that lead advantage, we know that Adam Turek is very quick, but can he hold off George Fountain and Ryan Rapini?
Yeah, we'll see how they get on as Turek tries to pull away the gap. 1.5 seconds. One drive to look out for in these early stages is the number 6 of Charlie Wolfett, one of the favourites in the category, you would say, who's had his higher grid position in this one. There he is, number 6. He went through to the B final, you may remember, last time out in February, but he's had a good start here. He needs to make this heat count, as he will have a better grid position in the final heat for him later on, as they make their way down through the willows for the second time. Wolfett now clear into 5th place, making up 25 positions on the opening 2 laps. A brilliant start for the number 6, so Turek leads the way. Rapini second, Fountain still third, Basterfield from Wolfett. Arthur Murfitt's made up a few places as well. Harry Holland, Laurie McVeigh, Max Colbert, Tom Reed, Joseph Berkery on the charge, and Toby Farthing making up 11 positions as well. Blake Southern, who ran very well in heat number 1 for him. He's currently in the midfield. He's made up 9 positions up to 15th, so not such a good start for the number 100. He still has a bit of work to do. Technical flag going out for the number 137. I don't know if it's going to get picked up on the cameras, but somebody's got a damaged silencer, very, very loud indeed. So he will be out of the race. I think whether the silencers come loose or detached from the cart completely, but that will be out of the race there for the 137 Tigran Grigorian, who's had a pretty difficult race towards the back of the field. Samir Paul out of the race early as well. We've seen Bo Winslade, Harry Search dropping quite a few positions as well. Leaders, meanwhile, making their way back down towards the Kimbolton corner once again. And it is still Turek that leads the way. Rapini still second. Oh, down the inside there. Neat little move. Down the inside. I think it may have been Laurie McVeigh going for the pass on the number 18 of Arthur Murfitt, as Tom Reed, Max Colbert and Toby Farthing all go charging through. But Turek leading the way. Rapini still second. Fountain, Charlie Wolfett fastest lap of the race, 41.59. As they all go charging through in towards Derek's corner. Turek then leading the way. Rapini still keeping that pressure on, but just on the edge of this top 5 battle, there is a wave yellow. Somebody seems to have gone off onto the infield at Derek's corner. But the race settling down quite nicely here, Charlie. Yeah,
it's going to be... for the next few laps might just be a bit of time for the drivers just to get themselves settled in, get into a rhythm. But I mean, we say that, there's probably going to be an overtake coming in around the next 10 seconds. And might be from Max Colbert, actually. He's got a nice run on Tom Reed. Tom Reed's going to have a look to the inside as well. No, he's going to sit back, wait for an opportunity. These two are chasing down the Project 1 driver of Laurie McVeigh, the number 33. You'll see on your screen. So he is at the front of these two drivers. They're all trying to chase down George Fountain, who's up at the front end as well. This is for the battle for 4th place on your screens. And a bit further down, of course, Arthur Murfitt's in there. He's got past Toby Farthing and Ewan House in that last couple of laps. So battles throughout the field then. And let's have a little look then. Who's made their way through the pack? Toby Farthing's up 17 spots to 11th. Harry Holland up 14 spots to 6th. And Charlie Wolfett up 27 to 3rd. Where on earth did that happen?
Yeah,
Charlie
he's come through very well indeed, the number 6. He's got through very early in this race. And just starting now, actually, to close up on the 2 leading drivers. They're making their way here. There you can see Wolfett at the back of the screen. And there is your race leader, Alan Turek, who has pretty much led the entire race. Rapini trying to find a way through. But there is Wolfett, who now has gone up with the lead as he got into the top 5 very early indeed. And now starting to make some inroads onto leaders here as Rapini goes down the inside. Classic out braking manoeuvre into Stoke corner. And he makes it pay off It's very easy to go for the overtake there into the first corner, but can be difficult to make it stick as they flow through into the willows. There is on the infield the unfortunate Kevin Ivanov's kart being towed away. He'd been hoping for better things in this first heat, as Wolfit now into second place, and he is really threatening now. Had a difficult round last time in February, but he is certainly looking to make amends here at the third round of the championship as Rapini, the new race leader, makes his way down in towards Kim Bolton corner. 2.5 minutes to go. Charlie Wolfit making up, we're now 28 positions into second place. And down the inside it goes. And a brilliant move there. Let's see if he can hold on as, Turek down the inside into second place. So Charlie Wolfit now, 29 positions, takes his way in towards the front of the field as Turek goes down the inside of Rapini. And what a drive here from Charlie Wolfit. As we were saying, of course, had that difficult round here in February, had to go into the B final and couldn't really make any inroads in the A final and the final race of the day back in February. So Wolfit in a no-nonsense mood here. This is his bad grid position here. He's had to really make up some positions, and this will be a good start for him for the rest of his afternoon.
Yeah, brilliant work from Charlie Wolfit, and it worked out for him as well, because the two Kidex racing carts here, they decided to battle each other and didn't work together here, and that obviously lost him out big time. Wolfit got by and just kept putting just got his foot down and got out of there early for the number 6 kart. But the question is, can Rapini close this gap in? Of course, we know the pace is quick, but Charlie Wolfit, fastest lap of the race as well, 41.44 from Mr. Wolfit. Comparing that to Rapini, Rapini's best lap 41.6, so 0.2 of a second faster. So there could be a bit of a question between Rapini and Wolfit. It will have to be a few mistakes from Wolfit, but at the moment, looking clean so far. Warning flag out for number 100. That's Blake Salvin trying to nip his way through. He's actually lost place in that last lap as well. He's up 11 spots from 24th on the grid. And Benjamin Law's had a great race. He's up from 26 inside the top 10 now. And a couple of drivers, Ewan House up 14 spots to 11th. Of course, Farvin in there as well. He's in 12th, up 16 spots. So, I should say, these random grids really make for some great racing. Plenty of drivers who have to work their way through the field. And of course, you've got to do it to get that good final spot. But of course, these drivers have more than a final spot on the line. They have a B final spot on the line. So the last thing you want to do is be inside that B final, potentially lose out on even making it to the A final, where the proper results are made. You get the trophies and you get the double points as well. So it should be very interesting for any of the championship protagonists at the moment. Which, as I said, the championship is so tight together. Anyone inside the top 10 has a good chance at the moment. But it's going to be these next few rounds that really play effect, who will be able to pull away from each other. One lap to go then in the Junior Rotax Heat 3. And yet again, it's coming down to the wire. Can Wolfit hold off from Ryan Rapini? Now, if I was Rapini, would I really think about making this move? If the opportunity came, I would take it, but for second place, it's not worth it. But I think he's just throwing a hands to Wolfit, actually saying, come on, let's just get these results in the bag. Great result for Adam Turek if he can hold on to this one. Third place would be a great point source for him as well. But round the final couple of corners now, one last set to go. And Wolfit has done everything right. He's drove through the pack, and he's got one last corner to go. Can he hold off? He's gone defensive, and Rapini's going to get the run, but I think Wolfit has done enough. He's going to take victory from 29th on the grid. A great drive from Wolfit. Alas, the first challenge, and he's completed it. From Ryan Rapini in second place, and Adam Turek, who ran out your top 3. It was George Fountain from Leo Battersfield, shall I say. Tom Reed from 17th up to 6th. Then it was Laurie McVie and Harry Holland from 20th spot to 8th. Max Colbert and Ewan House from 25th up to your size in top 10. Blake Southern from Benjamin Lawn, from Toby Farvin and Arthur Murphy. Joseph Burke, who ran at your top 15. And in the race, we only lost, of course, Tigran Grigorian, who had the exhaust issue. And of course Kevin Ivanov, who had a few issues, and of course Samir Paul, who we lost out, didn't actually start the race. So a great result from Charlie Wolfit, who needed to bounce back after starting so far down the field. course, that is what the effect of these random grids do, but you just need to obviously get the overtakes done nice and early, and try and make sure everyone stays in the pack. That's always the another one thing as well. If all the drivers start to separate after the first few laps, it can become a lot harder than you think to try and get through the packs. Obviously, you try to spend laps trying to close in on them, but Honda Cadets coming back up then for the second heat, and Phoebe Shelton will start from pole. Jinx Murphy from George Pickett, from Marcus Cooper, Harry Grant, Mason Becker, Keen Delaney and Harrison Maxwell around like the first 4 rows of the grid. Going to be interested to see what Cooper can do from 4th. Keen Doherty and Alistair Saunders, who will start all the way down in 10th. From Lickers York, Alfie Stokes, Dick Furlow, Dominic Kelly and Mason Day rounds out your field of drivers. Of course, Alistair Saunders, who was up at the front end of the field in the first heat. Can he do the same thing in the second heat? It'll be something to watch out for in the laps to come. But a great list of drivers, plenty of action coming up. 8 minutes then for these heat races, so drivers have plenty of time to get battling through the field, and I'd be interested to see what Phoebe Shelton here. Of course, she took a podium at the start of the season, so she's off to a great start, but obviously just needs to keep her head down and keep putting in these consistent results. Of course, she has George Pickett, number 72, behind. James Murphy is alongside. They're going to get going for the first time asking. Yes, they do. Down into turn 1. And let's see how they will come out of turn 1. Can they all keep it 4 wheels on the circuit? And I think just about, with James Murphy nearly knocking into the barrier. Manages to keep it on the circuit in second place. A couple of drivers have to nip over the first couple of corners, but I think Mason Becker's a big loss there. But look at the move. James Murphy, a big dive bomb, and gets down the inside, and Keen Delaney's trying to fight it round the outside against Harrison Maxwell. Gets that move done into 3rd place. Phoebe Shelton's there into 2nd place. So a great start to hold on to 2nd. James Murphy, who's really had to throw it a late one in there to get by Phoebe Shelton. And it's going to be about what Phoebe Shelton can do from here. Can she start to close in now? It's all about staying in the slipstream effect, staying in the tow. So you head down the long straights. And Delaney's having to go for 2nd place here. And can he get that one done? Nope. Shelton holds it round the outside. Maxwell looking for 3rd place now on the cutback. Gets that one done. Great move. And Harry Grant, who's there in 5th place, he's having a look for 4th. But look at Shelton on the inside. Great move from Shelton, who manages to nick it back to the inside. And James Murphy has got to try and evaluate the situation here. Should he try and fight this one back, or just stick behind and try and work with Phoebe to try and pull away from the rest of the pack? It'll be hard to do because Maxwell is right on the rear end here. This is a great fight at the front end here. And Alistair Saunders, look on the green cart here, and look on the inside of Harry Grant. Harry Grant getting pushed wide, and Marcus Cooper nips by, and Mason Becker having a go as well as they head into turn 1. You just see that at the back of your screens there. Look at this, the whole pack all together. Great to see in this second heat for on the 200s. And Phoebe Shelton still on that defensive line, moves over. She thinks she's got it covered, and yes, she has. Great defensive drive from Phoebe Shelton. She'll have a little look behind her when she gets to the straight. She'll know what the situation is, and she'll know and see the big long train of carts. James Murphy had a little look, trying to get on the inside. But great little sticker kit actually from Alistair Saunders. They all move for 3rd lead. That's a great move from James Murphy. Gets on the inside, and the fired up Phoebe Shelton coming back on the inside into turn 1. And look who she's bringing with her. Harrison Maxwell's going to go on the inside as well. Get the one done. And Delaney's going to go as well. So they come through. Marcus Cooper now in the battle with Delaney. As they are all run wide, and all Becker's going to have to go to the grass. Becker's really not having a look in this race so far. Just the wrong place, wrong time. But as I said, great little sticker kit from Alistair Saunders, that green cart. It looks like the Rexy that if you might see in the endurance racing, the T-Rex looking Porsche 911 GT3, which is a great little car. And great to see he's put the sticker kit on the car as well, which is always good to see. But the battle at the front, still, Phoebe Shelton leading the way. Great racecraft from the driver who is looked after by Riley Price. Riley Price coaching program. The driver who specialises a lot in the sort of Honda Cadet driver range. And I say, Riley does a great job at teaching the fundamentals to these guys, as Maxwell had a look to second place, but couldn't get that one done. And about for third, still raging on Murphy, just nipping his way by. And Marcus Cooper in there in fourth place. And, well, funny enough, Mason Becker has the fast lap of the race. Although being far down the field, the pace is there for Mason Becker. He's just got to try and pick off these karts one by one. But less than 4 minutes left to go. And a big challenge up against him. He's on the back of his pack. And, oh, I got very close to the front end. You saw that between Phoebe Shelton and Harrison Maxwell, and nearly went into tears for both drivers, but they managed to keep it going. And Murphy making contact with Mason Becker. You just saw that a bit further behind, and Becker is having an awful race at the moment. Just wrong place, wrong time yet again. And Murphy's dropped back off the field now, so there's only going to be 6 cars in this straight. Look at Marcus Cooper for second place. Superb move from Marcus Cooper for the Project 1 racing team, and he sneaked his way by. Phoebe Shelton now will have to worry about the 56 now instead of the 88. As they head down the start-finish straight once again. And look at Cooper, already to the inside. Can he get this one done? Yes, he can. Marcus Cooper to the inside takes the lead in the second heat of the Honda 200s. And look at what's happened to Phoebe Shelton. A lost momentum. And for what was lost, 1, now 4. And she's dropped all the way down to 5th place. And Saunders up into 2nd place. Great stuff from Alistair Saunders. Of course, Saunders started all the way down in 10th place. Now up into 2nd place. So great stuff. And of course, Keen Delaney now just on the back of the top 3 here. But it's going to have a look to 3rd place on the inside of Harrison Maxwell. Maxwell's going to try and fight around the outside. They'll stay side by side now. And that's a great a bit about the last corner. So many overtakes you can do around there. You can try and hold around the outside. You can do your cutback manoeuvres as well. So a very interesting corner to get right. Great overtaking opportunity. As well with the rest of the circuit. Plenty of overtaking opportunities around the Bolton circuit. Makes for great racing. And so Marcus Cooper very loose on the rear end there. He's trying to fight the car to try and keep it from not going in a spin. But I say with these cold conditions, you can see him really throwing the car in, trying to fight against the understeer. As they come through the last corner. And Marcus Cooper still leads the way then from Alice Saunders, 2nd place, Keen Delaney rounding out to top 3. Maxwell's dropped down to 4th place. And the timer will keep ticking down. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock as Saunders makes a mistake, runs a little bit too wide, but that still has kept him in the slipstream of Marcus Cooper. And look at the straight line speed that Saunders has. Managed to really close up to Cooper then, and that's something he's going to take into consideration when he goes into the next few laps. But he has got the straight line speed, so he can make those dive bomb passes if he just sticks behind. But this is interesting actually. What will Saunders do? Will he battle, or will he just work with Cooper for the next couple of laps? It'll be interesting to see. I think he's going to try and work with Cooper. Of course, not teammates, but you never really need to be teammates to work through something like that. As long as you both know what the plan is, you can both work together. And I think that might be the plan. And of course, in these Honda Cadet races where momentum is ever so important, trying to get that little edge on your opponent is always key. And Delaney's just breaking away now from 4th and 5th place, so could be slowly starting to close in now on the top 2. These top 2 have to be careful. They don't want to battle each other, but they don't want to slow each other down at the same time. So, Harrison Maxwell there in 4th place on your screens. Maxwell, who we've seen progress over the year so far. Of course, drivers such as Phoebe Shelton, who started off strong at the start of the year. Maxwell, who was up there in the middle of the pack, now up at the sharp end of the field. This is a great drive so far this month for Harrison Maxwell. 1 lap to go in the race then. And look at Cooper, straight to that defensive line, and look what it's done to the rest of the pack. Delaney's there now, and look out, because Maxwell will slowly closing as well. Cooper really needs to have a long think about this one. Can he hold off? As Saunders, who's going to try and look to the outside, but look at what he's done to Delaney. Delaney's just waited for the opportunity, and he's took it with both hands, side-by-side action, and that's all helped out Marcus Cooper, who's now pulled away and has got that winning margin. Can he hold off for 2 more corners? Saunders has gone defensive, and that's all going to help out. Round the final corner now comes Marcus Cooper, and a great victory it will be in the second heat for Honda 200s. Kept it calm and cool, and he takes victory, and he celebrates in fine style. Keen Delaney, who took it from Saunders at the end into second place, and Mason Becker, despite all the troubles at the start, manages to stay and get onto the podium. Nice third place to end his race. As for Saunders from Phoebe Shelton, who ran at your top 5, Harrison Maxwell and James Worthit, Harry Grant from Nicholas York, and George Pickett, who ran at your top 10. All the drivers finished the race, which is always great to see, and a great end to the Honda 200s race. And some of our youngest drivers who will be seen today. Of course, you can start Honda 200s when you're just 8 years old, which is very, very impressive. As the final driver comes across the line, and that will be Jacob Furlow. The next race coming up then is Mini Inters, and a strong grid yet again of drivers. Plenty of action in the first heat and plenty more to come in the second heat. So we've got plenty to watch out for. Of course, some drivers who stuck out was Otis Cleary, who'll be starting from third in this one. Cass McAllister, another driver who fought through the field, he'll be starting from pole. Jack Brown, Eddie Duncan there in fourth. From Gentile, Leander Hewitt, Ethan Lloyd and Hayden Wardle rounds out your first 4 rows of the grid. Then it's going to be Flynn Grantham from Adam Causa, Elliot Bork from Byron Webb, from Jake Hansford and Hugo Torpy, Roger Cookenelf and Lewis Herberson rounds out your 8th row of the grid. Moving a bit further down the field, it's going to be William Davison from Finley Beals, Jess Kirby and Ellie Mae Bumford from William Moore and Santiago Simone. Will Eden, who was another strong driver in the first race, from Edison Burrows, who starts from 24th on the grid. And we're going to see Dian Singh Pahau, who, of course, was very, very quick in the first race, from Rio Petunio, Archie Humphreys and Preston Howard, and Freya Lilly will start on the final spot of the grid, the 15th row. 29 karts in this field. And, of course, Micromax British champion Dian Singh Pahau will be one to watch out for from the back of the grid. He's got a lot of work to do. Can he close it in? Well, we'll find out in about 8 minutes' time. Round the final corner then, Otis Cleary, who drove from the back of the field to the front. Can he do it again? But he's already at the front of the field. Can he stay at the front? They're going to go around once again, and it's a full start flag for these drivers. So obviously the officials not happy with the way they were lined up. Of course, you'll see the next time they come round these white tram lines that they have to stay in. And of course, depending on what side you're on, you have to stay in your tram line. And if you pull out before the green flag goes off, or before you've crossed the start-finish line, then you may see yourself receiving a penalty. Of course, drivers tend to do it to try and make some overtakes nice and early. But, as I say, you don't want to be moving out them tram lines, otherwise you could see yourself getting penalties. So the driver's going to start to slow down now, have a second go at it, see if they can get themselves going for the second time of asking today for the second heat in the Mini Inters. So they'll come round the final corner in just a moment, getting it nice and slowed down, and they will start to accelerate as they exit. And let's see if we can go in for the second time asking. Is it lights out? Yes, it is! Down into turn 1. And watch out for the first row of the grid, and look for Otis Cleary straight to the inside line. Gets that move done as the driver spun, and big contact in the middle of the pack. And I do hope all those drivers were okay. That was a big on contact. And looks like one of the drivers who spun in the middle of the pack, and then the rest of the drivers had nowhere to go and piled straight in. The slowdown boards are out, which is obviously your safety car procedure. And I think all the drivers are just getting out and big issues at the front of at the middle of the pack, but at the front, a great start for Otis Cleary, who starts in the heads into the lead of the race. Second place for Casper McAllister, and we'll look at the rest of the pack as they come through the first lap. Well, to come through to end the first lap of the race. It looks like Jensen Sale there in third place. The man who's switched chassis, it seems like, for this race. And of course, Eddie Duncan in fourth. Jack Brown rounds out your top five. A great start from Santiago Simone, up 15 spots to 7th. And of course, Finley Beals from 18th up to 8th. William Moore from 21st to 11th. And of course, Will Eden, a great start. He's trying to fight his way through. And let's see some drivers who we sort of lost on that first lap. Looks like issues for Jake Hansford, Archie Humphreys, who have both entered the pits. Flynn Grantham, Byron Red, Ethan Lloyd, who was down there as well. And Hayden Ward, who I think was the main person involved in that one. He's dropped all the way down. Rudra Kokanoff as well. So they'll be all trying to work their way back through. Dean Singh Pahal's up to 17th already. So he'll be wanting to make more ground up. And Preston Howard up to 16th. He went up 12 spots. Freya Lely from the last spot of the grid up to 14th. So Freya's had a great race so far, one of our female drivers. And of course, with it being International Women's Day, celebrating all the women in motorsport, doing all sorts from driving to mechanicking to scrutineering, all the way down to the marshalling crew as well. So anyone has a great opportunity in this race. Let's see if we can get going for the restart. I think we might be going around again. Never mind. Green flag racing. We're off and again. And away, and we're racing. Look at Otis Cleary now. He's gone straight to the outside line. He thinks he's got the gap, and he has. Great start from Otis Cleary. That's helped him out massively through the first sector. Now, he now starts to pull away from the drivers in second place. Casper McAllister, who is just trying to sneak off and move maybe for third place between Eddie Duncan and Jensen Sale. Eddie Duncan's made his way through and past Jensen Sale then. Jensen, who drops down to fourth place then. But Otis Cleary at the moment pulls away. Great start to the race for great restart, should I say, from the number 22. And they head around the final corner, drive for the Dan Holland Racing team. Dan Holland, who have basically taken over the Rotax series and of course taken on some of the most strongest drivers in the field. Dean Simperham, who took over Emerson McCann seat, the driver who was mini Inter British champion. And of course he then moved up to the junior Rotax category. The number 26 under investigation then. We'll try and see who that is a bit further down the field. Let's see, number 26, that is Flynn Grantham, who has been a bit naughty on the restart, and looks like the officials have caught him, and they'll be keeping an eye out on him for the rest of the race. But the battle for second place is about to get interesting, because Eddie Duncan is right on the tail now of Casper McAllister, and they'll see themselves down the start-finish rate. And look at this, McAllister right on the defensive now, trying to cover up from Eddie Duncan, but Eddie's got the straight line speed and the power out the corner. Side-by-side action is going to help out Jensen Sale there in fourth place, and Lewis Herberson, who's going to be there trying to close in as well in the back of the shot. But McAllister strong on those brakes, really trying to slow the car down. But Eddie Duncan, who's still there in third place, just trying to hold off from Jensen Sale, but try and find a way through on McAllister. Probably one of the hardest spots to be in when you're trying to battle and defend. But all needs McAllister to make a mistake, and Duncan straight to the inside. Gets by on second place, and look at Sale making the most of it as well. He's going to have the straight line speed and momentum down into turn one. McAllister's going to go to the outside line. Jensen Sale could look to the inside line, but gets blocked off by McAllister. Great defence work from McAllister. And number 57, who gets a warning flag. That was Eddie Duncan. So Eddie being told just to be mindful of what he's doing out on the circuit. But all helping out Otis Cleary here. Still leading the way. A great margin so far, over 2 seconds already. And he's already got 2.5 minutes left to go as well. And of course, Freya Lilly still there in 12th, moving up 17 spots. And I say, GNC Powell is another one to watch out for. He's made up 15 spots now. He's inside the top 10. So slowly making some ground, but The only issue is when you get to the top 10, it's trying to make their way through because no one is bunched together at the moment. There's always a little pack between each driver. So a little gap between each driver. So we'll try and close it in on the pace and then make that move. But this is a great battle going on for second place. And I don't think Casper McAllister's done just yet. I mean, yellow flags are out down at Dan Rowland. I wonder what that could be for. It looks like the car just off to the left-hand side in the field. So we'll have a little look to see who that might be. But McAllister's run wide. Look at Joseph Sales straight to the inside, making the most of it. Gets that move done, but McAllister's going to fight it one back. Jensel runs a bit too deep, and that's when you have to watch out for when you're going around that final corner. If you're running a bit too deep, then it could be a big issue in trying to get the power down on the start-finish straight. But let's have a look. It looks like maybe Will Eden we've lost out on the start there. Will Eden, who was firing up at the far end of the field at the start, and I think Jacob Hansman might have lost as well. I think he might be the driver who's off at the side of shot. But Eddie Duncan's starting to pull away here. That white cart, the blue helmet, he is slowly picking off the ground from Casper McAllister and Jensen Sale. Yeah, again trying to find a way through. Lewis Herberson there as well. And of course, Jensen Sale, Lewis Herberson had a great battle in 2024 for the Micromatch Championship. Of course, well, actually, I say that, no, for the Mini Inter Championship. Of course, both trying to go at it again. Both now have a crown in the Mini Inter Series, so it's whoever's going to try and get it for the second time. But number 22, Otis Cleary, there he is on your screens. Around the right-hander, into the left, and he's done everything right so far. Everything he needs to do has been spot on, and he's got 20 seconds left on the clock. So he's going to get this lap and the next lap. Of course, that next lap will be his last lap of the race. So at the moment, just got to keep his head high, keep just putting in the laps, and he should be all good when it comes to that checkered flag. And to say, the gap's still sitting near on 3 seconds now, so he's got nothing to worry about from behind, unless, of course, any big moments happen. But, of course, so is Cleary. Another driver who's been up at the sharp end of the field in the previous years, and so never really seen him put a foot wrong. He used to race for the right kart team, but of course then moved over to Dan Holland, and a great switch that was to then join one of the premier front running teams. And the second you do that, you just know that the equipment's going to be there for you. And 1, 2, 3 Dean somehow getting a warning flag, but the last lap board is out, and they looking good for Otis Cleary. He's just got the rest of this lap left as he comes through the right and into the long left of the Dan Holland complex. Dan Holland complex, should I say, as he comes through the final couple of corners. And Otis Cleary has done everything right as he comes round the final corner. And a great finish to the second heat in Mini Inter for Otis Cleary, who takes it 2 for 2 and will look very, very smart going into the final because he'll be starting from the pole spot. Eddie Duncan there in second place, and Casper McAllister rounds out the top 3. It was then Jensen Sale from Lewis Herberson who rounded out the top 5. Then it was Finley Beals from Jack Brown and Elliot Bork. Dean Singh Pahal up to 9th from Ethan Lloyd who rounded out the top 10. Ruben Nuccio and William Moore from Santiago Simone. Rudy Coconelf, Flynn Grantham, Freya Lally from William Davison and Jess Kirby. And your only retirees in that race were Will Eden and Archie Humphreys, who were the two drivers who had a bit of issues at the start of the race. I say, all great to see the drivers carry on going after what was a big accident at the start. It just shows how hard it is to get through, especially when you're in the mid-pack of the field. Very hard to get through them first couple of corners. But I say, great start to, great end, I say, to the Mini Inter Heats. It'll be exciting to see how they get on in the finals. Next race coming up, though, is the KZ UK, some of the fastest karts you'll see today. And I say some of our most experienced drivers on the field, one of them being Lucas Blanford, a driver who came through the ranks in junior and seniors, now at the top end in the KZ ranks. Lucky to going to be exciting to see how he gets on in the second heat. He'll be starting from the front row with Oliver Harris alongside. So of course these two start at the back in the first heat. We'll start from the front. And I think, Chris, it's going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, looks set to be a good one. Heading now towards the final part of the heats for our finals later on this afternoon. And KZ UK's always very fast, close racing action. So we look forward to our next heat, which is getting underway very shortly. And we'll have a look at the lineups in just a few moments. There's one or two stranded carts just being brought in after that incident in the previous heat. Remainder of the heats being, of course, KZ UK's, which is getting underway in just a few moments. They'll be followed by the senior Rotax. Our final junior Rotax heat will be getting underway. And then the Rotax 177s and senior X30s before the finals later on this afternoon. But let's have a look at how the KZs line up. Lucas Lanford from Oliver Harris on row 1. Hannah Lang and Isaac Smith on row number 2. Jensen Pugh and Bailey Rigglesford on row number 3. James Beecroft and George Robinson on row number 4. And Leah Robinson, Jonathan Railton rounding out the field. The carts, of course, have an extra sighting lap to get some more temperature into the tyres and the brakes before the second heat gets underway. So there will be just a few more moments. And, of course, unlike all of the other groups, this is a standing start as well. So anticipation of the lights being very important indeed. And so the opportunity for the carts to get back out onto the circuit. Still very cold here at Kimbolton. The temperature's around 7-8 degrees. No real chance of rain forecast here for the afternoon. So no worries about whether to go for wet tyres, because it is pretty much almost certainly going to be a dry event for the remainder of the afternoon. But it is still very cold trackside. Quite a few big paddock coats and dry robes being worn by the spectators trackside. And what that does mean, of course, is that you'll see a lot of the drivers using the radiator covers. If you look closely on the our right-hand side of the cart, the driver's left, you'll see those covers on the radiator, just restricting some of the cold airflow into the engine and allows it just to get a bit more temperature. You may see some of the drivers just reaching across to the radiator just to lower those covers as the race goes on, and just to allow the engine to breathe a little bit more once the racing gets underway. Well, they normally have 2 laps, but it looks like they're going to go straight to the grid, I believe, which is a little bit different. They're just doing a couple of the practice starts. Hannah Lang there, centre of the track there. She's just getting the cart warmed up, and last few drivers now making their way onto the grid now for the second heat for KZ UK. The all-important final second heat before the finals later on this afternoon. Last few drivers now on the grid. And as we saw in heat number 1, the start, well, we are going to go around again. The start can be very important indeed. One kart just left on the grid there, but we are not racing at this stage. There is the second formation lap. It was a bit of a mix-up there, I think. It's usually the case that they would go around twice before the heat gets underway. So here we go, back out onto the Willows, and the drivers just getting the second of their 2 formation laps underway. So Lucas Blanford, it will be that leads him away in there. He is just starting to bring the pack down in towards Kestrel Corner. Late opportunity for the drivers to get a bit more temperature into the tyres. Oliver Harris there will be starting second on the grid. Hannah Lang just a little bit further behind in third, and she's just backed off a little bit now. I think whether she's going to try another practice start possibly. And there we see the number 111 of Oliver Harris just pausing momentarily, just going to get the clutch biting there and get it back underway before they line up before the start of KZ UK's heat number 2. Lucas Blanford it will be then. And there we just saw the last couple of drivers lining up at the back of the grid there. Leo Robinson and Jonathan Railton. So look out for Robinson, number 36, who's starting at the back of the grid in this second heat. Number 72, James Beecroft, who ran very well, taking the win in that first heat. Had a brilliant start, and he'll be looking to try and get that through once again. The grid is set and waiting for the lights. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And they are away for heat number 2 of KZUK's. Oh, right to the outside there goes Leah Robinson as they charge into the first corner. Down the inside goes the pole sitter Lucas Blanford. And as they go through the willows, holds on to the lead. What another fantastic start there for number 72, James Beecroft, flying from pretty much the back of the grid up to second place. And, well, he was on the second last row, so he has done fantastically there to get through into second position at the end of this first lap. Will he have a look down the inside? No, he's just going to sit there. Nothing going there at the end of the first lap, but nonetheless, Blanford holds on to the lead. Fantastic start there, though, for James Beecroft, who goes down the inside. And, just a little bit too hot into Stowe there, and just about holds on to second place. I think Isaac Smith saw there might have been a pass going there for second place, but stays in third. And Lucas Blanford holds on to the lead as they make their way down the Amitsu straight into the Dan Weldon corner. Double apex right-hander. Back down the TKM straight, coming back towards us once again. And what's Beecroft going to do here? Can he try and find a way down the inside? Holds off. No, he just stays in second place for now. Is he going to try and line something up as they make their way down towards Stowe corner? Down the high straight they go. Over the finish line, down the inside. Once again goes Beecroft. And this time a little bit more cautious, makes the move stick and takes the lead. So James Beecroft into the lead, Lucas Blanford in second place. It's Isaac Smith in third, Hannah Lang in fourth. George Robinson, fastest lap of the race, currently 36.6. He is in fifth position. Oliver Harris, Bailey Wrigglesford, Jonathan Railton, Leah Robinson and Jensen Pugh rounding out the field so far. But James Beecroft has had a brilliant day so far. Another great start from him, and very quickly finds his way back into the lead. So Blanford second. Smith down the inside and just about keeps the car gripping into the corner. And for good measure, number 23, George Robinson, goes down the inside into third place. So the unfortunate Lucas Blanford drops to fourth now. But Beecroft, could this be? He needs his opportunities now to try and pull away as he makes his way down towards Kestrel corner. This fast left-handed 90-degree flick that takes them into Kim Bolton corner. Deceptively quick corner this. It looks slow because the rest of the track is so fast, but they do carry a lot of speed through that corner, and the exit speed very important indeed as they make their way down towards Stowe, the first corner of the track. Tight apex into this corner, but opens out as they make their way through the willows. So it's as you were, really. James Beecroft holds on to the lead. Fastest lap of the race from Beecroft, 36.1 last time round. Smith in second, Robinson third, Blanford fourth, Lang in fifth, Harris, Bailey Wrigglesford, Leah Robinson, who hasn't really got through the field, still there in eighth position. Jonathan Railton and Jensen Pugh still running out the field. But Isaac Smith is just starting to close up on the lead, and not by very much. He set the fastest lap of the race, the second place driver, and still keeps the gap just over 0.6 of a second. We've got the 23 of George Robinson's charging through the willows. Hannah Lang, Oliver Harris still in there, the number 111 just behind the number 91 of Hannah Lang as the leaders make their way through. And Isaac Smith is definitely closing up on the leader here, not by very much, only a few tenths here and there. Was a little bit wide out of the corner there for Beecroft, and that allows Smith to close up. Let's have a look at the lap charts as they cross the line once again. So another fastest lap of the race, 35.75, a barnstorming lap there from Isaac Smith, 1-2-3 in second place, and brings the gap down to 0.3 of a second. But now, as we just saw Beecroft have a glance over the shoulder, he knows that Smith is there. So Smith up with the leader now, but it's that old classic motorsport cliche here. Catching up is one thing, getting past can be another. So can he find a move on Beecroft, who knows the second place is there? And he will not give up that lead lightly. Here they come through Kim Bolton, back down. Nice line out to the final corner there from Beecroft. Squares the turn slightly, gets the power down a little bit earlier. But Smith a little bit later on the braking, going into Stowe corner, and keeps the pressure on the race leader, closing up once again. Not quite close enough to go for a move yet, but he is handily placed. I don't think he's going to go for an out-braking manoeuvre. Well, certainly not there, because Beecroft sits on the inside line, guards the apex, and Smith still there in second. Watching in third is George Robinson, number 23. Here they come down towards Kim Bolton. And again, you see Beecroft just guarding the apex going into the corner. This will allow Smith to close up on him, though, through the corner. Here they come down to the first corner. And looks to me, well, Beecroft gesticulating there as they went down to the first corner. I don't know if he waved Isaac Smith through or not there. It just seemed to be... here they come. So, well, Beecroft's still hanging on in there in second place. Isaac Smith and those 2 or 3 quick laps have got him through into the lead. And Beecroft, well, whether it was the coincidence there, whether he had his hand off the wheel at the same time or whether he was gesticulating to wave him through, I don't know. But in any case, Isaac Smith, the Birrell karts are 1 and 2 at the front. So they go over the line, charging down into the first corner. Smith leads. Beecroft second. And just a little bit further behind there, Robinson third, still Hannah Lang in fourth, Lucas Blanford, Leo Robinson starting to make moves through the field now. He's now up to 6th place. Bailey Rigglesford, Oliver Harris, Jonathan Railton and Jensen Pugh running up the field. Just over 2 minutes to go in the second KZ UK qualifying heat for the final later on this afternoon. And Isaac Smith continues to lead the way. Beecroft closes up under braking, and George Robinson, who has set the fastest 2 quarters, their fastest lap of the race now for the 3rd place man. And Robinson just starting to close up slowly on the race leaders. He is starting to bring along Hannah Lang and Lucas Blanford in there as well. That leading group of drivers making their way down the Amitsu straight once again. And Isaac Smith just has that small cushion at the front now. Rigglesford, Robinson a bit further behind, Oliver Harris, Jonathan Railton and Jensen Pugh rounding out the field here. They come the leaders down into the final corner. Beecroft quite aggressive on the brakes there and closes up briefly on Isaac Smith as they go over the line. 1:18 on the clock, still a few more minutes to go in this race. Still looking at the number 23 of George Robinson in 3rd place. Was closing up on the 2 leaders a few moments ago, but they just seem to have re-established that cushion between 2nd and 3rd place. Hannah Lang still there, just a little bit further behind as well as they make their way down towards the final corner. And Isaac Smith still comfortably out in the front. Beecroft just shadowing in 2nd place. And Robinson still not too far behind in 3rd. Still Hannah Lang in 4th. They make their way down towards Stowe once again. Through the willows they go. We see Hannah Lang there and Lucas Blanford still 4th and 5th. Here come the leaders down towards the Dan Weldon corner once again. And James Beecroft sitting there in 2nd place. Is he going to go for an overtaking manoeuvre in the closing stages here? I'm sure that he knows that George Robinson is not too far behind, so they really can't afford to risk fighting too aggressively for the lead, as they could well allow the 3rd place man or even Hannah Lang in 4th could have the potential to get drawn into this battle for the lead. But the clock goes down to 0. Next time round it will be the last lap. Here they go, charging through the willows. Back on to the Amitsu straight. Beecroft still in 2nd place. Isaac Smith taking the lead halfway through this qualifying heat. Down the TKM straight they go. Still George Robinson looking threatening there. The gap less than a second between the top 3. Here they come down towards the final corner. The last lap board will go out for the race leader. 1:23. Isaac Smith over the line he goes. One more lap to go. And Beecroft having a peek on the inside there. Opts not to be too aggressive and risk that 2nd position though. He will be handily placed. I'm sure that will put him, well, certainly put him on the front row of the grid for the final. Oh, look at that though, down the Amitsu straight. He had a real drive there and round the outside. You don't see a straight line pass like that too often in KZ karting, but James Beecroft with a nice line on the final lap. Looks like he may well have snatched the victory with that one. Here they come down to Kim Bolton for the final time, and over the line, 2 out of 2 for James Beecroft, taking the checkered flag. Isaac Smith in 2nd place. George Robinson just behind in 3rd. It'll be Hannah Lang in 4th position. Lucas Blanford in 5th. Bailey Rigglesford 6th. Jonathan Railton and Oliver Harris rounding out the finishers. There is the 192 of Rigglesford and 77 Railton, 111 Oliver Harris. We lost Jensen Pugh, and notably we also lost Leo Robinson in that one. So one of the favoured drivers in the KZ UK class for today will be starting a bit further down the grid when we get to the final later on this afternoon. So that's heat number 14, race number 14 I should say, has been cleared. Now we move on to our 15th race of the day, and this is the 2nd and final heat for the senior Rotax, I believe, looking at the race order. So junior Rotax will be following on After this, we'll have a look at the lineups in just a few moments' time. Don't forget, of course, that every round of the Hunts Kart Racing Club Championships here in 2026, once again being broadcast live on TNL Sports. The second Sunday of each month there is, in May, there is the British Championships. Kimbolton Festival also taking place later on in the year here at Kimbolton, and likely, of course, to see some more guest classes once the days get a bit longer and there's a bit more race time during the day. They tend to be one or two invitational guest classes taking place here for some different classes of karts. We've seen some of the retro karts racing here across the year and some of the 250cc karts as well. And doubtless those championships will be coming here a little bit later on in the season. So round number 3 here at Kimbolton, well and truly underway with the heats now. We've got 4 more remaining. Senior Rotax getting underway in just a few moments' time. Will be Harrison Crowther and Eli Singbaden, just those 2 drivers at the front of the dummy grid. Green flags are out on the track, so we are expecting the karts out on circuit very shortly indeed. We'll have a look at the full lineups just as soon as we get those from the race control, as I can tell you that Harrison Crowther will be leading the way though from Eli Singbaden, Charlie Gromit and Emma Stoner on row number 2, Mikey Walker and Jack Spencer on row 3, Agustia C. Laka and Tom Pryor on row number 4. Then it'll be the number 54 of Michael Morgan from Ethan Martin on row 5. George Cole, Bailey Waters on row 6. Albie Lapper and Johan Charman on row number 7. Oliver Gibson and Ross Tyler on row number 8. Row number 9 is Pearson Bullock Carter, who ran so well in heat number 1, starting down in 17th from Harvey Williams. Arminas Zabruskas on row 10 from Hugh Moulton. Victor Hansen, Nathan Travers on row 11. Jamie Pirelli and Daniel Kehoff on row number 12. And looking further down the field, Joshua Smith, Angelica Kennard on row 13. Kieran Ives, Callum Sims on row 14. Jake Fisher, Jason Dutis on row 15. Harry Lawher and Bailey Heath rounding out the 32 driver field. So 1 or 2 dynamics in this race, though. The likes of Callum Sims starting fairly low down in the field here. Jason Duchit, who was on pole position in heat number 1, starting pretty much at the back in heat number 2. So some of the favoured drivers in the class with a bit of work to do as they look to battle through the field and get a good position to be able to get themselves onto a good position for the final. There was notably Leo Robinson's kart being pushed back on the infield from the KZ UK race. So he'll have some work to do in the final later on with that second heat. DNF, the kart expiring at the top of the circuit, but that kart is on the infield and safely out of the way, so we can get racing back underway. So here we are on the inside line. Here is the number 17 of Harrison Crowther, Eli Singbaden right alongside him there, and the karts pretty much at walking pace. Look how slowly they'll go, and they'll zoom back into life any moment now. They're looking to try and time the start perfectly here, the front row of the grid, as they make their way out of the final corner. Nose to tail, looks very good lineup here for the Senior Rotax, and looking to get this race underway. We have lost the kart on around the 4th row, so well, it was looking quite good, but the start has been called off. Mikey Walker it was, whose kart failed on the start, lost the engine, and the number 32 sadly is out of the race, pushing his kart straight off into the paddock. So that's a shame for the number 32. And Mikey Walker will have a bit of work to do in the final later on with this second heat. What will be a DNS, effectively. Did not start the race, but the rest of the field make their way through. So Mikey Walker sadly out of the race. Harrison Crowther and Eli Singbaden will lead them away as they make their way back down the TKM straight, and bringing the pace right down again as the second heat out of 2 for the Senior Rotax will be getting underway in just a few moments' time. Don't forget, of course, Junior Rotax will follow, and then it's the Rotax 177s, Senior X30s, and then we are right on through to the finals to take us through to the final part of this third round of the championship. So Harrison Crowther, kart number 17 here in the Senior Rotax, on pole position on the nearest, in the inside line, coming through Kimbolton corner, and again bringing the pace down really slowly, little more than walking pace, as they make their way through, and onto the power goes Crowther. Green flag goes out. Will we get underway? Charging down into the first corner. And no, that one's been called off as well. Another full start. The somewhere around the third or fourth row of the grid. Just seemed to drop back a bit there, and they got a little bit disorganised. Harry Loher as well, number 177, further down in the field, had trouble on the final corner, but has been able to get the kart back underway and will get back towards his position, towards the back of the grid. So, third time be the charm here as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner once again. Senior Rotax, heat number 2 getting underway very shortly. Race number 15 out of 27 here today. And for the time being, of course, it is all Rotax. We've got the seniors, followed by the junior Rotax and the 177s to follow on from this as well before the final senior X30 Heat. Here they come then down towards the final corner once again. So Harrison Crowther again, very slowly through Kimbolton corner. Eli Singh-Baden right alongside him on the first row of the grid. And Baden, one of the fancy drivers you'd say in this race as well, will be looking to make the most of that front row start along with Crowther. Here they go, back underway. They look pretty much in position. Here they come charging down. This looks like a good start into the first corner. And Crowther guarding the inside line. Baden gets pushed out, but loses a couple of positions. Gets a little bit wild in the midfield as they jostle for position, but they all just about filter through as they make their way through the willows for the first time. And Harrison Crowther guarding that lead very well indeed as he makes his way through Derek's corner for the first time. And Harrison Crowther, number 17, your early race leader, as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. Crowther with a little bit of a gap now. Baden getting pushed wide on the first corner, but has recovered. And here he comes down towards the Kimbolton corner for the first time. 1 or 2 stricken carts on the infield there, so must have been trouble on the first lap. Oh, somebody loosed the engine on the inside line. More trouble further back as they go charging over the line. So Crowther leads, Charlie Gromit, Lakar in the third. And that was Eli Singh-Baden who hit trouble coming out of the final corner. And I can tell you off screen that the kart has come to a halt. Baden out of the kart, just seemed to lose power coming out of the Kimbolton corner on the final corner of the track. The kart coasts to a halt. More trouble further down the field. A technical flag for number 17, 74 I should say. It's Almena Sabaruskas who seems to have damaged the silencer out of the race, and I can tell you that the race leader Harrison Crowther is under investigation, so he leads the way. He will of course race on at the front. But that will be under investigation from the race stewards after this heat. So nonetheless, though, Crowther will charge away. We have a battle further down here as we see George Cole, Lakar and Charman all fighting away. Charlie Gromit now clear in second place. The race just starting to spread out a bit at the front here. So Harrison Crowther clear and away at the front. Second place, still the Michael Morgan now moving into second place in the Tony kart there from the number 98. George Cole really on a charge here now, though. He's made quite a few positions. Down the inside he goes. Lovely move there from the number 98. So George Cole, who has been slowly but surely picking his way through the leading group at the start of this heat, is now into will be second place. Harrison Crowther still leads the way, then Cole second. Hugh Moulton, I think, has also charged through as well. So we'll see where he is on the lap charts very shortly. Jack Spencer just dropping down to 7th place, and looking a little bit further down, Jamie Perrelly now moving up to 12th position. Pearson Bullock Carter, winner of his first heat, is now into 13th position. Kieran Ives on the charge a bit further down as well, moves into 16th position, making up 11 positions. We have lost quite a few drivers from this race. Jason Duchess was out of the race very early on the first lap, and Janga Kennard is out as well. Mikey Walker, the kart we saw dropping out of contention on the first lappers. Down the inside there goes the number 42. Nice move there from Ewan Charman, moving into 4th place. And Zabaruskas out of the race. Tom Pryor is also a retirement as the leaders make their way through towards Derek's corner. Harrison Crowther, as I say, under investigation, but nonetheless still leading the race. Charlie Gromit still there from George Cole. 22 in there as well. Ross Tyler from Michael Morgan as they make their way down towards the final corner. Ewan Charman now clear and away as he makes his way over the line. So it's still Crowther leading. Gromit and of course Charman to 3rd place from George Cole, who's just dropped back a little bit after that strong start, but still fighting away to find the number 42. A little bit further back, Jamie Perrelli up to 9th position now, one of the front runners earlier on, and Hugh Moulton up to 10th position with him as well. Bailey Waters making his way through slowly. and Pearson, Bullock, Carter, Harvey, Williams both making up positions on the edge of the top 10. And every position matters, of course, for those drivers. They look to get a good position. Certainly look to try and progress to the A final. Looking at Pearson, Bullock, Carter down in 12th place. He won the first heat, so 12th in this heat should seem nicely into the A final. If he can get into the top 10, might certainly help his grid position in the final later on today. But in the meantime, Charlie Gromit there, number 45, still in second place. Coming under some pressure now from Ewan Charman in third. Charman back here at Kim Bolton after some time away, looking good as he makes his way through the willows down towards Derek's corner. And all looking very close as we see him just trying to square the turn off there, trying to get the speed on the exit to make the move on the number 45 of Gromit, who's coming under some real pressure here as they make their way down towards Kestrel once again. And you can see that Gromit very early with a turn. Oh, but down the inside, lovely little move there from Ewan Charman. Classic outbraking manoeuvre going into Kim Bolton corner, and crucially makes the move stick on the exit. So now number 42, Ewan Charman, is now clear in second place. Harrison Crowther clear and away at the front of the field, leads by nearly 5 seconds. He is gone and away at this stage. All of the action is on this battle for second place. So Ewan Charman, Charlie Gromit, George Cole and Ross Tyler all in there. Hugh Moulton has set the fastest first sector, and he's up to 9th position now. Kart number 51 really on the charge at the moment. Pearson, Bullock, Carter still on the edge of the top 10. Joshua Smith charging as well. Kart number 15. Oh, was Cole battling away there a little bit further back there with the number 45 with Charlie Gromit, and Cole back into third place. Holds the inside line coming into Stowe, and we'll see number 45 now trying to square the turn off there. Charlie Gromit to get down the inside on the exit, but stays just behind Cole in 4th position as they make their way down towards Derek's corner. Ewan Charman is now starting to pull away a bit now in second place. He set the fastest lap of the race, 40.48, so the leader's setting a very strong pace in these cold conditions. But Harrison Crowther has just made his way through Kim Bolton corner and leads the race quite comfortably at this stage. We're looking at the number 98, still there in third place as, oh, look at a battle further back there with Alfie Lapper, who's been slowly picking his way through the top 10. And look out for this driver here, number 197. Alfie Lapper starting down in 12th position, just starting to really make his way slowly through the leading group of drivers. Now finds himself in 4th position, setting the fastest first sector, and he is desperately trying to close up on George Cole and this man here, number 42, Ewan Charman, who is now a distant 2nd position, but looking to try and close up as best he can on Harrison Crowther, who is still comfortably out at the front. Crowther, as you say, is under investigation, but whether there'll be any recourse for him, I don't know, but nonetheless, he is still driving very smoothly, very quickly through the willows, just using a little bit of the curb there, not too aggressive onto the curb to unsettle the kart, but certainly very smooth and precise here from the number 17 as he makes his way through the Dan Weldon corner to complete another lap. We've got 46 seconds on the clock now, so there'll be 2 more laps at the end of this one as he makes his way down towards Kestrel and the Kim Bolton corner. Number 17, Harrison Crowther, leading from pole position, has controlled the race well so far, and over the line he goes to complete another lap. There you see the gap between him and Charman in 2nd place, and this is a great situation to be in really as a karting driver, to be able to get the lead early on, put a couple of strong laps in to break away from the rest of the field. And at the moment, Harrison Crowther has the luxury of being able to run his own race at the front. He can take his own lines. He doesn't have to worry about defending from anybody else. And also, the pace of the race still pretty good. Harrison Crowther, I don't think will be trouble with having to lap any back markers in this race either, especially as the clock has now gone down to 0. Next time when he comes round, he will get the 1-lap board. So number 17, Harrison Crowther, over the line for the final time, and in towards Stowe he goes. And again, you see aggressively pivoting the kart on the back axle there to get it turned into Stowe very quickly, keeping the grip through there, flies through the willows back on towards Derek's corner. And just clipping the curbs where he needs to as well. Takes a little bit of a wider exit on the exit of that section. Goes flying through the Dan Weldon corner. He has set a very strong pace and leads by over 5 seconds right now. So barring any kind of disaster, it looks like he's got the race wrapped up. So Harrison Crowther down into the final corner he goes, and the final junior Rotax So some final senior Rotax Heat goes to the number 17, lights the flag victory for Harrison Crowder in senior Rotax. Ewan Charman over the line in second place from Aldi Lapper. Great drive there for both Charman and Lapper to get into the top three. George Cole in fourth. Jamie Perrelly continued his fight through the field, making up 18 positions up to fifth place. Hugh Moulton, 14 positions gained up to sixth place from Ross Tyler. Joshua Smith made up 17 places to finish in eighth position. And winner of the first heat, Pearson Bullock Carter, finishing in ninth place. Charlie Gromit is eventually dropping down to 10th place, so he faded as the race went on. Bit of a shame for him. Ethan Martin, Bailey Waters further back. Victor Hansen in 13th. Michael Morgan and Nathan Travers, 15th position. Harvey Williams, Kieran Ives, Jake Fisher, Jake Spencer and Bailey Heath rounding out the top 20 as we move on to our final qualifying heat for the Junior Rotax, our fourth qualifying heat of the day. And this will again be a vitally important heat. Big group of drivers in the Junior Rotax split across the four heats. And crucially, of course, we will have the B final and the A final later on today. And so certainly for the drivers looking for a good position in this one, they will be determined to progress directly through to the A final. Charlie Wolfett, who ran so well in his first heat, starts from pole position from Toby Farthing, Oscar Keane and Benjamin Lawn on row 2, Ewan House and Harry Watson on row 3, Edward Munns and Aidan Clark on row number 4. Row 5 is Jack Bowie from Max Douthwaite, Emily Johnson and Harry Holland on row 6, Noah Moulton and Max Colbert on row number 7, Louis Marshall and Harry Search on row number 8. Row number 9 is Laurie McVeigh from Connor Large, Oliver Barton and Louis Bishop on row 10, George Johnston and Peter Lee on row 11, Zane Perry and Eskil Hewitt on row number 12. And looking further back towards our final drivers on the grid, it'll be Lucas Nibbs from George Fountain, Zach Turner from Adam Turek on row 14, and Miles Burton and Adam Ashgar rounding out the 30 driver field. So it's crunch time now for these drivers. Good result in this heat should see them progress to the A final. And you may remember Charlie Wolfett, who sits on pole position and took a brilliant first heat victory for him as he fought through the field in the third heat earlier on this afternoon to snatch the victory from his lower grid position. Now has the luxury of sitting on pole position, and with that race win already in the bag, he knows he just needs to keep it clean on the opening few laps, stay towards the front or ideally at the front, and he will not only be guaranteed a spot in the A final, which he missed out on last time, but also should be towards the front of the field in that final race later on this afternoon. This is heat number 16 of 27, which will be getting underway shortly. There's a brief pause at the moment, just trying to ascertain the reason why. There was a stricken cart being taken off the track earlier on, but I think we are now ready to go any moment now. I think the marshal's getting the green flags ready, and the carts now making their way out onto the circuit for this fourth and final Junior Rotax qualifying heat. The drivers now just getting the temperature back into the tyres. Oh, and I can tell you may have seen it on your screens a little bit further back that I think it was Harry Watson spinning out on the Willows on cold tyres, as he should have enough time though to get back into his grid position. As I said before, cold day here at Kimbolton, the temperature not really creeping above 7 degrees trackside, and these competition tyres, they really do need to get the temperature into them, so it's not uncommon to see drivers spinning out as they make their way out onto the circuit, getting caught out by the cold tyres. And that's the reason, of course, why you'll see the karts jinking about, the drivers swerving, just trying to get as much temperature as they can into the tyres and into the brakes on the formation lap as they go straight out onto the track, of course, and into racing. So Charlie Wolfett will lead them away. Right alongside him is the number 53 of Toby Farthing. Out of the final corner they go. The leading group get the power down, and our final Junior Rotax heat is underway. Wolfett looking to guard the inside line into the first corner. There he goes. So Wolfett takes the lead through the first corner. Someone goes onto the grass on the inside, but otherwise was a fairly clean start. But I can tell you off camera there was a bit of bumping and banging at the back. You may have just seen at the back of the screen quite a few drivers locking wheels, and I think one kart rode over the wheels of another one there. They all seem to have got away though. Everyone's got back out on track, and the race goes underway. The track is clear, but Charlie Wolfett, look at that. grabs the lead, gets the first corner nailed, and now determined to try and pull away on these opening few laps. Wolford, who put together a brilliant race, making up over 20 positions to win his first heat, but now starting from pole, and he is determined to make that advantage count. It's a 44-second opening lap, so a very quick start to the race. Ewan House, Benjamin Lawn, Toby Farthing, Oscar Keane all fighting away. Connor Large with a brilliant start. He's made it 10 positions on the first lap. Moves into 8th place. Harry Holland and Aidan Clark just ahead of him as well. And looking a bit further down towards some of the drivers who are making their way through the field. Adam Churacek, one of the leading drivers in the Junior Rotax, has made up 12 positions up to 16th place on the first lap. So look out for the number 122 as the race goes on. Leaders meanwhile making their way through Kimbolton Corner. Charlie Wolford away and clear, and putting in a very fast opening lap there, 42.2 on his first flying lap, and already leads by 2.8 seconds. The focus of the race at the moment is on this battle for second place as Ewan House leads them through the willows. Benjamin Lawn, Toby Farthing, Aidan Clark, Harry Holland all chasing away as there is a driver on the infield on the end of the first lap. Will try and pick that up. And I think there was a collision on Kimbolton Corner as well, off screen as well. So a few drivers appear to be dropping out of contention. Harry Search, I can tell you, is coasting back to the pits. We'll see, there was a driver on the infield there whose cart looked like it had expired by Derek Corner. It was, as Charlie Wolford charges over the line, still leading comfortably. Ewan House still second. Benjamin Lawn, as Aidan Clark moving up a few more places. Harry Holland and Connor Large still making their way through the top 10. They know that a good result in this race will get them through to the A final surely, as they go charging through the willows. Oscar Keane, Jack Bowie in 9th place. Noah Moulton moving into 10th place. Adam Churacek now into 13th position on the 122. Zach Turner, I think, is one of the drivers out of the race, number 99, so problems with him, and that will almost certainly put him into the B final later on today, which was always a hotly contested race. As Charlie Wolford over the line, he completes another lap, and second and third place just starting to pull away from the chasing pack. So Ewan House 3.1 seconds down in second place, closely followed by Benjamin Lawn in third. Cart number 165, Harry Holland, Aidan Clark and Connor Large still charging away. Charlie Wolford, I can tell you, has set the fastest lap of the race, 41.86, as he looks to try and stay well ahead of this chasing group of drivers. Ewan House still there in second, cart number 26, as we focus on the number 77, Harry Holland, who's fought through 8 places into 4th place. Just saw Toby Farthing with Connor Large, number 291, who has made up a few places here, made up 3 positions, and goes down the inside and very neatly puts his cart through into 4th position now from Connor Large. Large, number 59, there he is, who has had a brilliant start to this heat. He's made up 13 positions and now sits in 5th position as he makes his way through the willows, trying to find a way past the number 291, but nothing going as they make their way through towards Derek's Corner, this bus stop style. The chicane there, just keeping the drivers, a good overtaking opportunity for the drivers there as they make their way through onto the exit as well. And down towards Kestrel they go, and the number 291 of Aidan Clark. Down the inside though goes number 59 Connor Large, brilliant out-braking manoeuvre from the number 59, and he moves up another position as the clock starts ticking down, just over 3.5 minutes to go. Warning flag going out, I can tell you, for the number 53, one of our front runners there, Toby Farthing, who currently sits in 7th place. They get the virtual marshal on the finish line, black and white diagonal flag, and it's almost akin, you might say, to a yellow card in football. It's not a direct penalty for the driver, but for whatever reason, it's usually down to poor driver conduct, whether that's commonly it's bumping or possibly excessive use of the curbs. For whatever reason, they feel that the driver's done something that needs to be monitored, and they're just sending that warning out to the driver that they are being watched. So they have to be careful as the race goes on. Just saw Connor Large being waved at there, waving towards Aidan Clark, waving the number 59 of Connor Large. They to work together here, just trying to pull away from the chasing pack, because they've got Harry Holland and Toby Farthing not too far behind. A bit further down the field, technical flag for the number 29 of Peter Lee. Peter Lee currently in 13th place, but try and have a look at that cart when it goes past my vantage point, but for whatever reason has picked up a technical flag, so for whatever reason the stewards have deemed the kart to be unsafe to continue racing, and he will have to park the kart in the second heat. Charlie Wolf is already clear and over the line, the gap continuing to go up, and nearly 3.5 seconds separating Charlie Wolfett from the second place of Ewan House, still number 26 in second place. Benjamin Lawn in third. Rest of the top 10 charging through: Conor Large from Aidan Clark, Harry Holland and Toby Farthing, Oscar Keane, Noah Moulton, Jack Bowie rounding up the top 10 as they go back towards the bus stop style Derek's Corner. Technical part of the circuit here, breaking up the Imitsu straight into the double apex right-hander that makes up the Dan Weldon corner, and back down the TKM straight towards the finish line. Through Kestrel, the leading group go, and still the number 59, who's had a brilliant race so far, Conor Large, making up those 14 positions to sit handily in fourth place. That'll be a good result for him. Moving towards the finals later on today, 1.5 minutes to go, and Charlie Wolfett now clear and away by 3.5 seconds. Aidan Clark, though, number 291, the driver we were looking at just momentarily there, has set the fastest lap of the race as he charges on to that fifth position. Meanwhile, Charlie Wolfett making his way through the Dan Weldon corner. Determined here, I think, to have no repeat of his trouble at the previous round in February, where he went through to the B final. Managed to win that, but couldn't really make inroads in the A final and had to finish in the midfield. So Wolfett will be determined to lead from the front in the A final later on this afternoon. A double win, if things stay as they are, would pretty much guarantee that he will be starting on pole position for the final, our last race of the day later on this afternoon. And Wolfett very smoothly makes his way through Derek's Corner, heading up towards the Dan Weldon corner at the top of the circuit. Number 6, Charlie Wolfett. Just watching the driver at work here, very minimal input from the driver, just guiding the kart around, being as smooth as possible, keeping the momentum on the track as much as he can here as he glides around the final corner, making it look all so easy as he goes over the line for what will be the penultimate time. 17 seconds on the clock, so next time he comes around the clock will have gone down to 0 and he will get the last lap board. So for the penultimate time, Charlie Wolfett charges through the willows, comfortably ahead. The gap still remaining around 3.5 seconds, has gone up slightly to 3.68. And Ewan House, number 26, still in second place as Charlie Wolfett makes his way up towards the Dan Weldon corner. Again, you can see him just guiding the kart round nice and smoothly, keeping the power down, keeping that pace through the corners. Very easy on the narrow power band of the two-stroke engine to lose momentum if you're too aggressive through the corners. So Wolfett's certainly not doing that, though, as he goes over the line to take the last lap. Wolfett in the lead, House in second place. The gap goes up to 3.67 now, and it's Benjamin Lawn in third, Conor Large, Aidan Clark running out the top 5, Harry Holland, Toby Farthing, Oscar Keane, Noah Moulton still charging, and Adam Kuracek, the driver who ran very well in heat number 1, has made his way through 18 positions I should say, now into 10th position, so that will bode him well for the A final later on today. But one lap to go, one more corner to go now in this junior Rotax final heat of the day, and it's going to go the way once again to the number 6 of Charlie Wolfett. Lights the flag victory for the number 6. Second place, good steady drive there from Ewan House to finish in second place, just over 4 seconds adrift in second position, but comfortably ahead of Benjamin Lawn, who settles for third place. Conor Large, Aidan Clark rounding up the top 5, and we've got Toby Farthing, Harry Holland in 7th place, Oscar Keane, Alan Kuracek making up one more position into 9th position on the final lap from Noah Moulton. And a bit further back, Jack Bowie, Louis Marshall, Max Colbert, Mile Burton in 14th place, George Fountain in 15th from Zane Perry, Max Douthwaite, Oliver Martin, Eskild Hewitt and Louis Bishop rounding out the top 20. Did lose a few drivers in that one. Harry Watson dropping out halfway through from Peter Lee, who had the technical flag. Laurie McVeigh, Harry Search and Zach Turner all were non-finishers in that final heat. So we move through now to our second and final heat for the Rotax 177s, and this will be the penultimate heat of the day. We have the senior X30s to follow on from this, and then we're right through to the finals. Starting with the cadets, it'll be the Micromax and the Honda finals to kick off the final races later on this afternoon. Junior Rotax B final and the Mini Inters in the first part of the final programme. So Rotax 177s in association with TrueCut are about to get underway. just retrieving one cart. It failed to finish in the Junior Rotax Final, but in the meantime, whilst we wait for the carts, we'll have a look at the lineup. It's Louis Judd from Steve Thompson on row 1, Jake Davis and Ben Hitch in second place, Mark Gilly and Rob Church on row 3, Mark Cushley and Scott Clee on row number 4, Adriel Naguar and Richard Ball on row 5, Elliot Kennedy and Daniel Walker on row number 6, Gary Bumford and Andy Chenery on row 7, David German and Nick Wones on row number 8. Row number 9 is the number 67 of Adam Sadler from Dan Wright. Colin Walker, Alex Jones on row 10, Matt Lear, Josh Bass on row 11, Scott Smith and Mark Taylor on row number 12. And as they make their way through, there is a bit of a drama off track there. We saw a couple of drivers losing it on the exit from the Willows. And one of them, I just saw him going through the back of the screen there, was Scott Clee, who had a fairly low grid position in the first heat. This was his stronger heat for heat number 2, and I think is just about managed to catch up with the rest of the field there. So a bit of a drama there for Scott Clee. We should see him making his way in towards his position. There he is, Scott Clee around the outside, so he should be able to assume his grid position. Over the line they go. There's Liam Ferguson towards the back. It's going to be a wave round here, so a full start, and they go around once again. So that's good news for Scott Clee. He can compose himself and get himself into position. So there he is, Scott Clee now back, heading towards his correct start position after spinning out on the opening on the sighting lap there. Liam Ferguson a little bit further behind there, 165, who ran very well in the first heat, starting from pole position. But this time, of course, he starts way down the field, and this will be the opportunity he needs to try and get himself up to the front. Scott Clee, meanwhile, just overtaking a few carts there as he looks to regain his grid position for heat number 2. Here they come down towards the Kestrel corner there. Scott Clee now back in position, so crisis averted for the number 116. Louis Judd, though, will lead them away. Number 43, Steve Thompson, alongside there, number 42, as they make their way down towards Kimbolton corner for the second and final heat for Rotax 177s. There is a, looks to me like a slippery an oil flag there on Kimbolton corner, so something for the drivers to watch out for, I think, as they go through once again. And 177s look like they get underway this time. Down the inside goes on the outside there. Nice move there from Steve Thompson to go through. Scott Clee well placed as they all go charging through. I think Liam Ferguson's made up a few positions on the first corner as well as they go charging through. And Charlie Ellis back with us now, and I think looking at some of the YouTube comments, I think Liam Ferguson's got involved, and he said words to the effect of, "Can't wait till I can call you a veteran one day."
Well, he got a few years till that, unfortunately, but Liam's doing all right at the moment. He's just in the middle of the pack, just trying to nip his way through the field. It's always one of them things, you know, when you've got to try and work from the back. It's always quite hard, especially at the start when drivers trying to also try to make up spots. Two drivers into one bit of time, it never goes. So you've got to be trying to stay calm in the first couple of laps, just keep your wits about you. But Louis just had a good start. In second place at the moment, of course, one of the Jack Deck racing karts, who we've seen the senior Rotaxes moved up to the 177 class now, and they seems to be doing pretty good at the moment. And of course, behind him is just the that's number 141 of Ben Hitch, who's trying to close in. But at the moment, you say Steve Thompson looking pretty quick at the moment. He's got the pace at the moment to be up fighting at the front, but I say still plenty of time in the race to make more moves. And Ben Hitch trying to make one on the inside of Louis Judd. Judd goes defensive though, so covered that off pretty well, and no issues for the time being. But Judd's really going to have to defend his second place now, but he's left it open, and Ben Hitch sneaks his way to the inside for second place, and is now going to try and chase down Steve Thompson. The gap already exceeds over half a second between the two, and well, I think the way it's looking, if Ben Hitch can get his head down, of course we know Ben has the pace. We've seen him up at the front end, and Scott Clee with a late move to the inside. That's set him up perfectly down the start-finish straight. He's going to try and cover off though, because of the slipstream effect. They will go into turn one. He'll stay defensive. Just going to try and go on the cutback manoeuvre. Going to look to the inside. They're going to run side by side over the curve from Louis Judd, but I think he's managed to keep that one going. But you can already see it now. Ben Hitch is really closing in now on Steve Thompson. So I say the next couple of minutes could be a lead change, but the rest of the pack and Adrian Ungwar is getting involved with it as well. And of course, that's behind number 74, Jake Davis, who's returned back. Of course, we might have seen Jake in the senior categories as well as the junior categories in the years previously. Now into 177, so it's always good to see drivers return back. And Ferguson there moving through the pack. He's up 12 spots into 13th, so he's looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, he's starting to really make his way through the field. We're going to keep an eye on Ben Hitch in second place, who is really starting to put the pressure on the race leader Steve Thompson. Here they are, and they make their way down towards Derek's corner once again. And Ben Hitch putting a couple of great laps together and really starting to pressure the early leader Steve Thompson, who jumped to the lead at the start of this race as they make their way down the TKM straight. And Ben Hitch just starting to try and line the leader up here, but catching up can be one thing, getting past can be another. But Ben Hitch makes it look nice and easy as he makes his way down towards Kim Bolton corner. Thompson trying to fight back though as they make their way down towards Stowe, and immediately you see Hitch going defensively. Oh, they bang wheels, but nothing serious coming from that one. Crisis averted from those two drivers, and I don't think it's caused any damage there, so the race goes on for the two leaders. But Scott Clee will have seen that and just realised he could be in with a sniff here, trying to get up with the leading group of drivers. Scott Clee, remember, span out on the formation lap, was able to get himself back into position and sits handily in third place. Louis Judd, the pole sitter, still there in fourth place. Adriel Naguar's had a good fight back through the top 10 into fifth place. Jake Davis sixth, and Nick Wone starting to make inroads, number 17, really charging through now into seventh place. Mark Gilly, Daniel Walker and Elliot Kennedy. Looking out from Liam Ferguson, though, he's made up 16 positions, the winner of the first heat, and he is now in ninth place. Ferguson, remember, started at the front in heat number 1. He's having to fight for the field in heat 2, so this will be very crucial to determine where he starts in the final later on. But Ben Hitch getting to the front nice and early, just trying to break away now as the focus falls into the fight for second place. As Scott Clee tries to find an opening on the previous leader, Steve Thompson, down into the Kim Bolton corner they go. Clee not close enough to go for an outbraking manoeuvre going through Kim Bolton. Let's have a look though as they make their way down the high straight. Hitch will know that he's there, guards the corner as best he can, doesn't want to be too defensive to invite Clee in though as they go charging through the willows, and Clee just following as he looks to try and find an opening there, both comfortably ahead of the fourth place Adriel Naguar, who continues to make his way through the field. So Naguar looking good. He had a better start position in heat number 2, and he's sitting quite well there, number 35, just behind this battle. As again you see Thompson just guarding the apex. They make their way through the Dan Weldon corner, heading down towards Kestrel. Look out for Scott Clee just behind him though. Very quick through Kestrel. Is he going to go for the outbraking manoeuvre? Yes, he does. Down the inside. And can he make the move stick? Yes, he can. So Scott Clee up to second place in the classic outbraking manoeuvre on the Kim Bolton corner.
Brilliant stuff there. Look at the battle going on. This is Louis Judd, and this is for the fifth spot. Ferguson's trying to find his way through. They're in seventh place at the moment. I got very close there between the drivers in fifth and sixth. That was, of course, Louis Judd and Nick Wones, who was there as well, trying to find his way through. But I say Nick Wones had a great race. He's up to sixth at the moment. Started all the way down in 16th place, but right behind is Liam Ferguson. I think Josh Bass is in there as well. He's going to be trying to work his way through. We've got drivers such as Mark Gilly, Elliot Kennedy in there as well, all trying to get involved. Ferguson can have a look to the inside. No, he can't. The driver in front defends it off. That is Nick Wones with that one helmet. They head down the start-finish straight once again. Look at the battles going on, and Ferguson's going to nip to the inside of Nick Wones to get that one done. Yes, he can. A very clean move to the sixth for seventh place. We'll try and chase down Louis Judd now. Try and nip himself inside the top 5, sixth place for Liam Ferguson, should I say. And of course after that, it's a big wait actually for Adriel Ungwar, who's there in fourth place. Has already pulled away from the rest of the pack. The top 4 sort of in their own little battle, but they're all very nicely spaced apart. So it's tricky to try and close in there for Liam Ferguson, but I think a top 5 will do him quite nicely as the timer keeps ticking down. Louis Judd still on that defensive line. Ferguson's going to sit there as well. Nick Wones trying to go round the outside of Ferguson. Well, he had a look, but he couldn't get that one done. If he could have, that could have been an amazing move. But very hard to go around the outside of someone at turn 1. So here's Ben Hitch in your screens then, still leader in the race, just heading by one of the back markers at the moment. But Ben Hitch doing everything he needs to do to try and clinch this second heat victory, and will set him quite nicely actually when it comes to the final. Of course, as we head into the final heat results, finals are upon us, and as the track keeps getting quicker and quicker, it's going to be interesting to see how these drivers tackle the very encouraging and demanding circuit that is the Kim Bolton circuit. A circuit you have to be nice and smooth with, can't really be too aggressive, but there is a fine line between it. But Ben Hitch knows exactly how to drive around this circuit. He hasn't got much long left before he can bring this one home on the penultimate lap of the race now. He'll come round the final from the corners to start the final lap of the race, and for the 41 he has done everything he needs to. It's just going to be one more clean lap and he'll be able to hold on to it. Scott McLeod just closing in now. Funny enough, of course, Liam Ferguson is the fastest man out of the circuit at 41.34, lapping a tenth quicker than the leader, so just shows what Ferguson can do, and it'll be interesting to see how he gets on when he starts up near the front in the final with two pretty impressive heat results. But they come round the final couple of corners now, round the down one of the complex for the final time. Ben Hitch being super smooth with that steering wheel, not trying to screw off the tyres too much, trying to look after them so he can use them in the final. And when it comes to the final, he's going to be starting near the front of the grid because he's going to take nice victory in Heat 2 in the 177. Scott Cleese is through for second place, and a drag race to the line between Thompson and Ungwar. It was 500ths at the line, but Thompson holds on to third place. Ungwar into fourth. Louis Judd rounds out your top five from Liam Ferguson in sixth. Nick Wones and Adam Sadler from Mark Gilley and Elliot Kennedy. Josh Bass up to 11th from the 22nd spot from Jake Davis and Dan Walker. Scott Smith and Alex Jones ran out your top 15. And all the drivers finished the race, which is always great to see. Some great action in that one, and very exciting to see some of the quick drivers trying to fight their way through. But now the grid will be set for the final, and it's going to be very close up at the front end. Looking forward to this one.
Yeah, it'll be a good one there. And there's plenty of top drivers looking forward to the 177 final later on. But in the meantime, we have our final heat race of the day. We are straight through to the finals after this with the Micromax Hondas and the Junior Rotax B final kicking things off. But in the meantime, our final heat is the Senior X30s, heat number 2. Who will be making their way out onto the circuit very shortly. This is how they line up. Alexander De Benedettis from CJ Bennett on row 1. Jack Owen Drawbridge and William Omar on row number 2. Max Anderson and Katie Ashman on row 3. Ilio D'Alessandro and Josh Jones on row number 4. Row number 5 is the 57 of Jack Stewart from Bailey Brooker. Sean Abbott, James Workman on row 6. Tristan Powell, Johan Kalachern on row 7. Reese Barber and Alex Wiley on row number 8. Row number 9 is Piotr Jurewicz from the 171 of Bradley Heath, Valentino Alessi and Benjamin Cohn rounding out the field. So our final heat of the day getting underway very shortly, and what looks set to be an exciting start to this race with 3 of the front runners in this class the last few rounds. De Benedettis, Bennett and Owen Drawbridge all starting in the top 3 positions. So expect some fireworks at the start. They look to try and establish themselves at the front. William Omar, their number 41, also in with a shout there in fourth on the grid. Max Anderson, Katie Ashman forming the third row. Rest of the carts now closing up on the pack as they make their way through the Kim Bolton corner. And our final heat of the day is set to get underway. Over the line they go. Charging down into the first corner, Senior X30s. De Benedettis on the inside line. Jack Owen Drawbridge, but has been called off, I think, very late. It's going to be a full start, I believe.
Yeah, full start flags are out. Didn't see the yellow light come on the dash, so I don't think the drivers were there to know until they saw the full start flag. So they're going to have to slow down once again, and obviously they'll go and line up once more. As I said, plenty of drivers in this field who have a good chance of going for victory in this one, but 2 drivers to watch out for probably near the back. Peter Jurewicz in there, of course Tristan Powell, Johan Kalachern, both fighting from the back midfield, so they're going to be ones to watch. And I say CJ Bennett, can he take off from a great first heat result? It would help out his final result if he can just get this heat in the bag. And the lights out and away we go down into turn 1 then. Bennett's going to try and hold on around the outside. But look at the Beneditez, and he's locked the brakes up and he's gone straight on. But he's managed to hold on to second place then. But that's covered off Bennett. So he's dropped down to 4th place. Ashman's now into 3rd. And Ashman's throwing hands all the way to Bennett, saying, come on, let's work together now. But look at Jacko and Drawbridge to start off this race. A great start from the number 72, straight into the lead of the race. Already starting to extend a little bit of a gap as the rest of the pack comes flying through. There's Jacko and Drawbridge on your screens then. The blue suit, that blue helmet. And it's got Benavides behind. He's going to go for a late move on the inside, but Drawbridge is going to try and hold this one round the outside. And he has done it. Fair play to Jacko and Drawbridge. He's got the power down. But the Beneditez, I guess, will not be done just yet. Bennett goes to the inside for 1st place. Ashman's going to try and fight the one back. Can't get it done. So they'll go around to finish the 1st sector on the 2nd lap. And a great start from Jacko and Drawbridge. But Bennett now into 3rd place. He has got his eyes set on victory, as it will make him make a great start and position for the final. But he's got to keep his calm and just put the laps in now. He's got a bit of a gap, so he's got to just make sure he gets the laps in as the driver off.
Yeah, waved yellow on the exit of Kestrel, a kart on the infield there, so not in a safe position. Officials tending to the driver, who I think might have been a bit winded. So the wave yellow's out just in the interest of safety until they get that kart safely into the infield. But Jacko and Drawbridge leads the way. Alexander de Benedictis in 2nd place. And CJ Bennett, who ran so well in the first heat, handily placed in 3rd place. Katie Ashman just behind in 4th. And this is exactly what we were expecting at the start of this race. You've got 3 top-level drivers who would be in with a shout of winning the final later on today, and they are all starting from the front of the grid. There's Ashman, handily placed in 4th, and she could get involved as well. Josh Jones had a good start as well into 5th place. Max Anderson, William Omar, Johan Kalichern, who had trouble earlier on. He is now going to be a very important heat for him here. He's up to 8th place from Christian Powell, making his way through. I wonder if the driver in trouble, I think, may possibly have been Benjamin Cohn, number 49. Driver is okay. I think the marshal's just checking him out when he went off the track, or possibly even out of contention there in the midfield. But the driver does appear to be okay. Peter Jurovic, who ran well in heat number 1, starting in the back of the field up to 10th place, but is under investigation, so there may be ramifications for that after the race, as Owen Drawbridge still leads the way. Bennett trying to find a way down the inside, can't find a way through at the moment. Valentino Alessi, I can tell you, is out of the race, pulling onto the infield, a bit further down in the midfield. Over the line they go, and Bennett down the inside, stakes his claim, takes the line away from Owen Drawbridge, and that's the way to do it, going through Stowe Corner. Prevents Owen Drawbridge from repassing as they make their way through the willows. Katie Ashburn now up to 3rd place, getting past De Benedictis. And just looking at the lap times there of Katie Ashburn, she is starting to pick up the pace here, number 53. And the gap 0.7 of a second between the top 3. So CJ Bennett leads the way. Jack Owen Drawbridge in 2nd position, but he checks over the shoulder and he can see that Katie Ashman is in 3rd place, and she looks threatening at the moment as they look to challenge for the lead. The Benedictis just sitting there in 4th position, still in contention. Josh Jones continues his charge to the field into 5th place. Max Anderson, Christian Powell, fastest lap of the race, now into 7th place. William Juric and Johan Kalichern running out the top 10. But CJ Bennett, this could be a very important couple of laps for him here. Just seems to have started to pull away now from the chasing pack. The gap just over half a second, which is quite crucial really, just prevents him from being overtaken by Owen Drawbridge. And Ashman still keeping that pressure on in 3rd place. Warning flag in the midfield for Elio De Lizandro, who has got a warning flag down in the midfield as CJ Bennett goes over the line, completes another lap and sets the fastest lap of the race, 40.53. Ashman starting to have a look here as they make their way through towards the willows. Oh, down the inside she goes. It's going to be a tough move to get through there, but she unable to make it stick. Owen Drawbridge has the line. Oh, and coming under some pressure from De Lizandro, goes down the inside of Ashman. And this is going to be great news for CJ Bennett. If he can put in a fast lap here, he really will break away from the chasing pack as Jack Owen Drawbridge again gets himself back into 2nd place. But De Lizandro back through past Ashman. Can he close up? Oh, was Ashman? Oh dear me, that was a late clash of wheels there between Katie Ashman and Elia Lizandro. De Benedictis, I should say. So De Benedictis into the wall. Ashman keeps on going. I haven't seen any warning flags for the 53. I think it may well have been a racing incident there. Just two karts going for the same part of the track. But quite a clout there, Charlie. And do you think Ashman would have picked up any damage?
I would assume not. I mean, it was probably just, it looked like wheel to bumper contact, and really unfortunate for the Benedictis. Got sent absolutely flying there at the last corner, and he'll have some work to do now when it comes to the final. He's dropped way down the field, but it's all helped out Christian Powell in this one. He is currently up now into the final spot on the podium, and a great move for fourth place going on as well. That's one of the S8 racing karts who looked to the inside. Johan Kalichern, number 28, is getting a technical flag, so he has some sort of issue. So we've seen him into the pits. Joshua Jones making moves on one of the S8 racing karts. He's going to try and go for a cutback move. Very nicely done around the outside into Dan Weldon was Josh Jones on the inside of Max Anderson, that was. So a great drive, but I think Katie Ashman's very lucky there. Got away with no big injury from it, but it could have been a different story. Let's say if it was maybe a half a metre too far in, too far deep into the corner. So very lucky with that one. And I say big shame for De Benedictis, who looked very strong at the start there. Was right on the tail of CJ Bennett, putting him under loads of pressure. But he's going to have to try and work and do it in the final now. I'm going to guess he's probably starting halfway down the field.
Yeah,
now.
He's currently down in 12th position. Good to see him recovering as well. It was quite a clout between those two drivers. No warnings or any repercussions when it would appear. So then we put down as a racing incident. Katie Ashman loading the kart through Kestrel corner, one wheel off the ground, just to show how much speed they're carrying through that corner. She regains her composure after that clout. Kart's okay, and she is well and truly back into the mix here, keeping the pressure on Tristan Powell and Josh Jones as they make their way through the willows. We've got Max Anderson, Piers Jurovic, Alex Wiley a bit further behind as well. De Benedictis is still in 12th place, so notably there, Johan Kalichern picking up a technical flag, so he'll be out of the race, and had a bad first heat as well. So Kalichern will be starting pretty much at the back of the field in the final later on today. But one person that'll be starting at the front at this stage is CJ Bennett, who is on his own. The scrap for second place really has helped him out. He's put some good, steady, fast laps in, and he now leads by nearly 5 seconds. That's just how it works sometimes. You get to the front, control the race from the front, and if the fight starts for second place, just running away like this and able to control your own race. So CJ Bennett, I'm sure he will know by now that he's unchallenged at the front here. And quick glance over the shoulder just to check he's all okay at the front. He can afford to run his own lines here, run his own race as he makes his way down towards the final corner. Last lap board is about to go out for CJ Bennett, who's had a brilliant day so far, and this bodes him very well indeed for the final later on this afternoon. Tristan Powell making up 11 positions up to second place from Jacko and Drawbridge. Katie Ashman still there in fourth. Jurovic under investigation, but is up now to fifth place. Josh Jones, Max Anderson, Alex Wiley, William R and Jack Stewart. But CJ Bennett now making his way through the Dan Weldon corner for the final time, and running very well indeed, and heading down towards Kestrel for the final time. Nice and smooth, doesn't need to take any risks as he makes his way through Kim Bolton for the final time. And a brilliant second heat of the day for CJ Bennett. Over the line he goes. And just look at the gap. The fight for second place raging on towards the final lap. It's Tristan Powell from Jacko Drawbridge. Katie Ashman survives that spill and finishes in fourth place. Peter Jurovic, as you say, under investigation, but the number 75 finishes in fifth place. Josh Jones from Alex Wiley, Max Anderson, William Omar, Jack Stewart, Bradley Heath and Alexander De Benedictis after that shunt. Took quite a whack there. He is number 46. Kart was okay, driver okay, and he recovered into 12th. Sean Abbott, James Workman, Bailey Brooker and Reese Barber, your final finisher in the last heat of the day.
Great stuff done by CJ Bennett, who takes 2 for 2 there in Senior X30. And from what a tough 2026 has been so far, this could be his redemption day, and hopefully a great way to seal of the start of March. Micromax, the first final coming up then. All the heats are completed. That's where the hard work gets done to get them points. Now it's time for the big boys. Can they get the top three? Obviously, your top three, get your trophies. But all those vital, the double points that come into this as well. And Micromax will be up first. Let's have a look at the grid then in just a moment's time. And it's going to be Lenny Barton who's going to start from the pole spot. The green flag will go in just a moment. And the green flag goes now. Lenny Barton will start from the pole spot. Jensen Darlow will be alongside. Felix Tandy, driver of the day from last month. Can he take a victory again from Logan Edwards and Zach Andrew? Freddie Baker, Tommy Lovejoy, Ronnie Allen rounds out your first 4 rows of the grid. Caden Hanley and Benjamin Sylvia from Arthur Rhodes and Heath Smith. There's J.M. Prakash signed all the way down in 13th, someone to watch out for. Buster Scott and Kai Suri as well, no one to watch out for. Elliot Hitch rounding out your first 8 rows. There will be Oakley Howlett from Ethan Bainridge, from Lanny Udden and Teddy Shepherd. Cooper Galloway, Alfie Mullet from Daniel Debrio, and Ash Gupta rounds out your 24th spots on the grid. And starting from the final spot, Hugo Senna. Let's get this race underway. Hopefully for the first time of asking. It's the 3rd round of the club championship, and it's going to be some exciting finals coming your way. Are we going to go for the first time asking? Yes, we do. And down into turn 1. Lenny Barton has been the man on the move all day. But look for Jensen Darlow. He's going to try and cover off, but he hasn't done it good enough. And Darlow's into a spin. The driver who started from 2nd place is now into a spin and potentially could be out of the race.
Yeah, there's trouble on the outside. 3 drivers into the barrier there. But unfortunate there for Darlow. Just glanced off the side panels. Felix Tandy had the line into the corner, and he goes into a spin collecting other drivers. There are 3 drivers in the barriers. The drivers are okay, but a lot of work to be done here, and I think the slow boards are coming out. So 10 minutes plus 1 lap for the final here, but the slow boards are out. The drivers have to slow right down. You may remember the black and yellow Battenberg flags that we used to have. They've been replaced by the slow boards now. And so we are still racing here, but the race leader, Lenny Barton, who leads them around at the end of the first lap, from Felix Tandy in 2nd, and the number 27, Zach Andrew, in 3rd. So they are under slow laps here. The marshals still looking to extract those carts out of the barriers, but they are all back out onto the circuit now. So this will ramp up the tension here a bit. They are still racing here, don't forget, but the clock is still going, so Lenny Barton, I think, may look to slow things down a bit as he makes his way around the second part of the lap. And you can see the carts jinking about, keeping the temperature in the tyres. So that incident has been sorted out, and the last few carts who caught him in the melee going over the line now. Logan Edwards caught him in that one, Jensen Darlow, and I think it was also Tommy Lovejoy. Hugo Senna listed as a starter in this one, but doesn't look like he's taken to the grid. So Jensen Darlow, if he can get back up with the pack here, would still have a lot of work to do, but he's almost half a lap adrift. What a shame there for Darlow, as Lenny Barton bringing them back down a bit very quickly, actually making his way through the Kim Bolton corner. I'm expecting the green flag to go out. Yes, indeed it does. So we're back underway under race conditions here. 8 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in the final. Here they come down to the first corner, and guarding the inside line, Barton. Tandy on the outside. Oh, what a shame for him. I'll tell you what, if Tandy would have made that one stick, that would have been overtake of the day. Brave driving there from Felix Tandy. And I think he came off worse there, but he's still handily placed. But Lenny Barton, despite the onslaught, is holding on to the lead here. And the very aggressive driving from the number 92, who has been brilliant so far today. Maker is still there in 2nd place. He's certainly one to look out for. And I'll tell you what a brilliant start there for J.M. Prakash, who I think is in 3rd place right now. He's had a nightmare heat, dropping out in the second one, started way down the field. And it looks like the number 44 has battled through very well. He nipped past Felix Tandy and now sits in 3rd place. So J.M. Prakash fighting back very well. Felix Tandy, though, brilliant guts and determination to try that move on the outside. Didn't come off for him, but at least he is still handily placed in 4th. Just under 7 plus 1 remaining in this Micromax heat. And I think here, Charlie, it is still finely poised.
Yeah, Prakash, great race out there. And he's right on the tail now of Freddie Baker. And he's gone for second place. Great move by Prakash, who took the victory in the first round of the championship. Felix Hanley's still in there as well. He's there in fourth place, ready to make an attack when needs to start battling again. What's Baker going to do? Could he have a look to the inside? He's losing out a bit of momentum here. I think it's an opportunity now for Felix Tandy. They're going to go down into turn one. Tandy's going to be stuck in the slipstream. I say that, Baker's now right on the tail now of P2 of Prakash. Now, do they work together or will they battle each other? Freddie Baker, if I was him right now, I would start to work with Prakash here. Prakash has the pace. He knows that because he's catched him up and he's overtook him. Prakash now needs to put the laps together. Don't worry about behind. Baker will work with you. You've just got to keep putting the laps in now and chase down Lenny Barton. At the moment, the driver with the white helmet with that white car is looking pretty decent so far. But Prakash needs to do these laps now. Very consistent time now. As the timer keeps ticking down, 5.5 minutes. So we've got plenty of time in this race, even though we had most of it under the yellow flag procedure. But yeah, it's still looking very good. Barton moving over. He's going to come back to the racing line. But look at Baker to second place. Now that was something that I think Prakash wasn't really thinking about. Look what he's done. Felix Tanley's come straight through to third place, taking advantage of Baker. I think he went a bit too aggressive there into turn one. And Baker's now lost out. He's down to fourth place.
Dropped to fourth place. And I think, like you say, Charlie, these three drivers, second, third and fourth, they really need to work together. Perhaps sit on the tail of Giant Prakash. I'm sure they know how quick Prakash is, and he's got the pace. They can't afford to start squabbling for that second place because Lenny Barton is only just ahead of them, a gap about 0.3 of a second, and they can't afford to let him get down the road here. Here over the line they go. Still got just under 5 minutes plus one remaining in the final. Prakash very quick out to bottom corner though, and look at this, Barton going defensive on the inside. This could open it up on the outside for Prakash. No, it looks like Barton's got the line covered on the exit, but that draws Prakash in. Tandy in there as well, back into third place. Baker in fourth position. Freddie Baker 27. Zach Andrew not too far behind either, as Giant Prakash now trying to find his moments. Gets a nice line coming out of Derek's corner, just trying to weigh this one up. But Lenny Barton knows it then. Looks like Barton is going for the defensive strategy there, guarding that inside line in towards Kestrel corner, making life difficult for Prakash, who's going to try and find an opening into Kimbolton corner. No, it looks like Barton's got the line covered, but that will compromise his cornering speed and draw everyone else in very close. Now it's Tandy. Here they come down the straight. Tandy goes wide. Is he going to go for the outside once again? Oh, and round the outside goes Tandy.
Oh, it's
loses
close.
Out again.
Look at
Baker on the curbs, and Tandy back into second place. Just about. Yeah, fantastic squabbling there. And this lets Lenny Barton just pull away once again. So Barton, who was really under siege half a lap ago, has now pulled that gap through once again. And I think once again here, the guys in second place just need to focus minds here in second place, work together to get back with the leader. And really still a very closely fought final in position here. Prakash trying to break away from Tandy, who looks very determined in third place. Baker, can't write Freddie Baker off in fourth place. He's been brilliant all afternoon as well. And still with 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go, this final is still very closely poised.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. Look at Prakash trying to defend for second place. Tandy's going to try and stick around the outside, but he knows that's not going to work. Baker's going to go to the inside. Gets the P3, and watch out because his teammate is coming through as well, Caden Hanley. Don't forget about Caden Hanley and Zach Andrews. Zach Andrews there in fifth place, and he's been told to watch out for Prakash, who ran a bit wider. Is that an issue for Prakash? It looked like he was going very slowly into the entry there, but has really compromised his line, and he's lost out to Felix Tandy, and one of the other RCE cars tried to nip their way through as well. But Freddie Baker throwing hands, saying, come on, let's work together now, because he can see the gap. Oh, contact made between Prakash and Tandy. Prakash on the inside. Prakash knows he's got the pace. He needs to just get his head down, get right up to the back of the RCE car, but he's going to have to go defensive on Tandy. He's gone out wide. Tandy's going to go through. It's going to open up, take Caden Hanley coming through as well. Brilliant stuff there. Prakash. Something's going on with Prakash that last couple of laps, because he's been, the rear end's been all over the place in that car. He's had no grip whatsoever. He's like completely lost his head.
Yeah, it looks like Prakash a bit squirrely going through some of those corners there, losing a bit of pace here. Crucially, really, though, everyone fighting for position for second and third place. This has really benefited Lenny Barton, who's been able to control the race. And now, for the first time, somebody has broken away and trying to make the claim for victory as Freddie Baker. Oh, as Prakash goes down the inside, three abreast into Kimbolton corner. We saw a moment ago, I think it might have been Caden Hanley, I think, gesticulating. Let's work together here. And quite the opposite's happening now. They're all fighting away. And, well, Tandy's now into third. Prakash down the inside of Hanley, and getting involved in this one as well is Zach Andrew. Arthur Rhodes making up a few positions down to 7th place, and also on the move. A bit further down, Kai Suri getting into the top 10 up to 9th position now. Archie Gupta, who had a difficult heat race, has moved up 10 positions up to 14th place. But Lenny Barton still leads the way in this first final of the day. The Micromax making their way down the TKM straight, but Freddie Baker is emerging as a late challenger here. 47.8 last time round, fastest lap of the race. Here he comes down into the final corner. The gap was 0.4 of a second. Baker, who has a very quick line going through in towards Kimbolton corner through Kestrel. Here he comes down to the first corner. Lenny Barton not to be too defensive. They can't afford to be too aggressively defending that corner, I think, because can't afford to draw them in. But Freddie Baker carrying a lot of pace through the Willows. And now Barton holds the inside line. What's Baker going to do? Drifts wide on the exit of Derek's corner, looking for the exit speed. No, it looks like Barton's got the line covered. Here they come to the Dan Weldon corner. And Baker again looking at that inside line, trying to find the grip. And look out for Freddie Baker here through Kestrel. Very aggressive turn in here for the number 92. Couldn't quite do it this time because Lenny Barton was sitting on the apex. Just touches the back end of the cart momentarily. Just a little bit of rubbing there. Round the final corner they go. Looks like Prakash back into third place. Oh, banging wheels there for fourth between Hanley and Andrew, I think. As again, we've seen Baker trying the outside. He's going to go for the switch back here.
He's got the run.
On the exit. Oh, lovely move there from the number 92. And he's made it stick.
Brilliant stuff there by Freddie Baker. The number 92 gets into the lead on the final lap. But it's not over just yet because Barton is going to try and fight this one back. These two have got the gap, so they don't have to worry about third place. Jay and Prakash going to hold on to that podium. Could Felix Hanley have a fight for it as well? But it's going to come down to the final two corners in this first final of the weekend. Micromax has not disappointed, and who's it going to be? Into the final corner, it's going to go down to the momentum. It's run off wide, Freddie Baker ran off wide. It's a drag race to the line. Who's going to take it? It's Freddie Baker. My goodness me! Freddie Baker will take victory by 0.06 of a second from Lenny Barton in second. Well, old Lenny, he held on to the very end, but lost out on that very last lap. Jay and Prakash from 13th on the grid up to third, and Felix Tandy in fourth. Arthur Rhodes rounds out your top five. Then it was Caden Hanley from Zach Andrew, Ronnie Allen, Kaizuri, and Heath Smith rounds out your top 10. The only driver we lost in that was Hugo Senna, who didn't start the race. But that was a brilliant, brilliant race from some of our cadet drivers.
Yeah, fantastic there. And Lenny Barton, very clever driving there from Barton, going wide on the entrance to Kimbolton to try and get the exit speed, and almost paid off for him. Fantastic race to the flag there between those two. Giant Prakash notably finishing third, but is under investigation, so we'll have a look at that later on as to whether he retains that third place. And Felix Tandy, who looked very good in the final, are having to settle for that fourth place from Arthur Rhodes. So Micromax kicking off the finals in quite some style here. We stay in the cadet classes, of course, now, moving on to the Honda 200 final, and we'll have a look at the grid in just a few moments' time. Right after this, of course, is the first of the two Rotax, junior Rotax finals, I should say. That's the B final coming up right after this one. Always a very hotly contested race. But in the meantime, we move on to our Honda 200 final, and we're talking about closely contested. I think this one could be another one where there's a few drivers very much in contention here. We'll have a look at the lineups. Marcus Cooper from Mason Becker on the first row. Keane Delaney, Alistair Saunders on row number 2. James Murfitt and Harrison Maxwell on row number 3. Harry Grant and Phoebe Shelton on row number 4. Row 5, Nicholas York from George Pickett. Row 6, Dominic Kelly, Keane Doherty, Mason Day, Alfie Stokes, and Jacob Thurlow, number 12, rounding out the field. So certainly Marcus Cooper and Mason Becker have been on great form today as they share the first row of the grid. Plenty others to look out for there. Keane Delaney, Arthur Saunders, Murphy, Maxwell, Harry Grant, Phoebe Shelton. I mean, any one of those names you could feasibly say would be in with a shout of victory in the final here. So I think the start will be very important indeed as they make their way through Derek's Corner on their formation lap. Honda Cadets, always a very closely matched category, using the old GX200 four-stroke engine here, the din of the four-strokes as they make their way around back towards the TKM straight, bringing it down to what potentially could be a fairly wide open final. I think we've got the likes of, looking further back, Ian Doherty, 94, had some trouble earlier on, could be get a good start, could be in another factor as well. Here they come, down towards the Kimbolton Corner. So our second final of the day is about to go underway. Honda 200 very quickly out of Kimbolton Corner, charging over the line. And here they come, everyone guarding the inside line as they come down into the first corner. It's going to get tight here. Will they make it through okay? It's going to be tight through into the Willows for the first time. Three abreast there in the midfield as they go charging through. Trouble there as Grant goes out, and I think that might have been Saunders also out of contention on the Willows. Driver's okay. And back into the race. I think Jacob Thurlow got caught up in the melee at the back of the field, but somebody did very well, particularly in the first heat. Marcus Cooper has got away very strongly indeed, and I think Delaney well placed in second position.
Yeah, great start from Cooper. Delaney's trying to chase down on the Project 1 driver up the front. James Murphy there into third place, as you said, as they come round to finish the first lap of the race. Mason Becker, who was very unfortunate in that second heat, but managed to secure a podium, had a great start position, starting up in second place for the final. So had a better start, down to fourth place, but the gap already between the top three has extended from the rest of the field. So, of course, then a couple of spins in the middle of the pack on that first lap really opened up the field, but Marcus Cooper. Now, Delaney's really closed in on his tail. What will Delaney do? Will he stick behind? Will he want to work with Cooper? I think for the time being, the correct, well, I'd say the right thing to do would be to work with Cooper. Obviously, he knows he has the pace, and if you can just stick in his slipstream, they can both take effect from it in a good way. But it's all about working with James Murphy as well, trying to see what James can do. But the top three here, all working together to just try and pull away. Mason Becker still there in fourth. And Phoebe Shelton there in fifth. She's trying to get her head down and close in on the top four in front. But look at the gap so far. It would really need to be a big battle to start and close these guys in. But at the moment, it's still looking okay for Marcus Cooper. But Delaney's got the straight line speed. But it's just through the corners where he's just not got the momentum to really send one down the inside. So a different start to this race. Of course, these drivers thinking more about the end of the race, trying to make the battles then, instead of now where they could be losing a hell of a load of time. Now they're at the front of the field, just keep four wheels on the tarmac, just keep going round in circles for a bit, and then they can think about fighting just a tiny bit later. But Mason Becker's now closing to the top three, so maybe he can throw a spanner in the works. You never know.
Drivers fighting it out for the lead in these early stages. Don't forget, of course, that the finals a little bit longer today than they were in the previous round in February. 10 minutes plus one lap. So good racecraft is very important for these drivers. And you would really think the top four here could do with working together a bit here right now. They've not really fought for position too much. Crucially here, Marcus Cooper is setting a good pace. He's lapping in the mid-48, so they are pulling away from Phoebe Shelton in fifth place. And they really want to make sure that nobody else gets involved in this battle. So Marcus Cooper, Keane Delaney, Murphy. Or is somebody going to make a charge and go for the lead? As nipping down the inside there, Mason Becker very neatly nips through into third place. So yeah, we've still got time to go here. 6:44, the top four. Just taking it nice and easy. No one really going for the overtake so far. So they can afford to take the racing line into the corner. No one really defending the corner at this stage. And looking further back, they are still pulling away ever so slowly from Phoebe Shelton, Harrison Maxwell and Nicholas York, the drivers 5th, 6th and 7th respectively. Keane Doherty on the move, and Doherty making his way up to 8th position right now. Here they come through towards the Dan Weldon corner. Still Marcus Cooper leading the way. Delaney having a peek on the inside, just looking at lines at the moment. And Mason Becker, James Murphy 3rd and 4th. Here they come down towards Kestrel once again, charging into Kimbolton corner. The top four still finely poised here in this Honda final Here they come out of Kimbolton corner and heading towards the finish line once again. So it's still Marcus Cooper that leads the way. Cian Delaney second, Mason Becker third, James Murphy in fourth. Delaney having a peek on the inside, going for the lead. They bang wheels. Oh, and Delaney doesn't come off for him. Tries again onto the willows, gets onto the curbs. And they all seem to get through okay. It's as you were. Marcus Cooper holds on to the lead. Cooper setting the fastest lap of the race last time round, 48.23. And we've still got 5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining here as they make their way up towards the Dan Weldon corner. And I think here, Charlie, these four really just do need to play it cool here, not really go for the overtakes, just work together for a couple of laps here just to try and maintain that pace at the front.
Yeah, it's going to be one of them things. It's going to be, well, either a big mistake from Marcus Cooper to let him by. But, yeah, Delaney knows this one well. He's with the RSR team, so he would have gone through the strategy with the guys. But, I say that, he's going for a lead. Cian Delaney on the inside, going into turn one, past the Project 1 driver, and Becker's going to have a look and make a little bit of contact with his teammates. But they've all over the top of him. Mason Becker, the 52. How on earth has he kept that on four wheels, nipping over the top of his teammate Marcus Cooper? But he's kept it on the road, still there in third place. But actually, that one little thing, that one little moment has really spread apart these drivers. Now they've got to work together to close back in on Delaney so they can have a go at it once again. But James Murphy's just sat here, letting it all happen, letting them all bully each other. So he can take the scraps when it all happens. But it's not really worked in their favours for the Project 1 team. They need to now work together and close back in on Delaney now. They're still the top four all together. Phoebe Shelton still there in fifth, but the gap is just a bit too much. I think it's over 4 seconds now. So, yeah, I think Phoebe Shelton from down onwards was pretty much out of it when it comes to the final, let's say, the final win. But anyone in these top four still has a great opportunity. But it's all like the two Project 1 drivers now. They're in second and third. Can they close in on Delaney? And if they can, they need to do and work something magical to get past him.
Yeah, they really need to just play it cool in these stages now. Delaney's squeezing through into the lead, looking to try and control the race from the front as Cooper and Becker. Murphy still as you were with the top four. Murphy just dropping the pace slightly on the top three, just a little bit, maybe half a second or so. So he needs to make sure he stays with those two drivers in front of him. Phoebe Shelton coming around here. I'll tell you what though, Phoebe Shelton just go to have a look at the times. Oh, it's down the inside, going for the lead, and oh, look at that, a classic move there from Marcus Cooper, pushing Delaney wide, so they both get through there, Delaney and Becker. But Phoebe Shelton matching the leading group for pace now, trying to close up on them here, and watching Phoebe Shelton going around, I think she is determined to try and get involved in this battle actually. She's going to be a tough ask, you would say, with 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. But if these drivers start really scrapping for positions, they could yet allow Phoebe Shelton into this one. She's pulled away from Harrison Maxwell, but still with a bit of work to do. But this now could be Marcus Cooper's moment. Can he try and pull away in the closing stages? And I would say here that Mason Becker's really got to be careful here not to jeopardise and allow Cian Delaney back through again. They've just got to work together on the next couple of laps as Delaney has a peek down the inside on his part here. Cian Delaney will be determined to go for the move as quickly as possible here. And James Murphy's still there in fourth place, so still closely poised. Just over 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this Honda Cadet final. And it could go any one of four drivers realistically could still win this one as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. Delaney just looking for lines going through the Dan Weldon corner, that inside line, as they make their way down towards Kimbolton once again. And Cooper still his way. Oh, make a mistake there though. Small mistake there from Cooper. Got two wheels onto the curb. And that allows his teammate Becker through into the lead. Delaney tried to squeeze through into second as well. Let's see if he tries to fight back. And the drivers working well there. No one really fighting for position into the first corner. They know there's still 2 or 3 more laps remaining in this one, so they don't want to be slowing each other up by guarding the apex into Stowe corner. And again, you see Derek's corner, all of the drivers taking a nice sweeping line through the chicane there, no one being too defensive. They have got the number 12 Jacob Thurlow in front of them, so they will have to be careful. Oh, there's a little bit of misjudgment there. Mason Becker a bit slower than expected there for Marcus Cooper, just nudged it, and he doesn't look too happy about that one. Just nudged the back of the number 52. So Marcus Cooper Just got to keep his composure here. Throwing his hands up in the air. He was a bit frustrated with that one. Sometimes it's got to be a bit poker-faced about it sometimes. Don't show your displeasure too much. As the low holds his line and lets the drivers go through. Number 12 still continues on his way in the final. Oh, and another mistake there from Marcus Cooper. I always think when drivers start throwing their hands in the air and looking displays, it just... I think sometimes you've got to...
Contact! Oh, Delaney's off!
Delaney, yeah, he's gone.
Oh, big issue for Delaney. He went on the inside of Marcus Cooper, and they both turned into each other. And a big issue for Keen Delaney, who ran into a spin. And he has got going, but it's now come to a 1v1, and he's got into another issue with another driver going into Downworld and Complex. That's one of the 3 drivers out of contention, and now it's down to a 1v1. It's the 2 teammates to the end of the 91. Keen Delaney being given a warning flag for whatever happened on that last lap. 10 seconds to go, 2-lap dash in this Honda 200 final, and it's going down between the 2 Project 1 factory teammates, Mason Becker versus Marcus Cooper. Cooper, as we saw, he's been quick. He took victories earlier on in the day. Becker has been consistent. He's been up there at the front. There is Delaney off the circuit. Yeah, he's out of the race. Unbelievable stuff in the Honda 200 final. Delaney, who was up there at the front, is out of the race, and that means it only comes down to 2. Cooper's going to go to the inside. Oh, I got ever so close. What is the number 1 rule with your teammate? Is you never, ever hit your teammate. It's going to come down to 1 last lap here.
Last lap of the race now for this Honda Cadet final, and they tell you what, I think Marcus Cooper's recovered well here. Just seemed to lose his composure in the first half of the race and just seems to have brought it back quite nicely. Here they come for the final lap, and Mason Becker opts to leave the line smoothly going through into Derek's corner, leaves that line open. They're going to go past the stricken cart of Keen Delaney any moment now. You see on the outside line there, so he is out of contention. James Murphy third, Phoebe Shelton, Harrison Maxwell running up the top 5. But it's all about these 2 as they make their way down to the line at the end of the Honda final. And Becker, defensive into Kestrel corner, gets himself nicely set up but runs a little bit wide. It's going to be a drag race to the finish here. Look at Cooper in second, takes the squaring of the turn off, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And Mason Becker takes the checkered flag in the Honda finals from Marcus Cooper. 0.08 of a second between those 2. And third place for James Murphy. He was there or thereabouts for the entire final, and he's rewarded with a podium. Phoebe Shelton brings it home in 4th place from Harrison Maxwell. Nicholas York, Keen Doherty. Good fight back for the number 94, getting through to 7th place from George Pickett, Alistair Saunders, Harry Grant. Trouble on the first lap, of course, for Alistair Saunders and Harry Grant. They round out the top 10. Dominic Kelly, Mason Day, Alfie Stokes. Jacob Thurlow will be a lap down. He finishes in 14th, and the only non-finisher, unfortunately for him, is Keen Delaney. Although I say that, I think Jacob Thurlow's hit trouble coming out of the final corner, whether they're going to try and get the cart over the line. But nonetheless, brilliant bit of driving there, and a brilliant final between Mason Becker and Marcus Cooper.
Yeah, Cooper was in it to the end. Of course, he took the heat victories earlier on in the day, but just a few mistakes in the final, and a big loss there for Marcus Cooper. Such a good opportunity for the win, but still second place is a great result to take away. Mason Becker, of course, who took victory, just stayed calmed until the final, and then obviously when it mattered most, he got that work done. And I was looking to see what Jacob Furlow's up to. Keen Delaney's now driving back to the pits. So, well, great to see he could get the cart going. Just unfortunately, he couldn't finish the race. Well, he'll finish the race in some way. He will cross the checkered flag. But we're just going to be watching, I think, just some medical attention being seeked for Jacob Thurlow.
Jacob Thurlow must have flouted the tyre barriers, perhaps, on the final lap, number 12, who will be credited as the 14th place finisher, I believe. But the driver's still in the cart. He's talking to the marshals. I don't think he's badly hurt as such, but I think may have winded himself or may require some medical attention. The medics just going over to check out the number 12 of Jacob Thurlow, who hit trouble on the final corner, so let's hope that he's all right, and they're just checking him out. So there may be a short delay of a couple of minutes before the next race gets underway, and the tension rising in the waiting zone here as we await one of our real flashpoint races that tends to be in the programme. Junior Rotax, of course, are split into 2 finals. The final race of the day a bit later on this afternoon will be the A final. But here we have the B final, and not only is it a final in itself for the drivers who failed to make the cut for the A final later on, but this also serves as a repechage race as well, because the top 4 drivers in this heat will also qualify for the A final. So what they want to do really is just get a good start and try and break away at the front of the field. And usually for the driver on the bubble in 4th place, it can get a little bit tasty sometimes as they look to get that final qualifying spot. So until the medics are still on the track, looking after the kart of Jacob Thurlow, the driver, just getting a bit of medical attention out onto the circuit. And I've had this before in motocross racing as well. When you're in the waiting zone like this, if there's an incident out on the track and it's preventing you from getting your race underway, this is the point where you're all suited up, you're all ready to go. And for the drivers in the waiting zone right now, this delay, it's not very good for the nerves, is it?
No, especially not. And I mean, it's just trying to stay in that window of trying to keep just calm and collected, not trying to let the adrenaline kick in too much. And hopefully we can just get going. So the kart is being taken away. He is now, Jacob Thurlow, walking back, and I guess he will walk back to the medical centre just to give him a little check over, make sure he is all okay.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hobble on him at the minute. I think he must have taken a bit of a knock when he hit the tyre barrier, but I always think you can usually tell with the medics, and they know the situation, the marshal, they know the score, and the medics don't appear to be too worried off camera here. They look fairly relaxed about this, so one would hope that Thurlow isn't badly hurt. Maybe it'll just be a case of checking him out and making sure he's okay. We move on then to the junior Rotax. Max Douthwaite from Zane Perry, Miles Burton, Jack Beasley, Jack Robinson, Jack Bowie on row 3, Hayden Adams and Harry Frail on row number 4. Row number 5 is the number 33 of Lauren McVeigh from Peter Lee, Louis Bishop, Toby Wortley, Arthur Murfitt, Bo Winslade on row 7, Max Braskoff and Joseph Berkery on row number 8. Row number 9 is the number 82, and that's the kart of Lucas Nibbs from Oliver Barton, Archie Buchanan, Lachi Yordanov on row 10, George Johnson, Adam Ashgar on row number 11, Edward Munns and Kevin Ivanov down in row number 12. And looking a little bit further back, rest of the field made up of Harry Search, Christian Cahoff on row 13, Tigran Gregorian and Harry Watson on row 14, Emily Johnston and Zoe Cattett on row number 15, Eloise Sutton and Archie Ray Watson on row number 16. And then it's Oscar Doliniak and Samir Paul rounding out the 34 driver field. So plenty of karts out of contention in the B final. Only 4 can progress to the A final. And looking at that lineup there, especially a little bit further down, Peter Lee hit trouble earlier on, Max Braskoff, and way down there as well was Ivanov as well. And a few others, Kevin Ivanov way down the field, he's got some work to do as well. Zoe Cattett, another driver that hit trouble there. So 1 or 2 drivers in there, I think, Charlie, will be fancying their chances of getting through for a good result in the A final. Have had bad heat races, not only in the B final, but they find themselves quite far down the field.
Yeah, exactly, yeah, 100%. I mean, obviously, as you said, all it takes is 1 heat to have that bad result, and that has put you straight into the B final. For good example, Miles Burton, who we've seen at the front end of the field, of course, he's had a couple issues today, and that's obviously seen him straight into the B final. And so you've got loads of drivers in this one. Lauren McVie, another quick one to watch out for. And just scrolling down, Arthur Murfitt's another quick one. All the way down at the back, Archie Ray Watson is another one to watch out for. He was inside the top 10 in the past couple of rounds. He's been up inside the top 10, definitely pace-wise. So another one to watch out for. But we've got plenty of drivers in this one. Only 4 will go through. Who will be those 4? We're about to find out in 8 minutes' time. A bunch of hands go up in the air, but we're off and racing down to turn 1. The B final has begun, and Zane Perry is going to try onto the outside. His driver onto the concrete on the inside, but they've all kept it going just about. A couple of drivers to a spin a bit further behind, and we'll get an update on those when they come round to finish the first lap of the race. Drivers pulling off.
Can't see on the camera there, but just off screen there's a big shunt coming out of Stowe Corner, about 5 carts into the barriers. I think the drivers appear to be okay, but there's a lot of carts lodged together. I wonder if we will see the slowboards coming out if they can't get the air. The slowboards are out. Big shunt coming out of the Stowe Corner into the Willows in the midfield. Several carts getting locked together. I think from what I can see from the commentary point, the drivers are okay. But as you can see on the screen, the slow boards are out. Bit of trouble on the first corner. I wonder if the barriers may be damaged as well, because about 3 or 4 carts all went straight into the barriers. They are locked together. And look at this now. We are still racing, of course, here. The clock going down. 7 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. And I think for the race leader, which is Zane Perry at the end of the first lap, from Jack Beasley second, Max Douthwaite third, Miles Burton in fourth place. Look at this. They are pretty much at walking pace. And it is entirely in the interest of Zane Perry to slow this race down as much as possible. I'm sure he will see now that this situation, we might see it on the left of the camera as they pan through. There we are. Look in front of you. That's the carts. They're all in the barriers. One driver just very slowly getting back to his feet. They still looking to keep the race going here. But it's certainly in the interest of Zane Perry to slow this down as much as possible. The clock is still ticking down. They are still racing here, I would say, but it is down to Zane Perry to control the pack. They drive down at a slow speed, but the race leader will typically slow the carts down as much as possible in this situation to wind the clock down. They are still persevering with the slow boards here, but there is still a driver in a bit of discomfort. Let's hope it's nothing serious, and they're still looking to keep the race going here under the slow boards. And I think it will be another lap under the slow boards, which just ramps up the tension even more. So certainly for the likes of the drivers further back, lots of Kehoff further back, Harry Watson, who had a good start, Archie Ray Watson. Again, you can see them all looking over at the situation on the first corner to see what's going on down there, and I'm sure they will have seen that there's still a lot of marshals out on the track. So Zane Perry and Zach Beasley will know that I don't think they'll be going green just yet. So again, you just see them really slowing down. And they're very cute to this, aren't they, Charlie? We saw them looking down when they went down to the Kimbolton corner. Both the leader and second place very quick to look over to see what was going on. They saw all the orange vests down there, and they know, well, we're not going racing just yet. We'll slow things down even more. This is all tactics, isn't it, Charlie? Because as you can see on the top left-hand side of the screen, we are still under race conditions here. But what this serves to do, again, they're almost walking pace past the incident. It just serves to work in Zane Perry's favour, just to slow this down. And just shortens the race effectively when it does get going. He
wants to have as much less time, although you pay all the money to go racing. He wants to spend as least time with green flag racing, because that's less time he's got to take having to battle and hold off people. The 3 drivers we lost at the start there, who went on to that pole up, was Bjorn Winslade. He had a bit of an issue with that one. Lucas Nibbs, Oliver Barton was out of the race as well. It would have been interesting to see how Oliver Barton was going to get through the field. And I think more ones we lost out in that one. Toby Wortley was getting involved with that one. Evan Munns, Harry Watson, Adam Asgar. So a few drivers with a few issues. Louis Bishop just lost out a lot as well.
Just to serve the pace at the moment. The previous lap was run, the lap times 1:37.81 for the race leader, so about 30 seconds a lap slower perhaps than a typical race pace. They are looking to get going, I think. So
I think we'll go around one more time.
Yeah,
I think we're going to have one more lap under the yellows, and they will obviously this will be the lap where they'll
somebody has hit trouble.
That's not what you want to do under a yellow flag, is go into a spin, and that was one of the zip carts, and I want to try and work out who that might be. Now, I don't know what will happen, because he is trying to make the spots back up. You'll see on the outside a shot, number 73, Joseph Berkery. Whether he's allowed to do that or not is another question.
Yeah, because surely if he's, under the yellow flag rules, he wouldn't be able to overtake, surely, would he?
You would expect. So, I think big issues for Bjorn Winslade. You'll see him on the side. He's just walking to the medical crew. I think he's going to have a bit of a look at. I think he's waddling just a little bit, so might be something.
Yeah, that was the driver that was sat in the cart for quite some time after the initial shunt, so maybe just being checked out. But it doesn't appear to be too. Again, the medics don't look to be too worried about it.
It's crazy how much time we've actually lost on this race.
We're
only down to 3 minutes.
Yeah, this is going to be fantastic when it gets going. We're going to get pretty much a 2 minute plus 1 lap sprint to get through to the A final here. So it'll be really frustrating for the guys down in the midfield, because they're pretty much out of this race now, realistically. But
I can't wait to see what Archie Ray Watson gets up to, because he's already made up 15 spots in just those opening and in that opening lap. So they're going to be looking around. So the boards are coming in. So these are what the drivers are looking out for. They can see the boards are starting to come in. That means we're going racing this lap. So Perry knows that when he comes out this final corner, that green flag's going to show, and they're going to get back racing. So the restart here. 2.5 minutes left. Oh, contact already made, just off of shot. There they are. Miles Burton's off, and I think one of the Guy Cullington carts, and that's the 23.
Yeah, that was
off, and I can't work out where he is.
152 as well in there as well.
He was inside the top 4.
Yeah.
Big issues.
Well, the Zane Perry's slowing them down out to the final corner, and the guys about 6th or 7th place misjudging that one, driving full pelt into the back of the slower drivers, and they get that concertina effect. But at the moment, it looks like Jack Beasley's had a good start here and makes his way through. So Zane Perry, who was leading the race, is now in 2nd place. There is
Arthur Murphy, I think, being pulling off to the pit lane. So he's had some sort of issues. But as they come round to finish the first lap, and it's all kicking off. And one of the Dan Holland racing cars is now into the lead of the race. Jack Beasley jumps up to the lead, and then Zane Perry down in 2nd place. Third spot now being taken by Laura V, and the driver in 4th. The final spot on the podium in the A final is Jack Robinson. So he's there in that red helmet, the red cart, and you'll see just behind the white helmet with the sort of red, yellow, green cart of Jack Bowie. He's a driver who can make or break this.
Yeah,
but,
Jack Bowes well placed. And Joseph Berkery, number 73's in this one as well, making up 10 positions. There he was, just the back of your shot there. He could yet do a late smash and grab, you might say, to snatch his place in the final. Oh, down the inside. Nice move there from the number 33, Lionel McVeigh, to go down the inside. Joseph Berkery is under investigation, though, so we'll wait and see on that one. So let's see, 53 seconds on the clock. There's still going to be 2 more laps to go in this one.
Oh, look at this, 73. The driver
under investigation. That's the 73 of Joseph Berkery. I've made up 11 places, so he's going to race on, but his place in the A final, if he gets into the top 4, could yet be in jeopardy. But Jack Beasley, number 270, has timed this one to perfection. There's 30 seconds on the clock, so next time round it will be the 2 laps to go for him. So it's going to just another lap to go, but he's just trying to make the break now. Lauren McVeigh desperately trying to pull away, and all of the attention, he would say, at the moment is on the number 25, Zane Perry, who was leading most of this final under the slow boards, and now looking to try and defend that 3rd place as Jack Robinson goes down the inside. Doesn't make the move stick, though. And 22 under investigation as well, a bit further down, as Tristan Kehoff, one of the drivers who are going to fight through the field here. Archie Ray Watson into 10th place, Kevin Ivanoff into 9th. Barring a disaster at the front here, I don't think it's going to be enough for those guys to get through to the A final. But Jack Beasley, amidst all the carnage here, he's just got to keep it pointing straight here, get some good lines, and it's all going his way so far. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting final lap as they come round. And Jack Beasley, despite any issues, he's got this one under the bag. He will be starting from the P30 spot in the A final, and will most importantly be taking the victory in the B final. But Lauren McVeigh is still there in 2nd place. Last lap, the number 27 gets the mechanical flag. He will be out of the race and not in protection for the A final spot. But the battle's going on, 4th and 5th, and it's all going to kick off. So 2nd place, still Lauren McVeigh. He's got that one in the bag. 3rd place, Zane Perry. But it's going to come down between Jack Robinson, Joseph Berkery, of course, he's under investigation. Don't take that out of consideration. Who is going to take it into the final couple of corners now? And I think it's going to be a drag race between Berkery, and it's going to be Jack Robinson who holds on to the final spot. So, Jack Beasley will take victory then in the B final. Then it was Lauren McVeigh, Zane Perry, and Jack Robinson by just 1/10 of a second. Holds on to victory, well, not victory, shall I say, so victorious into the A final, but 4th place on the road. Of course, sat without any penalties or anything to be considered after the race, and a long, long list of names of drivers who we won't be seeing for the rest of the day. Their weekend has come to an end, and in the most brutalist way possible, we're going to lose drivers, have a big train of drivers. Archie Ray Watson only made it up to 9th, made up 23 spots, a very good drive still indeed. Kevin Ivanoff's out as well. Most importantly, down in the end of the field, Arthur Murphy, another quick one. He's out of the race as well. Looking through as well, Miles Burton, another driver who was up at the sharp end of the field. He's out of the race as well. Wow. Yeah, so impressive. It just goes to show the jeopardy of the B final, especially in an incident or a situation like that where you get a crash in the early stages and there's the slow boards that effectively shorten the race as well. So Yeah, quite a few fancied names going out in the B final, but we look forward to the A final later on today. So we go back to our Connect finals here, as it were, the mini inters getting underway. Race number 22 out of 27 is about to get underway. The finals now well and truly underway. We've got mini inters coming up next. KZ UK, Senior Rotax, and then it's the Rotax 177, Senior X30, and our final race of the day, a bit later on this afternoon, will be the Junior Rotax A Final. A reminder, of course, that the next round of the championship is on the 12th of April and broadcast here once again on TNL Sports to check out all of the action. So I think everyone just pausing for breath at the moment before the mini inters get underway. Otis Cleary, who's been on top form today, will lead them away from Eddie Duncan. Lewis Herbertson, Jensen Sale on row number 2. Dion Singh Bahal and Casper McAllister on row number 3. Elliot Bork and Finley Beals on row number 4. Rio Panayiotou and Ethan Lloyd on row 5. Rudra Gulkunath and Jack Brown on row 6. Santiago Simeone and William Moore on row number 7. Will Eden and William Davidson on row number 8. And a little bit further back, Hugo Torpy from Jess Kirby on row 9. Preston Howard, Flynn Grantham on row 10. Hayden Wardale, Freya Lally on row 11. And Edison Burrows, Leander Hewitt on row number 12. Last few drivers on the grid being Adam Causer from Jake Hansford, Byron Webb, LMA Bumford and Archie Humphries, cart number 125. 29th driver on the grid will round out the mini Inter final, which will be getting underway in just a few moments' time. There is a bit of a pause here just to sweep up all the carnage and retrieve all the stricken carts from the track as well. I think there is still one cart just on the first corner being pushed away on one of the cart trolleys back to the paddock. One of the victims from the Junior Rotax B final. Just goes to show, though, it's a 10-minute plus 1 lap final. I think they will be getting underway very shortly indeed. But that B final effectively turning into, well, there's the number 82, as you can see, one of the carts that went into the barriers. Driver okay, cart okay. There's nothing there that a bit of time and money won't put right, I don't think. But, yeah, we'll see. Fight for another day, I think, that one. But the consequences of that first corner accident there, Charlie, in the B final, a few drivers going off. Off camera it's going, there's people as marshals and spectators falling over and hitting trouble all over the place here off camera, I can tell you. But yeah, going back to the subject here, Charlie, accident like that on the first corner, and it's one of these things where they don't really want to stop the race. They're going to control it with the slow boards, but what that does, it effectively winds down the clock and just makes it very important for those drivers to make the most of that racing opportunity.
Yeah, 100%. It's all about those first couple of laps. I think there's a couple of guys already waving at the cameras on the dummy grid, so a bit of laugh before the race. But yeah, it's all about that opening lap. You gotta just get your head down, stay out of trouble to start off with, and then obviously go into trying to make moves throughout the race. And that's exactly shown why. That moment on the first lap really affected the first half of the race. After that, it was one of them things where, it's 2.5 minutes, everyone's trying to fight their way through. Only 4 spots are allowed in, and that happens. People will lose out because of it. But I say, the B final is always going to be interesting, but to have over 30 carts in the B final makes it that bit more extra, I think.
Very strong entry, of course, once again for the Junior Rotaxes there as well. So the remaining qualifiers getting through to the A final later on this afternoon, but for the time being, the mini inters just taking a few moments. I think there were a couple of medical incidents after that first corner shunt as well, and I think a spectator also not involved with the incident, I should say, but somebody also having a trip over as well, just needing some medical treatment as well. So this all means that there is a bit of a delay here before the races get underway. Otis Cleary just slightly hidden there by the tyre barriers will lead them away. The driver just pausing, looking very cool, calm and collected there. Number 57, Eddie Duncan, will be fancying his chances in the final as well. You can just see number 40 in there as well, Jensen Sale, another driver who can't be discounted as well. Like we were saying a few moments ago, Charlie, when there's been an incident in the race before yours and you're just sat there waiting in the waiting area like this, all you want to do now, it's the tension's there, you want to get out there and get racing, really. This just adds to the tension before the race, doesn't it?
Yeah, and as well as that, it's when all the thoughts start coming in. Have I tightened this up? Have I bolted this on properly? What if this happens on track? What if that happens on track? And that can really play into a driver's mind. But I mean, obviously, some of these drivers probably have been trained mentally to battle those, and I think as a driver, you really need to work as hard as you can to battle against it. Otherwise, it can really affect your performance. But
well, we're saying about the tension before the grid, but Eddie Duncan there, he's reclining on the engine now. He's very cool character there in the number 57 at the moment. I remember there was. This is going back a long time now, but there was a crash at the British Grand Prix at Brands Hatch when 86. This is when Jacques Lafitte broke his legs. And there were ages pulling him out of the car. And there was Cameron Nelson Piquet, who was completely zonked out and asleep in the Williams on the grid. He took a snooze before the race got underway. So, I think some drivers seem to cope with the pressure in their own way, don't they?
Yeah, exactly. I say, you got Eddie Duncan lying on the radiator. I think that was Casper McAllister just waving at the camera. But it looked like we were at a nursing home more like. Great to hear your great stories from the 80s. That's your time. And I think that might be the only stories you know from the 80s.
Possibly, but I can tell you that one or two of the injured drivers from the B final don't appear to be too badly hurt, fortunately. I think they've had a check over in the medical centre, and they'll let those drivers get back to the paddock. We'll hopefully see them in the next round in April. Always a good good to give a shout out to the medics, of course. Nowadays, these sort of most of the major club and motorsport meetings like this have full medical coverage from private medical companies nowadays. I mean, back in the day, it used to be the volunteers from the St John's, but it seems to be moving more towards. You get a lot of these people in these medical crews do tend to be NHS staff who are doing this as a second job. Paramedic trained people at these meetings as well. And as always, when there is an incident that does require intervention, they're able to deal with it very quickly and very promptly as well.
Yeah, a couple of drivers out of the carts, which that must mean. I think they've been told that there's going to be a bit of a delay. I think.
There
we go. All waving at the camera.
Really happy to be there, aren't they?
That's Casper McAllister there. Give me a nice little wave and I think is that Eddie Duncan?
I think it is.
Yeah. So both drivers just having a look. I think they're having a little watch at the live stream. Give us a wave if you can hear us on the live stream. And I hope they do, actually. It'd be nice to hear from back of them. There they are. Oh, great to see from McAllister, Eddie Duncan. Do you do any Fortnite moves? Let's see some Fortnite dances. I don't even know if they even play Fortnite nowadays. I don't know what. Let's see if they've got any dance moves. Let's see. You can watch it. There's a delay. And you'll watch any moment now. They might start dancing. Oh no, this can look really bad now. No, they're just waving. they're just waving. Awesome to see. I'd say these are still kids. We have to still consider that these are kids nowadays. Obviously, you can start these when you're just 8 years old in the cadet field, and I think mini inters you can go up to about 10 or 11 years old. I say still the start of their careers, and great to. Oh no, here we go.
Oh yeah,
oh, yeah.
That's the delay there, and
there we go. Oh, great scenes on the dummy grid here, and great work from McAllister and Eddie to give us some great dance moves from the dummy grid, and great to see that they know their Fortnite moves. Now they got a lot back in.
Yeah, we're talking in battle terms of the tension on the grid sort of thing. Well, these guys are doing dance moves and they're not too bothered, are they?
No. That's I say the best way to deal with it. Just have a laugh, have a good time. And now they've locked in. They're back into race mode, which hopefully means we can get some racing going.
Yeah, you can see the officials there just starting to look over towards race control. I think we are in a position where we'll be getting racing back underway very shortly. The drivers now back in their carts. We should be expecting the all clear. Just a reminder that Otis Cleary, just slightly hidden by the tyre barriers, out of shot here. We'll be leading them away from the dancing Eddie Duncan in second place. Lewis Herbertson, Jensen Sale, Dion Singh Bahal, who's just to the left of the screen there, just behind. You can see Herbertson on with the blue helmet, that's kind of the Gulf Porsche kind of colours helmet there, just on the left there, number 153. Casper McAllister a bit further back as well. Jensen Sale, we just saw on the outside in the green cart there, who pretty much looking at us there a moment ago. Is another one who could be in contention here. So, I would say Otis Cleary going on the form of the heat races, would start as the favourite in this race, but any one of about 6 or 7 down to maybe Casper McAllister's had his moments as well. Any one of the top 6 you could feasibly say could have a shout at this one.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. I mean, obviously, Lewis Herbeson's another one who's going to be trying to fight his way through from 3rd place. As I say, some drivers who've had a few mishaps a bit longer down in the heats, they're going to try and work their way through. But it's going to be, yeah, again, we spoke about this earlier, it's about them opening laps, that first couple of laps. And in the heats, that seemed to be the issue for Dian Singh Pahal. He just couldn't get off the line at the start, so it's going to be interesting to see how he gets on. But also got Casper McAllister in there as well. He's going to be one to fight his way through. Eddie Duncan's in there from the front row of the grid. Otis Cleary, who's had some brilliant drives so far. He's already a driver off the circuit already.
Byron Webb, I think it is 133, has hit troubles coming out of the Willows. Desperately trying to get the kart back onto the track and into the race. I don't know if we'll have time here because we're looking to get the drivers underway here. They come down towards the final corner. Webb, I can tell you off camera on the infield, desperately trying to get the kart back onto the circuit. Now this is going to be interesting because we are looking to get the race underway. And, well, here we go, out to the final corner. There is still he's got it going again, and he's spun. I think we're going to be okay. No, we'll wave round. Yeah, he's got going again, but I think a little bit too risky there. So we're going to have a wave round here as, full start here. The 133 Byron Webb towards the back of the field, spinning out onto the grass. There he is on the right-hand side of the screen. He has got the kart going in again. Marshall stopping him because they didn't want to run the risk of him getting caught up by the rest of the field. I don't know if he'll be permitted to... yep, there we go. They're going to let him retake the start.
Because the race hasn't started, he hasn't got to try and do a lap to try and catch up. He can just jump on at the end and then hopefully he can actually try and get into his grid spot.
I think they've just let him go pretty much where he was supposed to be on the grid. So I think that was a good shout there by the race officials. Just pause this race so they could see he was getting himself back onto the track, just calm things down, let him retake his position, and we can have a good clean start to this one.
Last thing you want is when these drivers are all battling each other, trying to come round, especially when the hot heads are coming through in the bus stop section and he's just sat there waiting to go. It's not what the situation you want to be in, but thankfully all karts are here to start the race. Let's see how many can finish the race. Hopefully all of them can. But Otis Cleary, a great start to the season so far. Can he make it better? It'd be a great way to add another final win to his CV. Can they get going then? For the second time asking in mini inters. Yes, we can. It's off and away. And Eddie Duncan's going to try and go to the outside line. Will he try and cut over? No, hard on the brakes. Try and throw around the outside. Otis Cleary's going to cover him off though. And Herbeson's going to have a look to second place. Gets that move done. And a great move from Eddie Duncan, who drops down to 3rd place. Herbeson's to 2nd place. But look what's happening to Otis Cleary already. Look at the gap he's extended so far. And a great start for the number 22 for the Dan Holland Racing Machine. Eddie Duncan's into 2nd place now. Herbeson's into 3rd. And I think that might be Dian Singh Pahal into 4th. We'll have a wait and see as they come through to finish the first lap of the race. But look at the gap so far. Chris, the number 22, he's flown off already.
Yeah, Otis Cleary, he's got to do this. He's some very competitive drivers in this field, so he has to get a good start, put the pedal down and just try and pull away from the rest of the field. And hoping they do battle and just hold each other up a little bit. Oh, it was wheel-to-wheel combat there with the 123 there. That's Dian Singh Pahal going down the inside, banging wheels. Looks like Eddie Duncan has fought his way back through to 2nd place, got crowded out a bit on the first corner, and lost the position to Lewis Herbertson, but back in position now. Jensen Sale not having the best of starts. He is under investigation, the number 40, so there'll be something for after the race. But it all just settling down momentarily. Otis Cleary now clear and away, but worth keeping an eye on Eddie Duncan in 2nd place, who we should just see coming out of the corner. Now, there he is. He's breaking away now from the rest of the field as they make their way over the line. So it's Pahal into 3rd place now. Casper McAllister's had a good start to 4th. Herbertson drops momentarily to 5th with Jensen Sale right in there as well, number 40. Rio Panayutu's had a good start up to 7th position, but 3rd down to around 8th position, all running very closely indeed. And he would say now for 57, Eddie Duncan, he has got about a 1 second gap between him and the 3rd place driver. So really needs to try and pull away now and try and live with the leader, Otis Cleary, who you would say on balance with the heat races has been the fastest driver of the day so far. But Eddie Duncan still matching him for pace here, I would say. So if he can just get up there and get pulled along by the leader, He could yet make a fight of it. Bahal just starting to pull away. It's getting a bit tasty a bit further behind as they go charging. There we are. You see Jensen Sale almost going onto the concrete there. Down inside, holds his line. Herbertson gets pushed wide. And that, I think, will get Panayotou and Finley Beale's also getting involved in the action there as well. So those drivers all scrapping for position. And that's letting the leaders pull away a bit now. So Otis Cleary has got the race to himself so far. Eddie Duncan keeping him honest in second place, 1.1 seconds down. Dhyan Singh Bahal, who set the fastest lap of the race incidentally last time round, 44.06, is in third place, 2 seconds down on the leader. And coming under a bit of pressure from the advancing Casper McAllister, who started off very strongly indeed. Jensen Sale fending off Lewis Herbertson. Herbertson trying to fight back. And these drivers fighting now, but this is all going to let the top four really pull away. But this is a race here finely poised, I would say, Charlie, because we've got 1 second between Cleary and Duncan in second place. Bahal about a second further behind in third. Casper McAllister, he's maybe a little bit too far back at this stage, but he's certainly started the race very strongly indeed, and looking like a real threat in fourth position.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here to see. It's all going to come down to Otis Cleary, really. If he starts to make any mistakes, could bring Eddie Duncan back into it. The top four, they're somewhat together. They're together in a pack, but not anywhere near each other. But Jensen Sale on your screens, trying to hold off and hold on to his top 5 spot. He will inherit the championship lead after this round. Of course, James Roots was the championship lead, not here this weekend. So Jensen Sale, obviously accumulating points from the first 3 rounds, he will take over. But I say Otis Cleary, the gap looking good so far, but he just can't make any mistakes. Just nice, smooth driving. And I say it again, we're going to get into what's known as probably the boring stage of the race, where there's not much battling going to go on. Of course, you've still got the battle for 5th going on, but up at the front end, there's no battling. It's just going to be nice, smooth, consistent driving from the top 4, and that's what they've got to do. Move for 5th place then. On the inside goes Lewis Herbertson, gets past Jensen Sale as they head down into turn 1. There is a car off in the barriers at the first corner, and that looks like it might be Ellen May Bumford who's had some issues. Obviously, we'll have a little watch just to check and double check that. And I say now it might be about Byron Webb. Byron Webb actually might be off.
Poor old. I think is it Byron Webb? We'll have a look in a moment. It'll be a real shame for the 133 who span off on the formation laps. It'll be a difficult final if that's the case. But looks like they're managing that with the local yellow flag on the first corner, so it doesn't look like they'll need to slow the carts down at this stage and have a slow board. So the race goes on pretty much under full conditions. They have got the stricken cart. I think you are right there, Charlie. I think it is the unfortunate Byron Webb who is out.
What a shame. What a shame.
Bad day for him, but the race goes on. So just under 5 minutes. Like you say, Charlie, this is really turning into the steady part of the race where everyone's just a bit tactical here, just fighting for position. They're not going to win the final or get a position right now, but they just want to get themselves into a good position. Still the top 4 finally poised. The battle seems to be for 5th place right now, where Lewis Herbertson, Jensen Sale, Ethan Lloyd all fighting.
You say that. It looks like Dhyan Singh Bahal's closed in on Eddie Duncan.
Yeah, he's just starting to pull the gap. 3 seconds covering the top 4. Bahal with the fastest lap of the race, so they are just staking their claim. And I can tell you off camera, I think Bahal's going for a move as Herbertson holds on from Jensen Sale. Leaders over the line, Cleary leads, so Bahal into second place, 1.3 seconds. Here they come down to the first. There is Bahal, and he's got through past the number 57, so Eddie Duncan will be looking to try and tag on to the back of the 123. And Casper McAllister, who's been very impressive in the final here, had a difficult start to the day, and he'll be looking to try and get involved in this battle for the lead. But at the moment, Eddie Duncan just trying to tag on to the back of Dhyan Singh Bahal, who just seems to have found a little bit of pace as we head towards the final part of this mini inter-final. And Otis Cleary has led the way so far. He's been the driver to beat today, but I'm sure that Singh Bahal has other ideas about this. Let's have a look when they cross the line. So Otis Cleary just going over the line now. We should see the rest of the top 10 going through. Bahal second, and the gap goes down slightly to 1.1 seconds, so not by very much, it's here and there. But we have still got 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Eddie Duncan, 57, still keeping involved in this one. They're pulling away now a bit from Casper McAllister. And there is Eddie Duncan. He's desperately trying just to stay onto the back wheels, get the pull from Singh Bahal as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. Otis Cleary still in control of the race here, but Bahal and Duncan in third. are still keeping that race leader honest as they make their way down towards the final corner. Otis Cleary still leading the way, still maintaining a good pace here. It has to be said, he's not really dropped the pace at all. Over the line he goes, but Pahal just seems to be finding some pace here in the final. Not by very much, but the momentum is with the second place man here.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I say Eddie Duncan just trying to keep on the tail now of Dean Sim Pahal. He doesn't want to be dancing around like he was on the dummy grid. He's just got to be nice and smooth with the car now, nice and steady, and try and see if he can close down on Otis Cleary. So the gap seems to be closing down. Very, very small amounts though. Only 2 minutes left on the clock. Oh God, Casper McAllister all over the exit curb and was very lucky not to go offline.
Nasty
there.
Little hole in the grass there, isn't there? So just to keep the drivers in check, and he's done well to say that to McAllister. He stays in 4th place, but that pretty much puts him out of contention for the win, and he's got some real tension behind him now because Lewis Herbertson, Jensen Self starting to envelop the 4th place driver McAllister. So after a bright start, McAllister just dropping back into the rest of the field now. It's turning into a 3-way duel for the Mini Inter Final here. Otis Cleary has led the race from the drop of the flag, and he still has the race under control here, but Singh Bahal in particular is not giving this one up lightly, and he can't write off Eddie Duncan in 3rd. You have to think that if these two get any closer and start scrapping, that Eddie Duncan could yet snatch the victory here. So it's still Otis Cleary's final at the moment, but Singh Bahal and Duncan definitely keeping him honest. Let's have a look at the gap. 1.6 seconds covering the top 3 drivers. Eddie Duncan notably has set his fastest lap of the race last time round, 43.92. So he is pushing really hard to live with Singh Bahal in 2nd place. And Dean Singh Bahal again, just by 1/10 of a second here and there. These are very fine margins, but he has closed the gap on the race leader. I have to say that Otis Cleary is still pushing here. But as the race goes on, it just seems to me like Singh Bahal in particular is finding some more pace here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. 30 seconds left on the clock then. So we're going to be coming into the penultimate lap of the race, and as I say, these gaps are starting to close down. What was over a second
I don't know if the camera caught that there, Charlie, but I just saw Otis Cleary just checking his shoulder. He's not done that for the entire race. I think he's knowing somebody's there, doesn't he?
It's like that scene from Jurassic Park with the T-Rex, and I think someone knows that someone's coming. Of course, that's Otis Cleary. He can smell Dean Singh Bahal from behind. You can smell that engine getting closer and closer.
If you're the chasing driver, if you just see that leader just starting again, he's done it again, he's just checking his shoulder, he knows somebody's there. This is Dean Singh Bahal in 2nd place now. You can see the leader just checking his shoulder like that.
That's
going to boost. That's a lovely feeling, isn't it?
That's a great feeling, great confidence boost.
Yeah,
and look where he is. He's right on the tail now. 1 lap to go in this race, and the gap is 3/10 of a second. How on earth has Dean Singh Bahal managed to close this gap in? As you say, it's one thing to close the gap in, to make a move is another.
Singh Bahal with the fastest lap of the race last time round, incidentally, 43.5. So here we go.
It's going to be close. Dean Singh Bahal has got the pace. He's got everything in line, but can he make the move? Otis Cleary was the man making moves earlier in the heat. He made up over 20 spots in one of the heats to take victory, and it's going to come down to the final corner. But yet again, Bahal's just too far back. And Otis Cleary, what a day it's been, and it's going to take victory here in the Mini Inter Series, round 3 of the Club Championship. And Dean Singh Bahal, he was so close at the end, but just wasn't enough. Eddie Duncan will round out your top 3 and will dance his way to Parc Ferme. And it was Jensen Sale from Lewis Herbertson who rounded out your top 5 from Casper McAllister and Ethan Lloyd, Rian Petudio and Will Eden from Veruja Gokhanalf who rounded out your top 10. Issues for Edison Burrows on the last lap, who starts to fall down the field. So big shame. And in that race, of course, we only lost Byron Webb. Archie Humphreys didn't start the race. But that went down to the wire. What we thought was going to be quite a boring race to the end led to a sort of 4-5 lap scrap where we were just watching the pack.
Yeah, that was brilliant stuff from Dean Singh Bahal. Otis Cleary really has been the driver to beat in the Mini Inters, but Singh Bahal didn't give that one up and certainly kept the leader honest right the way through to the checkered flag. So Mini-Inters had a bit of a delay there. They were dancing their way and keeping themselves occupied. It was certainly worth the wait, I would say. As we move on to our next final, it's the KZ UK. So the barriers go in on the Yamitsu Straight. The track is opened up and they'll run the full length of that Yamitsu Straight, nearly to 100 miles an hour. James Beecroft has been the driver to beat today, starting on pole position from Isaac Smith. In second place, you can't write him off either. George Robinson and Lucas Blanford third and fourth. Hannah Lang, Leo Robinson on row number 3. Bailey Reelsford, Oliver Harris. And then it's Jensen Pugh and Jonathan Railton. So James Beecroft, who has been a very fast starter today, now has the luxury of pole position going into the final. Isaac Smith had his moments in the previous heat as well. George Robinson, he's a driver who's been very close to the leaders today without really being able to challenge directly for the checkered flag, but certainly you would have to say he's a factor as well. Lucas Blanford as well, running well in fourth place. Hannah Lang, always a top KZ UK driver and always one to look out for. But one of the notable drivers a bit further down who had some trouble in the second heat is Leo Robinson. So we're not the best of grid positions for him, but it's a 10-minute plus 1 lap final. I would say here that James Beecroft very much the driver to beat going into this final, but still a few drivers, a few names you mentioned there who could be a factor in snatching the victory.
Yeah, well, James has some great starts this weekend. Hopefully he can take that into the finals. Well, starts are one of the biggest things in this series, of course. They're not like your rolling start. A proper standing start, starting from the grid spot. And you need to get a nice launch to try and hopefully make some ground up. Isaac Smith, this could be his first victory that he's had in quite a while. It has been a long road for Isaac Smith to get back onto the top step, but this could be his time. Of course, George Robinson's there, who nearly took victory in the first round of the championship, was ever so close, but just I think he had a rear puncher that really ruined his opportunities. Of course, Lucas Blanford is the only driver in this field who's taken a final victory so far. He took the first round of the club championship. Of course, Derek Morgan won the second round. Of course, he's not here with us this weekend. But the final starts are now being prepared for these drivers. So they'll take one last go just to make sure they've got every bit of the launch procedure right. And of course, Hannah Lang in there as well, to watch out for her as well. But as you said, Leo Robinson, another factor to take into consideration. A driver who finished second in the championship last year. Had a strong season so far, had a few ups and downs really, but hopefully this could be his time. But as I say, anyone in this field has a great opportunity. Some fierce, great drivers in this pack, and it's all going to come down to this. 10 minutes plus 1 lap left of the racing, and 4 lights are on, and for KZ's, they go out any moment now. No, it's a full start and we're going round. I don't know what's happened there. Was that an issue with the lights?
Oh, I don't know. There were 1 or 2 drivers. There's a long pause on the grid there. 1 or 2 drivers are creeping forward, notably there. So, well, yeah, whether they want to just.
I would assume it would be something to do with the lights, because the lights held on for quite a long time, and of course there was the thumbs up from the back of the grid. So that would have said that the marshals were happy to let that race go, but I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, the procedure is that usually, if it's not the light procedure, and I think there are a few notes saying it might have been the lights.
Just looking off the camera, they are running the light system through again onto the red lights again, so hopefully they will be able to get that one underway. Yeah, the drivers held on the grid there for quite some time, and they don't want to be holding there on full revs because that'll just burn the clutches out. So here they come.
Obviously, if the light procedure doesn't work, then they'll have to go to the flag. Which would either be I think it's either the green flag or be the nationality flag, which would be the UK flag.
The virtual marshal board, you can see the back of the board off our camera view there. On that left-hand side, that big screen, that's the virtual marshal. It has the starting lights on there. And also, if any drivers get penalties, it would come up as well. So the lights are back on now. So here we go for the second time. So the lights illuminated, waiting for the lights to go out. And at the second time of asking, we're away again. Beecroft with a lightning start. Yeah, Isaac Smith had trouble there. Beecroft with another lightning start, and Hannah Lang's got away well also. She's up to second place. It's all down to the start, and Isaac Smith had some real trouble there. But again, James Beecroft, absolute consistency from the number 72. Another lightning start. getting the clutch down at exactly the right moment. And another brilliant start there, though, for Hannah Lang. She's gone through to second position. Oh, having a peek down the inside was Lucas Blanford, and I think may have made the pass. There goes Hannah Lang just defending the third place. So got a little bit tasty coming into the final corner there. But Blanford through to second. Lang holds off Bailey Rigglesford for third. George Robinson, Jensen Pugh, Isaac Smith, Leo Robinson didn't get a good start either. Jonathan Railton, Oliver Harris. So Isaac Smith, who had his moments in the second heat of leading and was challenging for the checkered flag in that second heat, really hit trouble at the start there. And here we go. So James Beecroft, another lightning start from the number 72. He's just got to run his own race at the front here now and establish that gap at the front. Lucas Blanford battling through to second. Hannah Lang with that brilliant start. She holds on to third place, just starting to pull away now from the rest of the field, along with Bailey Rigglesford, who has got a warning flag. So no direct penalty for the 192, but just a bit of a warning there for him. But James Beecroft, much like the heat races, has got the clutch, got the start absolutely nailed, putting a fast lap there, 36.53, and just looking to try and control this race in the early stages.
I'll tell you someone who had an awful start. That was Isaac Smith. Had an awful launch. I think he might have just jumped up. I think he came off the clutch just a bit too quick at the start there. Just couldn't get the power down. Didn't go anywhere. And he's into sixth place at the moment, so he hasn't lost too much ground. But he obviously from starting on the front row of the grid, he's lost a bit of momentum from where he was. But I say Hannah Lang's had a great start into the final podium spot at the moment. Did go up to second place, but the strong pace from Lucas Blanford in the start of that first lap, he found his way back into.
It would be good to see Hannah Lang get on the podium here. This is a driver, very experienced KZ UK driver, who's got the pace, but she's not had much luck recently. So it would be certainly a good result for her. She's just gesticulating. They may just saw her on the camera there, just to work together with Bailey Rigglesford. Doesn't want him to get too involved with fighting at the minute, because they are on the tail of Lucas Blanford, the second place driver here. So I think Lang just saying, let's work and just keep with second place here, because she's certainly matching Blanford for pace. Beecroft checking out at the moment. He's well and truly clear of this lot now. He's over 2.5 seconds ahead. And there he is, just going out of camera shot already, making his way down towards the Kim Bolton corner. Yeah, Hannah Lang was a driver in trouble on the infield there.
Harris, that.
It's Harris, isn't he? He's out of the race, so down to 9 drivers. But Hannah Lang, she had a nasty shunt a few rounds ago as well. And certainly for the number 91, luck hasn't been on her side. So she would certainly have a well-deserved podium here if she can stay in that position. But that's by no means a foregone conclusion here, because Rigglesford looks strong behind her. And Isaac Smith, after that bad start, is starting to get some pace and make his way through the field.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he gets on in the next few laps. But still at the front of your field, James Beecroft, he's just putting in the laps, and the gap is still extending. We'll just have a look in a second what the gap's up to now. It's up to 2.6 seconds, and I'm just looking at Hannah Lang. She's having a go at second place here. She had a few looks into turn one, and Dan Weldon as well as Kestrel. She was having a look on the inside of Lucas Blanford for second place. Something Lucas obviously got past in the first lap, but just hasn't been putting in the laps like I thought he would. And Hannah Lang's in the unfortunate situation where Bailey will be pouncing an attack, but she's got to just try not to defend.
Looking at the lap charts here, Hannah Lang is starting to find some pace here. She is the fastest driver on the track right now, with the exception of the leader, Beecroft, who is faster than everyone right now. He really is clearing away. So Hannah Lang, as the final goes on, she's just starting to, she's just trying to find some pace here. This happened with Singh Bahal in the previous race. It just seems to be sometimes in these finals, the drivers find an extra tenth from somewhere, whether it's the changing weather conditions or the kart setup. It just seems to come towards them a bit.
Yeah, 100%. So late on the brakes going into Dan Weldon. You have to be so strong to try and leave it as late as you can on the brake. It's one of the hardest braking zones. You're going over 100 miles an hour into the Dan Weldon complex, and it's a hard place to get the braking done, because you're going up and down as the elevation changes. So it's to brake as late as you can. We'll watch it here in just a moment. Obviously, Lucas will pull away a little bit on the straights, and you'll see her start to close in, but then look at her on the brakes. You'll watch it in just a second now. Look at that, right on the tail as they come through. So number 91 leaving no stones unturned. Look at Isaac Smith.
These drivers are going to have to be careful here because Isaac Smith really has found some pace as the race goes on. Fastest lap of the race last time round for the number 123. 35.67. I think realistically he's not going to be able to battle for the win in this one because James Beecroft is too far away. Hannah Lang has a peek down the inside trying to go for that second place. And certainly I think for Hannah Lang and Bailey Wrigglesford here, if they want to get onto the podium, if they want to guarantee their spot, they need to start doing some racing here because they're catching up with Blandford, and Isaac Smith is threatening currently in 5th place. Now really starting to close up on the 192. So Isaac Smith, fastest lap of the race last time round. He continues to be the fastest driver on the track right now, just a little bit quicker than even Beecroft, the race leader. So this is the battle now for 2nd place. Beecroft well clear at the front. The gap is just over 3.5 seconds. And Blandford went defensive there. Whether Hannah Lang got caught out, I think she went onto the concrete. She saves the kart, gets away just behind Isaac Smith, and just looking to regain the composure. She could still yet get involved in this one. For a nervy moment.
Head down from Hannah Lang because she knows that one mistake has lost her the chance of a podium position here. But it's all worked out yet again for Isaac Smith, who's there in 4th place. Of course, had that horrible start into 3rd. He has a look. Bailey Wrigglesford, I got very close. Isaac Smith now and Bailey Wrigglesford side by side. Bailey will take it back. And Isaac's going to have another go into turn 1. It's a bit too far back, so we'll have to wait for another opportunity.
I think here, Charlie, these next 2 laps could be quite important here because if Lucas Blandford starts getting defensive, Hannah Lang has got underway quite nicely now. She is still in contention here, and another driver closing up now is Leah Robinson, who's been quiet in this final so far, but if this starts getting tasty in the battle for 2nd place, then I think Hannah Lang and especially Leah Robinson as well, who's a little bit further back, they could all yet get involved in this one. So it's all finely poised here with 3 minutes plus the 1 lap to go.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Who will make the move is the big question. Bailey Wrigglesford might have a look for 2nd place. I don't think Luke Blandford's got this one covered yet. I say, don't just worry about James Beecroft anymore. He's completely gone, and he's obviously on the road to the victory. But it's all about who's going to sit on the podium with him. At the moment, it's Blandford and Wrigglesford, but Isaac Smith, who was there at the start of the race in that front row, he's trying to bounce back off an awful start. But he's going to... Well, the issue is Bailey Wrigglesford keeps defending, so he's not going to have any opportunities opened up to him with no easy touch. But, for the 2nd place! Bailey Wrigglesford's on the inside for 2nd place, and that's opened up to Isaac Smith to go to 3rd. And Lucas Blandford, who thought he had a very easy podium spot in his hands, has now got a lot of work to do now, sitting in 4th place, and Isaac Smith's having to go for 2nd place as well.
This is all drawing Hannah Lang and Leah Robinson into this fight for 2nd place as well. James Beecroft, unless anything drastic happens now, is clear and away, almost guaranteed to win the KZ UK final. Barring anything untoward happening to him, he's well clear, already crossed the finish line. But the battle for 2nd place is wide open. So any one of 5 drivers can get on the podium here. Down the inside goes Isaac Smith, and he times that well. He gets the line covered, and Smith, who's got the pace, he needed to make that pass cleanly, and he could well be clear now. But I'm sure that Bailey Wrigglesford and Lucas Blandford won't give this one up. And I still think Hannah Lang's now back into contention here, and Leah Robinson is still closing up. Time might be working against Robinson here. He's a little bit further back, but Hannah Lang is well and truly back amongst this battle for the podium. And remember, she went off the track in that incident a couple of laps ago. She's done very well to recover and get back involved in this one. So this battle for the podium is still wide open here, and they still see Leah Robinson. He's got a bit of an ask here to get back in this battle for 2nd place, but he's not giving this one up. Here they come down the Amitsu straight. There we just saw James Beecroft already accelerating back down towards the finish line area. He is well clear. The battle is for 2nd place here. So James Beecroft's had a brilliant day so far. But Isaac Smith just momentarily pulling away. We've got Wrigglesford, Blandford, Lang all right in there. And Leah Robinson continuing to close up here. And with respect to James Beecroft, he's had not much attention in this race because he's not, I don't think he'd be too worried about that, would he? He'll just pull away and let them all look after themselves.
This is the only reason to have a good way of not having to speak much about him, because he just absolutely drove off from the rest of the field. The gap is about to go over to 5 seconds, which is the perfect margin he needs. And as I said, it's all about the starts in these KZ races. these guys do standing starts, and it means that they've got to try and get every bit right as they head into the final lap of the race. James Beecroft, who's had a rough start to the year. Of course, he's shown expectations of his pace. He's been up there at the sharp end, but just very unfortunate, unlucky moments has caused him a bit of effect, and he's not been up at the end like we thought he'd be at the very end of the races. But this is his redemption drive. James Beecroft, as he comes round the final couple of corners, he's going to just take a very solid victory. James Beecroft is back in town and takes victory for round 3 of the Club Championship. It's Isaac Smith who will come across the line to take second place. From Bailey Wrigglesford, who rounds out your top 3. It was Lucas Blanford, and what a shame for Hannah Lang, who was there in second place, had a great opportunity to hold on to it. It was battling for third. It would be on a podium anyway, but a big moment heading to turn 1, lost her the opportunity. But all the drivers finished very closely to each other, and a great battle till the very end. Great job from all the drivers. Only one DNF from Oliver Harris, who's had a mechanical failure. But the driver, James Beecroft, that is how you race.
Yeah, senior Rotax in on the way very shortly. But what a way to finish off that KZUK race, all running very closely indeed. Only 15 seconds covering the pack in that one. So moving now towards the final part of the programme. Just our last 4 finals yet to get underway. Coming up next, we have the senior Rotax. They are in the waiting zone, ready to go. We'll have a look at the grid very shortly indeed. 177s, X30s, and the junior Rotax A final is to follow. This is how the seniors line up. Ewan Charman from Pearson Bullock Carter, Jamie Perilli, Joshua Smith, Alfie Lapper, and George Cole making up the first 3 rows of the grid. Hugh Moulton and Callum Sims could also be a factor as well from row number 4. Row 5 is Kieran Ives, Victor Hansen. Row 6, Harvey Williams and Jake Fisher. Row 7, Nathan Travers and Ethan Martin. Row 8 is Charlie Gromit and Bailey Waters. Row number 9 is the number 54 of Michael Morgan from Ross Tyler. Row 10, Bailey Heath, Oliver Gibson. Row 11, Mikey Walker, Jack Spencer. Row 12, Harrison Crowther, Eli Singh Baden. 2 names to look out for from the midfield there on row number 12. And looking a little bit further back, Tom Pryor, 71, Jason Duchess, another one who we're looking for a good finish in this one on row 13. Emma Stomer, Harry Loher on row 14. Daniel Keough, Augustus C. Lakar. Amina Sabariskos had some bad luck today. And Angelica Kennard rounding up the field. Jacob Lee, I believe, is a non-starter. So this could be a very interesting senior Rotax final here. We've got Ewan Charman, Pearson, Bullock Carter have been on top form today. Like I said, when the grid landed there, any one of the top 6 could be a real factor for the victory. But other drivers to look out for, the likes of Baden, Crowther, of course, he had the penalty, I believe, so that's why we're starting so far down as well. Jason Duchess, all drivers who could be a factor. Mikey Walker as well, yeah.
Who took victory in one of the rounds earlier this year, starting way down the field, such a way he's not supposed to be. And we're going to go racing. First time asking then, lights down, away we go. And a great start from the Charmander, who will hold on to the lead as they head through the first couple of corners. Or does he, because there's a move for the inside of the second corner? But 2 drivers off already before we even got going.
Yeah, Michael Morgan.
And just looking to see another driver. We'll try and work out who that is a bit later on. And as the rest of the pack comes flying through, watch out for Albie Lapper in this one as well. He's going to be trying to work his way through. Who started from 5th on the grid. So, driver walking away.
Bailey Heath out of the race. Just saw him on the edge of the screen there, just the cart being pushed off the track. They collided towards the midfield as the grid got underway, but the start still going ahead. Rest of the field lined up quite nicely. Bailey Heath, then bad start for the 130 out of the race, but Ewan Charman leads the way comfortably at the moment. Perilli in 2nd, Pearson Bullock Carter in 3rd, Joshua Smith, George Cole with a good start as well. Ethan Martin charging up to 8th position, making up 8 places. Ross Tyler on the move as well, Jack Spencer. So as they get underway, Ewan Charman, who looked very good in the previous heat, has got away quite comfortably at the moment. Eli Singh Baden up to 17th position, has Harrison Crowther. Mikey Walker stuck in the midfield right now. So at the moment, it's looking like Charman with the early jump on the field here. Let's have a look. He was leading by half a second. Oh, as he gets a bit tasty, a bit further behind him. Over the line they go. So Charman leads really. Joshua Smith now in 3rd place. After lap of George Cole. And I think, Charlie, that was Pearson Bullock Carter who got pushed out at Kim Bolton Corner. and looking good in the first heat, but he's had a difficult start to this final.
Yeah, Pearson Buddy Carter getting pushed wider at the last corner, and with that he loses his momentum. He's lost out to quite a couple of drivers. Of course, Albie Lapper's made its way through. George Cole's in there as well for the Project 1 team, there in the green helmet, and as well Callum Sims, who's trying to fight his way through as well. So a great start from George Cole, who's been up at the sharp end of the field all weekend long. Ethan Martin's making his way up. He's up to 8th at the moment, up to 6 spots as Pearson Buddy Carter makes a move on Callum Sims and gets back on the inside. Battle's going on a bit further behind. Victor Hansen getting involved with another one. The Jack Motor Carter's front bumper goes flying off just off the camera shot. We just saw it from the commentator's box. Jack Spencer's number 64 front bumper goes flying off. Big issue there.
The race goes on, of course. Luckily, that front bumper has gone off the side of the track, so it won't cause the drivers any trouble. But he will get a technical flag for that, of course, with bodywork flying off the kart. Race goes on with Ewan Charman leading the way. And number 42 making his way down in towards Kim Bolton once again. Still looking, down the inside. Neat little move there for Albie Lapper, number 197. So Albie Lapper moves up another position. He goes up to 3rd place now. Joshua Smith drops back into 4th position. George Cole, Pearson, Bullock Carter still trying to recover and get back through the field. Callum Sims had a good start in 7th. Ewan Moulton dropping to 8th. Victor Hansen and Ross Tyler breaking into the top 10. So the race just settling down at the moment here. Ewan Charman starting to pull away in 1st place. And Jamie Perilli still there in 2nd place, losing ground on the leader. Albie Lapper is the driver on the move at the moment. So technical flag. Jack Spencer is out of the race in the midfield. The front bumper coming up. Was Lapper again down the inside. He likes that corner. Getting some great overtakes put in there on the Kim Bolton corner. So let's have a look at Albie Lapper here. He's moved into 2nd place now. Another driver where just seems to be finding some pace in the final. 6.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Lapper sets the fastest lap of the race. 1.6 seconds behind the race leader, Ewan Charman, who's had things his own way. But Lapper is he's not a lapper here, is he? He's 10th of a second faster than the leader at the moment. Here he comes. Down in towards the final corner, so Albie Lapper. Here he comes through the Kestrel corner, pulling away in the battle for 3rd, as down the inside goes Joshua Smith, moving into 3rd place. I'm going to look at Lapper's time here as he goes over the line. It was 1.6 seconds. And again, another fastest lap there for Albie Lapper. Ewan Charman is charging at the front, but Lapper is closing. The gap goes down another 1/10 of a second here, Charlie. Just under 6 minutes remaining. Is there still time here for Albie Lapper to stake a challenge for the victory?
It's like the light switch has turned on with Albie Lapper. All of a sudden, the pace has just come out of nowhere. He's stormed his way past Jamie Pirelli. And as you said, the pace does look like it's there.
He looks quick through the Dan Weldon corner. Got a lovely line on the inside there, carrying all the speed.
He's also got the fast lap of the race. That last lap was his fastest lap. A 41.40. Which is a 10th faster than Ewan Charman. So as you said, a 2.5 to go, 5 minutes left. If it works out, if Charman makes some mistakes, it could lead to maybe a couple laps left. I think there's definitely going to be a striking distance, if you want to call it, in the next few laps. But I say, it's going to be a lot of work from Albie Lapper.
Charman is charging here. He has matched Lapper for pace on the previous lap. So by no means is Charman taking it easy at the front. As we again look at that battle for 3rd place, Joshua Smith, Jamie Pirelli and Pearson Bullock Carter struggling to get involved with the leading battle after that incident on the 1st lap. But he's still there in 5th place. George Cole, Hugh Moulton, Callum Sims, Victor Hansen and Ross Tyler rounding up the top 10. Eli Singh-Badden a little bit further back. He's having a good final so far there. We just saw a brief glimpse of him. He had the mechanical trouble in the previous heat, retired, so he's had a bad start to the final. Realistically, I don't think he's going to be a factor for victory. He's too far back, but he is heading towards the top 10. And Harrison Crowther, I presume, was hit with a penalty in the previous race, hence his low grid position in the final. He's also on the charge, up to 13th position, the number 17. To Albie Lapper again, just ever so slowly closing up on Charman. Little nip and tuck here and there. The time running down here. Ewan Charman maintaining a good pace at the front. He needs to keep going here because Lapper is still charging. Crucially, Lapper is pulling away from this battle for 3rd place as the rest of the top 10 go charging through. But again, Albie Lapper just pulls a few 10ths of a second on the race leader. But if he sees himself closing up, he could yet close even more. This is finely poised final here, I think, Charlie.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be interesting. These guys are 3rd, 4th and 5th. So it's going to be interesting to see what they get up to, if they're going to start battling each other or just stay where they are, sort of stay working together to some extent. I mean, obviously not right on their tails, on each other's bumpers, pushing each other along, but they're just keeping in one train, trying not to battle each other. Well, I say that, Pearson Buddy Carter's going to go down the inside of his teammate Jamie Pirelli, get that move done. So a driver to watch out for. The couple of others having a very nice battle. That's Victor Hansen getting involved with Ross Tyler, the number 22, as they head down the start-finish straight. But as they come out of the first sector, it's visible to see now. Albi Lapper is sort of closing in. I'd say it was only a couple of hundredths that he managed to close in that last couple of laps. So I'd say it's been a big ask. Josh Smith still there in third place. Does he have the momentum? Looking at the time, 40.6 is his fastest lap. So I wouldn't say Josh Smith has the potential to win the race. Of course, despite if anything does happen, sort of if it closes down and Ewan Charman loses some momentum, then it could lead into affection. But Pearson Bullet Carter's right on his tail now. Pearson Bullet Carter 40.45, so he's the closest that can match Albi Lapper pace-wise. So it's going to be interesting. He's going to try and look for a way by. If I was Pearson Bullet Carter, I would make the move now, because he's got the time to try and close in.
Definitely, I'd say he's got the pace here. He's had a difficult start to the race here, Bullet Carter, but he is just starting to find some form here as he tries to go down the inside of Joshua Smith. There we go. Nice move there from Pearson Bullet Carter. Well, Charlie said he needed to make the move as quickly as possible, and he has certainly taken that advice, you would say, in himself as he goes through into third place. Needs to try and get with Albi Lapper, who, a lovely little attempt there from Pirelli there, trying to get through on the inside on the Willows. That's a brave place to go for an overtake. It didn't quite come off for him. He had to back out of that one. But Pearson Bullet Carter now looking good in third place already. You can see how much he's pulling away from Joshua Smith in fourth. So Bullet Carter with a good finish to this race, and it's still finely poised here, 1:17 at the moment. Ewan Charman, who's set a lightning pace at the front, he's been able to withstand the pressure from Albi Lapper in second place. The gap remains round about 1.35 again. Lapper closing up, but only by a few hundredths of a second as the race goes down to its final minute plus the 1 lap remaining. Pearson Bullet Carter, though, is matching the leaders for pace here, so the top three finally poised. If things stay as they are, can't really see any racing to the flag, but certainly there's a lot of pressure at the front here, and Ewan Charman, I'd say here, Charlie, can't afford any kind of a mistake.
Yeah, he needs to be nice and steady. I say that he has got the margin to that he can make a mistake and not lose too much time. But I think Joshua Smith here, still in fourth place. He needs to try and find a way back through for the podium slot. The battle third still staying strong. Hugh Moulton is getting involved with that one as well. But here on your screens, number 17 is getting a mechanical flag. Harrison Crowther. Big shame for Crowther.
Yeah, he got to ninth place.
He just nipped inside the top 10 into ninth. He's been up 14 spots, and unfortunately he's got to bring this one back to the pits. So obviously the race control, the marshals out of the circuit have notified and picked up something that isn't right with his kart, and unfortunately that'll be him back to the pits. But number 42, as he comes round to start the last lap of the race, Charmander. What a drive he's had so far. It's been a while since he was last here at the Kim Bolton circuit, and he has left no stone unturned when he went to make his return back. Albi Lapper tried all he could, and he's still trying now. The pace has now come down to 1.2 second gap. The pace was definitely there for Albi Lapper, but yet again it came down to the start. The driver who had a very clean start, so started from pole, just get the move done on the opening laps and just make the gap. As he comes round the final corner, the Charmander is back on top and takes victory for the Hunter Motorsport team. A brilliant drive from Ewan Charman, and Albi Lapper will finish up in second place. It was Pearson Bullet Carter who rounded out the top three, and it was then Hugh Moulton who finished up in fourth. Jamie Pirelli dropped down to the top five. Number 71 is under investigation, and I think that might be Thomas Pryor a bit further down the field. And we'll get another eye on that. Just having a little look now. Number 71, Thomas Pryor. He finished up inside the top 20. But of course, so he may have done something on the last couple of laps there that the race control weren't very frowned upon. But a great driving for your top 5, and of course Josh Smith from 6th. George Cole and Callum Sims from Eli Baden, who started all the way down the field, made up 15 spots to 9th. Then Victor Hansen ran out your top 10, and Mikey Walker, who he was on a strong drive as well, up to 11th as well. Great drive then from the senior Rotax drivers, and we're going to be heading back into the next set of senior Rotaxes, but the 177's time now. So the man who outed me out on YouTube for calling him the old veteran, Liam Ferguson, he will start from the pole spot. Ben Hitch will be starting from alongside Scott Clee, and Nick Wones will be on your second row. Nick Wones had a great weekend so far. Great to see him up at the top end of the field. Adriel Ungwar from Josh Bass on your third row. And then, of course, your fourth row will be considered with Scott Smith and Elliot Kennedy. There's the top 8 on your screens. And we'll be waiting to see how the rest of the field feels out from 9th onwards. Of course, let's see what Liam Ferguson can do from the pole spot. Alex Jones, Lewis Judd from Dan Wright and Dan Walker. Then it's Mark Gilly and Adam Sadler from Jake Davis and Matt Lear, who rounds out your 16 drivers. And of course, we've still got a few more left to go. Mark Taylor, David German, Colin Walker, Rob Church from Andy Chenery. Then it's Mark Cushley from John Davis, and Gary Bumpford rounds out your 12th row. As looks like David German just struggling to he's only just come out the pits now, so it must be an issue for David German. It's going to be Richard Bull, Steve Thompson, who had an issue in one of the races. Johnny Kent as well will start from the back of the field. So yet again, the two main drivers we see time in, time out are at the front of your field. Liam Ferguson and Ben Hitch. Who's going to take it at the end? It's a full start. We're going to go round again. I think it gives an opportunity for David German, who has he has gone for a spin just off the camera shot, which is not what you want to do on the opening lap, especially the formation lap, shall we say. So David German's just going to work his way round. He's just going down the start finish straight now, so he should hopefully be round in just a moment. But this gives another opportunity for the drivers to get themselves settled down and lined up in formation, ready for the start. I say it's going to be interesting. We haven't really seen Ungwar too much at the front end of the field. Obviously, he's had to work his way through as well. Another driver who's had a great weekend is Josh Bass, another one who to watch out for. But it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, this is going to be a tight one here. I think you would say Liam Ferguson would start on balance as the favourite, given how well he's done in the heat races, but certainly the likes of Hitch, Scott Clee, another one who you can never write off. Who would say Nick Wones has been there, he's not really challenged for the lead, Nick Wones, but he's always been a factor in this one. So look out for the number 17. And like we say, Adriel Naguar, who's had bad grid positions today, but the luxury of a front row grid, away they go. Looks like the start is good. Here they come. Ferguson guarding the inside line. Clee finds an opening on the inside. And, he lost out, though. Nearly went for second place. Nick Wones had a good start. So we say one driver certainly look out for. The number 17, very well placed going into the final. And it's as you were, though, as they make their way through Derek's corner for the first time. Liam Ferguson retains the lead. Ben Hitch goes back into second place after momentarily losing out to Scott Clee, who's still there in third place. And Nick Wones with a good start there in fourth place, the number 17. Adriel Naguar, I think, has just been overtaken. I think lost a couple of places, so we'll have a look as they make their way through at the end of the first lap. So Ferguson, with a brilliant start to the race here, goes over the line in first place. Ben Hitch, Scott Clee, Nick Wones, Josh Bass. Good start for him. Louis Judd, another driver who was strong, especially in the first heat, number 43. He's had a good start there, goes up to sixth place. Scott Smith and the unfortunate Adriel Naguar losing a few positions down to eighth place, but Naguar always a driver who's a good overtaker, I'd say. Tends to find a good spot, so don't write him off either. But Liam Ferguson, very strong start to him here.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting to see who will make the first move. Will it be Scott Clee trying to make a move on Ben Hitch? Will Ben Hitch try and send a late one on Liam Ferguson? And I think Liam Ferguson here is just going to, focus on getting the laps in. That's all he can do within what he can do at the moment. But Ben Hitch still down in second place. I say Nick Woes will be one to watch out for. As you said time and time again, he's a driver who I haven't seen up at the front end before until this weekend, and really has put in a strong effort. And Josh Bass there inside the top 5 as well. He's going to be another one to watch for.
Yeah, Josh Bass, incidentally, fastest lap of the race, 41.8. He started very strongly. There he is, the 164 on the tail of the number 17 of Nick Wones as Ferguson leads them down in towards Kimbolton Corner. So very closely paced here. Not too much in terms of overtaking here, but there's still a long way to go here. Just under 8 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining in this one. So I don't think anybody's going to be, any of the chasing pack here are going to be too concerned about fighting for position just yet. That what they don't want to do here is let Liam Ferguson get down the road, because if he gets that gap, he will be gone, I think, given the form he's in today. They're matching Ferguson for pace, though, the chasing pack here. Ben Hitch and Scott Clee all looking good so far, and Nick Wones not too far behind in fourth. Josh Bass looks strong. Adrian Laguerre starting to pick his way back through. He's battling with Louis Judd and Daniel Walker. Adam Sadler starting to charge through the field as well into 10th place. But Ben Hitch, we'll have a look at the lap times here when they cross the line. It's going to be fairly close, I think. So Ferguson fastest lap of the race, 41.43. Pulls a tenth of a second on Ben Hitch in second. Scott Clee still there in third. But no one being too wild at the start here. They're just playing it cool because, like we say, they can't afford to let Ferguson get away here.
Yeah, no, they can't let him, because if he has one opportunity to get away, he will take it. And as I said, we've seen it time and time again. The gaps that Liam Ferguson has created over the short span of the sprint races has been just astronomical. When you let him get in the zone in the moment, he just absolutely drives off. So it's all about keeping on his tail, making him keep locked behind. As looks like Adrian Ungvar a bit further down makes a move on Louis Judd. But it's all about just keeping in the slipstream, keeping in the back of his go-kart, making him have a little peek now and then, just to make sure if you're still there or not. But I think if anyone's going to make a move, I think it might be Scott Clee. But we'll wait until we see if, because we've seen it time and time again, drivers in an instant will just click and suddenly start going very quickly, and I say a lot quicker than what they were used to.
I think Scott Clee in third place. He looks quick, he looks threatening in third place, but he's not at the moment. I don't think he's too keen to make a move on Ben Hitch unless the opportunity absolutely presents itself like an open door. Because, like we say, his main priority here, both of these drivers need to stay with the race leader, Liam Ferguson, who's trying to break away. Liam Ferguson is pushing here. But Hitch and Clee are certainly living with him in second and third place. They are starting to pull away a bit now from Nick Wones and Josh Bass. Scott Smith still there in sixth place. Adrian Laguerre moving into seventh place then, getting past Louis Judd. But it's still very close between the top three. They're just winding the clock down here. As you can see on the board there, Scott Clee and Scott Smith both setting their own personal fastest laps of the race here, which goes to show the pace still very closely poised indeed as Ferguson makes his way through. Let's have a look at the gap when they cross the line and the lap times here. Only half a second covering the top three and pretty much identical on pace.
You need to watch out here for Scott Smith, who's in sixth place. He has the fastest lap of the race. He's right on the tail now of Josh Bass. Of course, there's a little battle between Josh Bass and Nick Woes, but after that is this battle for the top three. Now, I know it's only 4 minutes and 4.5 minutes, but if Scott Smith can get by and put the laps in, he could be another one to watch out for when it comes to his final couple of laps.
I'd say especially, I think, here as well, Charlie, if these top three do end up in a scrap, then you could be quite right. I think Scott Smith, if he can make the move, I think he's just trying to have a look as they make their way through Kimbolton. There he is with the white fairings, just trying to get past Bass, who's they're all going defensive in front of him here.
Straight to the inside on on Josh Bass. You see it now. He's up into the top five. Now he's going to have to chase down Nick Wones, then he'll have to get past him. So it's that simple thing. You catch one, you get past him. You catch one, you get past him. But he can't mess around, he can't take his time, because the time will keep ticking down and Ferguson will keep trying to put the laps in. It's all about keeping the mistakes to a minimum. Of course, Liam Ferguson will know that very well for the many years of racing he's done here at the Kimbolton circuit. So they come down the start-finish straight once again, and I say Ben Hitch, Scott Clee doing everything they need to do. Just stay in a rhythm, stay nice and controlled, keep the kart on four wheels, but it's all about what's going to happen behind him. Nick Wones is now being pressured from Scott Smith.
Nick Wones doing very well here to hold on to that position with a lot of pressure from Scott Smith, who has been quick so far, but at the moment I think Nick Wones making a good fight for that 4th place, and this is all working against Scott Smith here. I would say he needs to get past as quickly as possible as the leaders make their way down towards the Kim Bolton corner. And a bit further back there, look at the back of your screen, there is Scott Smith. He's made the move. He had to do that. He's got to get into 4th place to have any chance of getting with the leaders. Time running out for him though, 3 minutes plus 1 lap. But if the top 3 here do start fighting, then I think Scott Smith, who was the fastest driver on the track, he could yet get involved in this one. He just needs to try and stay ahead of Wones and ahead of Josh Nass as well, as they go charging through. But still, as you were with the top 3, Liam Ferguson has led the race since the lights went out, leads the way, but only 0.6 of a second covering the top 3 drivers. The clock ticking down, 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Time running out here for the chasing pack if they're going to do anything about Liam Ferguson. But again, good racecraft here between the top 3, no one really fighting, but Scott Smith just starting to charge here.
Yeah, number 26, Gary Punkford, under investigation. That would also explain why, although he's in 26, near second to last, he's also got the fastest lap of the race. So I wonder what he may have been up to on that lap to get himself an under investigation board. But obviously we'll let the race control let that one get themselves sorted. And so for the front running pack, and as you say, it is Ben Hitch starting to close in. Very, very, very small amount. And of course they're going to be slowly catching up to Johnny Kent, and that might play something into the end of this race if they end up being behind Johnny Kent. Of course, Johnny will try his best to get out of the way, I'm ever so sure of. Johnny's one of the least experienced drivers here, so
luckily they're not going to catch up with him on the Willows, which even if the driver tries to be as courteous as possible, it's a difficult place to overtake a slower driver.
But caught him in Dan Weldon, which is also not a very nice opportunity.
Hopefully he can concede on the straight here, which would be good, as Ferguson goes down the inside. Oh, that's good driving there from Kent. He saw them all coming and conceded the corner, so the race goes on. 1 minute to go, plus 1 lap remaining, so they will squeeze in another couple of laps here before the last lap board goes out. Liam Ferguson continues to lead the way, less than half a second covering the top 3. No real overtaking or fighting at the moment, but will anyone make a move on the final lap? We're going to get through, I think they should squeeze through 1 more lap before the last lap board goes out. So the question is for Ben Hitch here. He's perhaps close enough to have a go somewhere if he can find a line down the inside, but when does he make the move?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, he's going to be analysing the laps of Liam right in front, seeing where he's quicker than Liam, and also analysing where he's not that as quick, and so he's going to try and take advantage of the areas he is quite quick at. Yet again, for Scott Smith there in 4th, the gap's too far back, so really unfortunate. I don't think he'll be looking at a podium. Of course, these drivers, if the top 3 do battle and turn it into a proper battle, then Scott Smith may have an opportunity, but at the moment 4th place will be good enough for him. But as you say, then with 3 carts going into nearly the last lap of the race, we've got Liam Ferguson, Ben Hitch, Scott Clee, who all host a strong amount of experience between each other. But let's see who can take it to the checkered flag. 1 lap left then in the 177s, and it's coming down to the wire. All Liam Ferguson needs to do is just put 1 clean lap left together, make no mistakes, but he knows the pressure because he can see that Ben Hitch is right behind. He has a look over his shoulder. He sees that Ben Hitch and Scott Clee is there. Who will make the move? And at the moment, Ferguson's really put
he's got the confidence here to go for the lines. He's not being too defensive either, so he's still taking the racing lines into the corner. Here they come though, Charlie, and it's going to be a fight to the line here. No, I don't think there's any time here for anyone to make a move, and it looks like Ferguson's rounded this one up.
Yeah, Ferguson's done everything right and takes victory in a very dominant style, the 177s. For the 3rd round taken by Liam Ferguson. Then it was Ben Hitch and Scott Clee who rounded out your top 3. It was 3 temps that separated them pretty much the whole race. So very, very great stuff, and just shows how close they were on the times and in pace as well.
top 3 covered by just over half a second. Very close finish there, and very finely poised. Good driving there from the final lap from Liam Ferguson. It would be so easy to be in defensive there as well, but he kept his composure and able to snatch the victory. Scott Smith, Josh Bass running at the top 5. Nick Wones in 6. Adriel Naguar, Adam Sand, Louis Judd, and Alex Jones rounding out the top 10 as the 177s make their way back to the paddock. We'll see them again at the next round in April, but now 2 more races to go. We have the senior X30 in the waiting zone now, and I think we should be expecting quite a quick turnaround here because the 177s now all off the track, all running a very fast pace out there, so able to clear the track quite quickly. Senior X30's our penultimate race of the day coming up right now, and then rounds off once again, as always, with the Junior Rotax A Final, which looks set to be a very closely contested race, as is this one, of course. The Senior X30s, they make their way out onto the circuit, and a few drivers in contention here. CJ Bennett, who's been on top form today, will take pole position from Katie Ashman, Jack Owen Drawbridge, Tristan Powell, Josh Jones, Peter Jurovic on row 3, Alexander De Benedictis and Jack Stewart on row number 4. Row number 5 is the 69 of Max Anderson from the 171 of Bradley Heath. Sean Abbott, William Omar on row 6. Alex Wiley, Elio De Lissandro on row 7. Benjamin Cohn and Reese Barber on row number 8. And then it's James Workman, Valentino Alessi, Johan Kalichern, look out for him on the final row of the grid, and Bailey Brooker. So, again, I would say CJ Bennett really has been the driver to beat today in the heat races, so would start as the favourite here, but Katie Ashman certainly had her moments as well. Look out for the number 53 once the race gets underway. But Jack Owen Drawbridge, Tristan Powell, Josh Jones, Peter Jurovic all in with a shout here as well. And Johan Kalichern, who's had bad luck in the heat races, he'll be one to look out for as he starts from the last row of the grid. So here we go. Penultimate race of the day is about to get underway. So senior X30 final. Bennett guarding the inside line into the first. And Jack Owen Drawbridge gets caught out there. And Bennett as well, very deep into the first corner and goes wide. So I think that might be, is that Tristan Powell maybe?
Yeah, it looked like Tristan Powell, who nipped his way into the lead. Obviously, we don't know what on earth happened at the start there. Multiple drivers making a bit of contact with each other. Of course, that's what's always going to happen in that first corner. And I say big issues. And unfortunately for CJ Bennett, he lost out, dropped down to 3rd place. But
seemed to outbrake himself, didn't he? Oh, but he's gone straight through into 2nd place, so he's determined to make up for the errors.
He was definitely on the brakes going to turn 1.
Jurovic. Oh, look at Katie Ashman.
She saw that one. Kicking off the 2 Veloce racing drivers. The unfortunate Josh Jones getting shoved around, but CJ Bennett now into 2nd place. Look at the boot move from De Benedictis into 3rd. Gets that one done. Ashman drops down to 4th. Are they going to work together now to try and chase down? But at the moment, CJ Bennett, what could have been? Of course, he braked into turn 1, got hit from the rear of the cart, and was very lucky to keep it on the road, but dropped down to 3rd, now up into 2nd place. But the man who's had, he's nearly ran off wide there as well. The man who's had no luck at all when it comes to finals this season. And I say it's all gone bad to worse, but hopefully he's still in the mix. He's still in the battle.
Still handily placed in 2nd place. Over the line they go. So 1.7 seconds covering the top 2. So CJ Bennett now with a bit of work to do. Alexander De Benedictis a little bit squirrely going into Stowe, but Katie Ashman unable to take advantage. Those two had quite a shunt in the heat race. Both managed to finish the race, of course, but they'll be hoping for no repeats in the final. Ashman then still in 4th. Peter Jurovic just lost out in that little scrap on the previous lap. He's still there in 5th place. Josh Jones, William Omar. Jack Owen Drawbridge, after that trouble on the first corner, he drops down to 8th position. Elio De Sandro in 9th, and Bradley Heath rounding up the top 10. Johan Kalichern making some slow progress up to 16th position, battling with James Workman and Benjamin Cohn as leaders go over the line. So Powell still leads. CJ Bennett with the fastest lap of the race, 41.22, brings the gap down to 1.6 seconds. So again, I think CJ Bennett, he'll be cursing that error on the first corner when he just got caught up with, I think it was Jack Owen Drawbridge, who came off worse, of course, on the first corner melee. But CJ Bennett, he'll be determined to try and get back with the leader because he has been the driver to beat today. But at the moment, not going to count for anything because a bit further off the camera, I think a driver out of the race, number 48, I believe, dropping out of contention. 49, Benjamin Cohn. Race goes on though. Tristan Powell leading, 41.03, fastest lap of the race. CJ Bennett, though, 41.01, matching him for pace. He sets the fastest lap now, as we look at De Benedictis and Ashman. But those two having a good fight there for third place. CJ Bennett, though, desperately trying to close the gap with the leader.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what CJ can do. He has had the pace in the race, in the heat races. Of course, Tristan Powell seems to have turned something up in the final. He is yet again showing his pure pace. But I say the battle for third still goes on. Could be a great podium for Kate Ashman if she can find a way by De Benedictis. Of course, it needs to be a mistake from De Benedictis to open up some opportunities. And so Jurovic, Josh Jones, William Omar's in there as well. He's done a great race so far. The timer keeps ticking down. Looking at the time, CJ Bennett is quicker as a move for third place. Ashman on the inside gets that move done, and De Benedictis is going to try and fight this one back. Ashman throws hands, so come on, let's work together now, but I'm going to have to defend from you. And they come through the bus stop section once again, and De Benedictis is not giving up this one without a fight. Kate Ashman is going to stay there and just keep putting the power in now, keep trying to hold off from De Benedictis. Then at some point, one of them's got to give in and work together instead. But just looking at the times, CJ Bennett has really closed in.
Last lap he pulled in 0.3 of a second. On this lap he's pulled in another 0.2. The gap goes down to 1.1 seconds. So CJ Bennett, we'll have a look at him in a few moments, just at the top of your screen, determined to close up on the leader. Katie Ashman's found some pace here. Well, we saw her pointing down the road when she went past De Benedictis, and for good reason here, I would say, because she is pulling away from the fourth place driver. And, well, yeah, if De Benedictis and Jurovic can tag on to Ashman here, then they could both just try and get a bit further down the road ahead of the chasing pack here, because Katie Ashman, have a look at her lap time now. She comes around the final corner. She looks quick. Back with the leaders, though. There you can see CJ Bennett. I can tell you Katie Ashman is charging here. She's almost as quick as the two leaders, so she is running quite well and looking good for the podium in these closing stages. But the focus here is on CJ Bennett. Technical flag for Ihan Kalicher, and his day is over. Terrible shame for him. Not been a day to remember for him at all, but with the leaders now. So it's still Tristan Powell that leads the way. CJ Bennett with another fastest lap of the race, 40.59. The gap now under 1 second. 4.5 minutes plus the one lap still yet to go in this race. And CJ Bennett, here they come back over the line. We'll have a look at the lap times once again. So CJ Bennett, he had set 3 consecutive fastest laps of the race. He's pulled in another 0.4 on the leader, and the gap goes down to less than half a second. So CJ Bennett is determined to make this one work.
Yeah, CJ's had so many lost opportunities throughout the year, and throughout last year as well. He joined the MDL squad wanting to find some success. Hasn't had the best opportunity so far this year, but this could be the time it changes. He's just got to find a way past Tristan Powell. But for some reason, these last few laps, it looks like Tristan Powell isn't even trying to get by. He's just taking his time. He's been very, very gentle with it all. And has let sort of CJ Bennett really close in on him. And I don't know if that's sort of Tristan looking after the cart, looking after the tyres. Maybe he's going to have a push a bit later on. Or maybe he's just giving CJ Bennett an opportunity. Maybe he wants a battle and he's going to just let him close in.
To be fair to Powell here, he's still motoring. They're still faster than everybody else pretty much on the track here. It's sheer willpower from CJ Bennett after that mistake on the first corner. He doesn't want to let this one go, so he really has pushed hard to get back with the leader. We'll have a look at the lap times once again as they make their way down. Still 3 minutes to go in this race, so CJ Bennett now close enough to go for a move here. He's going to have to time his moment, I think. Here he comes down towards the first corner. Opts against an outbraking one over into Stowe corner again. Another fastest lap of the race here from CJ Bennett. Tristan Powell is motoring here. He's not much slower than Bennett, but it has been some sheer willpower from CJ Bennett, making up nearly 2 seconds on the leader, which doesn't sound much, but karting terms, that really is a big gap to close up when there's no battles or no one really able to help boost you and get you close to the driver in front. Here they come down towards the final corner. So Tristan Powell still leads the way. Bennett, he can keep up here, but he can't find a way through at the moment. And of course, teammates, so they've got to be careful here. Don't want to be too aggressive with the move. And Bennett again just sitting on the back of Powell here. So I think the race might just calm down momentarily here. CJ Bennett He's got to be careful here, of course, with them both being on the same squad, but he's just trying to pick his moment here.
I thought he had a little look then for the lead. Obviously, just using the brakes to close in on Tristan Powell in front. I say he's going to have spent these last few laps trying to work out where he was quicker than Powell, which pretty much be everywhere at the moment, because the times Bennett's are doing is just putting on an absolute charge. Obviously, 40.56 compared to the fast lap of Tristan Powell, 40.71. That was on the last lap as well, so he is trying to get these laps in. But I say Tristan Powell can't hack the same pace as CJ Bennett. The number 9 plate has been absolutely flying. He's going to go for the move. CJ Bennett makes the move on the inside and gets it done. Now he's done one half of the trick. Now he needs to try and extend his gap. But that's all going to be without Tristan Powell trying to make any last-minute moves on the number 9. But they'll come round the final couple of corners. 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. And the gap is already starting to increase for CJ Bennett.
He's immediately done enough just to prevent Tristan Powell from making an overtaking opportunity into Kimbolton Corner or into the Stowe indeed. So good driving there from CJ Bennett, immediately building that gap. So 0.3 of a second, it's not very much at all, but it's just enough just to keep Tristan Powell at arm's length. They've left Katie Ashman behind now. She is a distant third place, but looking comfortable in that third position, the number 53. Jurovic has now moved up to 4th place, getting past the Benedictis. Josh Jones drops to 6th place. Jack Owen Drawbridge, he will have wanted better luck in this final. He's down in 7th place. Not really recovered after that trouble on the first corner, but he's still there in 7th position. Max Anderson gets past William Omar into 8th position. Omar making a few positions into 9th place, and Alex Wiley breaks into the top 10 as well. So the clock ticking down, 15 seconds left on the clock. Next time round, it will be the 1 lap forward, but CJ Bennett had a disappointing start to this final. Really drove very well to close the gap back up on Tristan Powell, who Powell has been driving very quickly in this final and has been a tough opponent, but CJ Bennett so far has put on a virtuoso drive here to get himself back into the lead.
Yeah, this is going to be a 1 lap dash if Powell can even try to get anywhere near him. But as they come round to start the last lap of the race, and what this will be for CJ Bennett if he could just hold on for 1 more lap. It's been a very tough year, not just this year as well as last year. He had multiple opportunities of heading for a podium when it came to the X30 British Championships, and he's just had so much unluckiness. He's been very unfortunate, but this could be the moment it all changes. It's been a long time coming for the number 9, the CJ Bennett. But as he comes round the final couple of corners, the unwritten tale is now completed. CJ Bennett will finally take a final victory, and he does it here at Kimbolton. And what a result, and he's superbly happy with that, and as well as he should be. CJ Bennett takes victory in round 3 of the Club Championship, and with Tristan Powell finishes up in 2nd place. It's a 1-2 finish for the MDL squad, and Katie Ashman rounds up the podium spots. Great top 3 there.
Yeah, Katie Ashman fending off a late charge from Peter Jurovic, so she looks strong in the first part of the race and does enough to hold on to that position. Jurovic then battles through to 4th place. Alexander de Benedictis rounds out the top 5. Josh Jones, Jack Owen Drawbridge in 7th. Max Anderson, Alex Wiley and William Omar rounding up the top 10 in the Senior X30 Final. So race number 27 of 27 is getting underway shortly. It's the Junior Rotax A Final. So we saw the 4 drivers progressing from the B Final earlier on this afternoon, and it all boils down to this. The biggest group in terms of numbers here, Junior Rotax. 2 finals due to the sheer numbers of drivers, well over 60 drivers taking part, and it all boils down to the final here. So Charlie Wolford, he was in the B final last time. This time he starts from pole position in the A final. Jacob Aston 2nd, Samuel Aston, Blake Southern 4th, Conor Large, Ewan House on row 3, Anna Maturacek and John Richardson. He's had a good weekend and he lines up in row number 4. Alex Shepherd, Noah Moulton, another one to look out for on row 5, along with Ryan Rapini on row number 6 from George Fountain. Harry Holland, Tom Reed on row 7, Max Colbert, Stanley Williams on row number 8. Row number 9 is the number 185 of Benjamin Lawn from Leo Basterfield. Ben Morgan, Oscar Keane on row 10, Toby Farthing and Carl Pratik Kamita on row number 11, Aidan Clark and Devon Taylor on row number 12. And looking a bit further back onto row 13, Zach Turner from Lower Clare, Eskild Hewitt and Max Wheatley on row 14, Louis Marshall and Theo Hamilton on row number 15, and then it's the drivers who progressed from the B final. The B final winner, Jack Beasley from Zane Perry, who will start in 32nd, and the final two qualifiers from the B final earlier on this afternoon, Jack Robinson and Peter Lee, making up the 34 driver final. So a big group of drivers here. You would have to say the way he's driven today, Charlie Wolfett determined to make amends after the disappointment of the February round, where he was only in the midfield after qualifying from the B final. He will start from pole position, and he has looked on top form in the heat races. So he would start, I would say, as the pre-race favourite. But as we've seen several times today here, Charlie, it doesn't always work out in the final, and there's several drivers here who'll be in with a shout.
Yeah, 100%. We've got plenty of drivers, not just at the front of the field, in the middle of the field as well. Zach Turner is another one to watch out for. Zach, who a little bit of struggling through the heats, I have to be said. He's going to have to really get his head down. But Charlie Wolfett, who, as you said, he's up at the front end of the field in the championship. This is going to be a great result if he can hold on to it. But he's got the Aston brothers. This is going to be exciting. The two Aston brothers together. Are we going to get green? Yes, we are. It's lights out, and away we go. Down into turn one. And Wolfett's trying to cover off on the inside line, but it's nice and cold, and he's gone off a bit too deep. The Aston brothers are dropping down the field. Drivers up and over each other. But it looks like Charlie Wolfett takes the lead as they head down to the bus stops for the first time. Conor Large there in second place has a big pile up as they head through into bus stop.
Trouble further back as they make their way through towards the Doug score on the Amitsu straight, but the race goes on. Oh, and a nice move down the inside, having a peek there, the number 59, Conor Large, who has had a brilliant start to this final. Having a look down the inside of Charlie Wolfett, who started off very well indeed. Here they come into the final corner, and it looks like, I think that might be Southern in third place, possibly. No, it's number 85, my apologies. That's Alex Shepley got a good start into third place, so trouble on the Amitsu straight where they're coming up to now, but the track has been cleared. There's no caution flags here. They can carry on racing. It's all sorted itself out, and Charlie Wolfett leads the way. Large second, Shepherd third, Aston, John Richardson, good start for him to third. Devin Taylor with a fantastic start, 17 places up to 7th, so he had that melee on the first corner. One or two drivers benefiting from that. Max Colbert, Leah Basterfield is also in there as well, but the likes of Jacob Aston and Blake Southern dropping quite considerably when they got caught up in that trouble on the first corner. And here they come, making their way through. It looks like Charlie Wolfett leading the way, but at the moment here, Charlie, Conor Large not letting him go.
Yeah, Charlie Wolfett's really struggling in his opening couple of laps, really trying to get the front end to work. As just had a look at the commentary box, and the rest of the pack are all just in one bunch flying their way through the first sector. So something to watch out for a bit further down the field. But I should say, the top three here, Alex Shepherd's had a mega weekend so far. He's still there in third place, but Conor Large is the man who could could ruin this race for Charlie Wolfett. Just has to close in. And he's slowly closing in. The time's coming down to, it's 4 tenths per second at the moment. The Charlie Wolfett, let's see what time he does now as he comes across the start finish line. It's a 42.2, beaten by Conor Large, 42.15. So Conor Large is lapping quicker than Charlie Wolfett. Not by a huge amount, but by a very small margin. That margin could be enough in the laps later to come. Of course, still 7.5 minutes left on the clock as Ryan Rapini makes a move to the inside, gets past Sam Aston. He's going to try and chase down now John Richardson, who's there in 4th place. He's just the first driver off the podium spots, and Ryan Rapini is trying to chase him down just inside the top 5 now, as the number 185 gets an under investigation flag.
Yeah, that's Benjamin Lawn down in 25th position. Just been watching off camera the battle. This is down the likes of Fountain and a bit further down on the edge of the top 20, very close back. It just seems to have settled itself down. As you look at John Richardson, who's had a good day so far, narrowly missing out on the podium right now, but certainly still in with a shout here. The battle in the midfield just seems to have settled down a bit. I was watching that quite closely because they were getting a little bit tasty at times. If there had been a collision, then every chance that the slow board's going to come out, which would have really put the cat amongst the pigeons in this race. But it all just seems to have settled down a bit further back. They are still running very closely indeed, but No incidents out there on the track, and the race goes on. Oh, smallest of mistakes there from John Richardson. That will allow Ryan Rapini back into it. The few drivers just getting the curb coming out of Kestrel, if they take a bit too much speed through there. But John Richardson, again, very deep on the brakes there, carrying a lot of speed through the first corner. Another driver who hasn't always had luck on his side, John Richardson, I would say, but it's all going well for him so far in this final.
Yeah, he has got that raw pace, hasn't he? But I'd say this minor issues throughout the weekends have really ruined his final opportunities, and I'd say hasn't had the best results so far this season. But this could be a change in the system for John Richardson. If he can hold on to this result, P4 would be a great way to kick off the third round of the championship for him. But they come around to finish another lap. He is being chased down by Ryan Rapini. So you can see the rest of the pack come flying through. Rapini's going to have a little look to the inside, can't get that one done.
John Richardson carrying a lot of pace. He's very brave on the brakes into Stowe, I think. You see, he's right on the edge of the... It almost looks like the back end's going to step out on him, but he's still got it under control.
Just about holding on to it. But look at John Richardson. He's going to try and hold around the outside yet again. And he did that move earlier, trying to make a move around the outside of someone. Great move there. And the hole's off Ryan Rapini. So Ryan still has his work cut out for him. And yeah, again, still at the top three. Nothing much has happened. If anything, Charlie Wolfitch picked up the pace a little bit. Starting to pull away from Conor Large.
Just starting to break away ever so slightly. Only by a couple of tenths of a second. There he is, the race leader. Much like we saw with Richardson there moments ago, taking a very wide, aggressive line into Stowe Corner, right on the outside of the circuit. You can see the back end just chattering away, right on the margins of losing the back end. But the driver has, of course, got it under control there, but takes a lot of skill to carry that speed into the corner. And Charlie Wolfit doing it very well indeed as he makes his way through the Dan Weldon corner. Just starting to pull away ever so slightly from the number 59, Conor Large, in second place, who is still charging here. But Alex Shepherd, who's had a brilliant final so far, making up 6 places to, at the moment, get himself on the podium. That brilliant first lap for him. But just look to see what Richardson and Rapini are doing here, because I think they are closing on Shepherd in third. So there's Wolfit, your race leader, making his way through the willows. And still Conor Large keeping him honest in second place. Alex Shepherd still there in third, but Shepherd is being closed on by Ryan Rapini, who goes down the inside of John Richardson, and I think has made the pass stick this time. So Rapini, second time lucky for him, makes the move. Ryan Rapini into fourth place, and both drivers, Rapini and Richardson, trying to close up on Alex Shepherd for the final podium spot.
Yeah, this podium isn't done yet for Alex Shepherd. It's going to be a tight one to the end, see who will hold on to it. It'll be a great result for Rapini if he can take that first spot. Of course, Rapini, who started all the way down in 11th place. He's had a great drive through the field, as well as Conor, obviously John Richardson. He started in 8th, he's up to 5th. Some moves throughout the field then. Devin Taylor, who's down 11th at the moment, he's made up 13 spots. So he started up in 24th. Was that Jack Robinson, who came from the B final, if you remember. He's up to 17th at the moment. So plenty of drivers making moves up. Zach Turner as well, he's up to 14th, up 11 spots. But I say, the drivers up at the front of the field, not somewhat together to some extent, but all trying to keep in their own slipstream, just waiting for each other to make a mistake. Blake Sullivan's still there. He's just inside the top 10 at the moment, up in 7th at the moment.
Yeah, he'll have been hoping for better things, Blake Sullivan, because he was matching the leader at times with pace, but got caught out in that trouble on the first corner. And he's, like I say, he's starting to battle his way back through. Devin Taylor looking good in 11th place as well. Yeah,
again, I mean, 7th place is still a great points haul. It's going to take him into the leader championship anyway. He's going to inherit that championship lead. So it'll be just another points for him to take into the 4th round. And I say, by this point now, you can start thinking, these are consistent results. And he has had the heat wins as well, so that's something that he can take in further. But as I say, at the front, it's still looking very nice and calm. But Rapini, as I said, there he is on your screens, closing in now on Alex Shepherd. Times are ticking down. Rapini is the fastest man out there at the moment, 41.50. 3 tenths faster than Alex Shepherd. So the striking distance is very short, and Conor Large actually losing out. It looks like Alex Shepherd. Is he closing in on Conor Large as well?
Yeah, it looks like Alex Shepherd, who was, he is still coming under pressure from Ryan Rapini. But they are starting to close up here on Conor Large, it would seem. We'll have a look at the lap charts when they come through this time round. Charlie Wolfit at the moment looking comfortable. He goes over the line. The gap was 1.7 seconds. Goes up to 2.1 now. And yes, indeed, Alex Shepard just starting to close up on Conor Large by about a quarter of a second. So I think for the podium here, Charlie Wolf at the moment, barring any kind of disaster for him, looks like he is on course for the final in the Junior Rotax Day Final. But behind him, I think the podium could go any one of about 4 drivers would have a shout at the podium here. Got Conor Large still down in second place, but still looking vulnerable here. Needs to keep the pace up because the likes of Shepard, Rapini and Richardson all started to keep him honest. Third through to fifth, and Rapini certainly looking very threatening here as he comes down to the final corner. Oh, nice move out to the corner, lovely line. But looks like Alex Shepard had that one covered. But this battle's still wide open as Rapini goes to the outside. He's going to go for the switchback here. Coming out to the Willows. Oh, but look at that. Alex Shepard has the line covered. This is allowing Conor Large to pull away again now. So good news here for the second place man, Conor Large.
Oh,
look at that.
Wow. Oh, no, it's all gone wrong for Alex Shepard. He's managed to keep it on the road. And so Conor Large, not for Conor Large, for Ryan Rapini, that was a bit of a aggressive move, to be said. And as I say, it just didn't work out in his favour. But if anything, it's helped Alex Shepard out. He hasn't gained or lost any time. He's stayed where he is in third place. I mean, the only thing he's really gained, he hasn't got Rapini right up his chuff trying to get by. So great, well, not unfortunate for Rapini there, but I say he should have just taken his time.
Alex Shepard under investigation there. Whether that's because he went straight across the chicane there, didn't he? So whether they think he's gained an advantage, possibly.
Yeah, they can look at it like that. But I say we'll let the stewards sort that one out. But at the moment, they are about to come on to the final lap of the race. But Charlie Wolfett, what a story from being in the B final in the round previously to now being at the front end of the field. It's been a tough road for Charlie Wolfett to start off this season as he goes on to start the final lap of the race. The number 6 plate driver who spent most of his time with the MLC Motorsport crew, then moved over to the Dan Holland Racing crew, looking for that little bit extra. And he definitely has that extra so far. So Conor Large, who we thought was the one to watch out for this weekend. And I say he's putting in results in their heats, but Charlie Wolfett was just that little bit better. He just kept chipping away, and of course the start was where it all mattered, despite all the cold tyres at the start of the race where everyone was all over the place. Charlie Wolfett kept his cool, and for the number 6 plate, round the final corner from the B final to victory in round 3 of the club championship from Charlie Wolfett. Conor Large into second place, and Alex Shepard just about holds on to his final podium spot. Of course, these are provisional results. He is under investigation as well. But John Richardson will finish up in 4th. Ryan Rapini rounding out the top 5. And Blake Sullen from Sam Aston. Adam Turek from Noah Moulton. And Max Colbert rounds out your top 10. Great racing.
Yeah, fantastic stuff there. So, exciting final there. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with Alex Shepard. It was a bit of a contentious one there because he did go and cut the chicane there, but he was forced into it because I think Ryan Rapini made that diving move down the inside, so he had to take that line. So I think he would have grounds for appeal to that as well, wouldn't he? So it'll be interesting to see how that one pans out as well.
Yeah, exactly. There's going to be 2 sides to that.
Definitely 2 sides to the story on that one, so very contentious I think there, but we'll see how that one goes. But nonetheless, fantastic result there for Charlie Wolfett to round out the victory, and yeah, certainly some good driving throughout the field there. Likes of Jack Robinson from the B final coming up through the field very well indeed. Jack Beasley making up a few positions as well, a bit further down as well. But as we say, Charlie Wolfett, who had disappointment last time out in February, fighting back here at round number 3 to really dominate from the front here at this 3rd round of the championship. So the event drawing to a close here. Big thanks, of course, have to go out to the marshals, the medics, the officials here at the Hunts Kart Racing Club. It's been a rather gloomy day with the mist and the clouds, but there's been plenty of brightness and excitement on the track, hasn't there, Charlie?
100%. Great racing once again. And, of course, the 3rd round is now all complete, and this is when the drivers will try to start to take it race by race, just try and be consistent as they can to obviously look more about their championship battles. But great racing once again as as hopefully we'll start heading into the summer Easter areas. Hopefully it'll be a bit nicer weather. But I say some great racing and looking forward to it.
Yeah, longer nights are coming, of course, before the next round of the championship. Round number 4 is on the 12th of April. For those of you who were unable to attend today because of the spectatoring restrictions, we hope you're able to come along to the next round in April. I'm sure you will be by the time we roll down into the spring. But thanks a lot for enjoying the broadcast here today. And we look forward to seeing you all back on April the 12th for round number 4.